Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. Wanna sing along. Holy, 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 holy. Nandekano is another Savior. Sing along. Holy, 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 holy. Nandekano is another Savior. Wanna sing along. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving fast now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Yeah, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is, one name. Are we doing it again? I believe we are. We are indeed. I believe we are doing it again. Yes, I am doing it again and hope you're doing it with me. So, roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. This session commences. Your company is required. So, your company is required. As guys, I bring you this. Attack against us proves we are fighting well-established interest. So, this is Peter Obi now. There's so many stories of attacks against the P2B space, a lot of them fantasized, fabricated, In some instances, there's some veracity to it. But certainly, there is no questioning that they are feeling the pressure from the Obi space, the pressure by traditional politics, and some will argue that Peter Obi is part of traditional politics, but nevertheless, the pressure from traditional politics is the pressure that the Obi space is mounting is being felt by traditional politics. So that's what I intended to say, and that is what I have said. So the pressure are being felt by traditional politics. Pressure being felt to the point that they are now running away from canvassing for votes. Tinubu declined Arise TV town hall meeting invitation. So it's a very curious one and a very funny one. Because Tinubu is only going to make media appearances on his own terms. Is only going to make media appearances on his own terms. And what are those terms? He will almost certainly go to friends and family sort of media outlets, like the media space that he owns, like TVC, or media spaces that are guaranteed that are going to be friendly towards him. Because you know that they're just waiting for him to try and catch him out. And it's just a rich field to harvest for any journalist that wants to go at him. The way he talks in gibberish most of the time, the way he's unstable, both in mind and body. Well, maybe not unstable in mind, but certainly unstable in speech. So all of those things, they tell you that if he ever goes to any media space that seeks to push him, they are going to tip him over the edge. And we saw that with all the booby traps that they set for Peter Obi at that interaction that he had with Kadura Ahmed, when they embedded people like Dino Milaye into the crowd to be throwing all sorts of acerbic remarks at him. So Tinubu, it looks as though now he's sideswiped that landmine. Tinubu declined Arise TV town hall meeting invitation. So he declined that, but is he going to make any media appearances? The thing, because he necessarily must. But he's not making media appearances, but he's certainly making appearances on the media. How many times will he run? Tinubu mocks Atiku, snubs Kwakwanso, and Peter Obi. So how many times will Atiku run? Hopefully this is for the last time, and certainly hopefully it doesn't get to be president, because really I think perhaps enough from that Atiku sort of a person. So how many times will they run Tinubu mocks Atiku? And this, by the way, the first and only time that Tinubu will run for the presidency. If he wins it, then it gets one shot and he takes it. If he doesn't win, he doesn't get to go again, because I don't think his body can handle it, and I don't think the nation can stomach it. So there it is. But he mocks Atiku. How many times will Atiku run? Tinubu mocks Atiku, snubs Obi, Kwakwanso. But what snub did he put in did he throw in the direction of Obi or Kwakwanso? We'll find out shortly. Steer clear of partisan politics. Atiku's aid counsels CJN. So that the Chief Justice of the Federation, previously Tanko Mohammed, and now Kayode Ariwola. So it is quite pertinent, and we did discuss it on this platform at that time when they changed the the Chief Justice of the Federation and they installed the Yoruba man. The elections will go to litigation. I think we all know that the presidential election, it will go to litigation. There will be lawsuits, and at the presidential space they go directly to the Supreme Court. So the election will go to litigation. But then, of course, whoever the Chief Justice is at that time, they always have an influence somewhat on the direction that litigation goes, because they have a body of Supreme Court justices, and the Chief Justice of the Federation, he can orchestrate that the justices that sit on the presidential ruling will be justices that are favorable towards returning one form of verdict or the other. We saw that in 2019 when Tanko Mohammed orchestrated a justice for Buhari to legitimize and legalize his mandate. So a lot of those concerns, and ethnicity plays a part, of course, and Ariwola is a Yoruba man. So all of that cause of concern for the PDP. So all of that cause for concern for the PDP. Steer clear of partisan politics. Articles 8 Council CJN. So what their concern is and what they are saying in the direction of the CJN, we find out shortly. To mention Peter Obi's name is disgrace to me. APC presidential candidate Tinubu mocks opponents. So the very thought that he's in contention against somebody called Peter Obi makes his stomach churn, is what the Luther from Lagos is having you have be the case. So that is it right there. Politics has fully and truly started. Mudslinging. To mention Peter Obi's name is disgrace to me. APC presidential candidate Tinubu mocks political opponents. So what is in play there, we find out shortly. Why Buhari appointed me Chief Justice, not Chief Justice, but Chief of Staff. Why Buhari appointed me Chief of Staff. So it's Ibrahim Gambari speaking in this instance. So we get a gleam into the inner workings of decision makings within the Nigerian space and what would have influenced, because when Abba Kyari died, a lot of pressure and a lot of push, because Buhari's administration is being criticized for being too heavily skewed in the direction of the north. So when Abba Kyari died, a lot of push was to that Buhari picks chief of staff from the southeast in order to show equibalance in his government. So there was a real aggression, a real campaign that the chief of staff should come from the southeast. But Buhari ignored all that and he picked this man. Now, this man is not from the core north, it's from the middle belt, it's from Kwara State. So that's half Yoruba, sort of half Fulani. And I think that may well be the compromise he imagines that he made. But quite how that decision was made, we'll find out hopefully in this space. Why Buhari appointed me chief of staff, Ibrahim Gambari making the headline there. So Ibrahim Gambari making the headline there. Okay, we'll skip this one because it's somewhat repetitive. Atiku is always running. Tell him to go and sit down, Tinubu. So we'll skip that one almost certainly. So now, I'm not quite sure if this is true or false. I'm not quite sure if this is true or false. 2023 elections, EFCC arrested Peter Obi's son for fraud. Facts emerge. So we'll find out exactly what is in play here. And if it's not anything like factual, we'll quickly abandon it. But that's not made the headlines too aggressively. So I suspect that I may well just abandon it even. It doesn't strike as anything other than fake news to me. Ghana to start using gold instead of US dollars to buy oil. So there it is right there. The Ghanaian economy collapsing and they're reaching to what is readily to them. Gold are plenty, of course, and they are now using that as a substitute for the dollar to trade for oil. But I thought they'd already found dollar in Ghana anyway. So why that pivoting, we'll find out shortly. 2023 elections, Tinubu Atiku Obi orders in trouble as INEC issues fresh guideline. So I have an inkling what this means, but I'm not going to tell you just yet. I'll hold you there so that when we get into the readings of it, you'll find out with me. I have an inkling. I've not read it yet, but I've seen other headlines somewhere else that indicates the direction of travel of this space. But we'll find out just in the reading. But meanwhile, the teaser, Tinubu Atiku Obi orders in trouble as INEC issues fresh guideline. So what those guidelines are that leads to trouble for the leading candidates, we will find out together. Our former PDP governor breaks silence as he dumps Wike camp, declares support for Atiku. So who is the former PDP governor and why has he dumped Wike to join Atiku? And we did suspect that very soon there'll be breakages from the ranks. There'll be people breaking from the ranks. So as that started to happen, we'll find out shortly. So plenty to go through. Lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol. Click on the like button as you're coming in. Make sure you're clicking on like as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. And if you want to come join me live on screen, click on this hyperlink that is highlighted on the screen there that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. As soon as I finish reading the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and we have a conversation around the talking points. That's how it works. It's an open microphone session, and the open microphone, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on that. So as you set about the clickings, let me provide you with a little bit of a musical backdrop. We stay in the East and we ask Osundi Owendi, Osundi Owendi,
Osundi Owendi, Osundi Owendi, Ife Samu Samu Osundi Owendi, Eke Salila Samu Osundi Owendi, Ebe Bibana Konyo Osundi Owendi, Eti Kemi Osundi Owendi, Eti Kakanya Osundi Owendi, Ebe Sanya Kana Sofana Osundi Owendi, Osundi Owendi, Osundi Owendi, Osundi
And there it is right there, the Osundi Owendi song. If there is one thing that there is no equivocation about, it's the Southeastern capacity for music. I play that song every single day, and every single day as it's playing, I'm swaying to it, Osundi Owendi. So there it is right there, the dulcet tones of our cousins from the East. Is it dulcet or dulcet? Some people call it dulcet. So the dulcet tones of our cousins from the East. So the dulcet tones of our cousins from the East, as guys, I bring you this. Attacks against us prove we are fighting well-established interest, Obi tells supporters. The Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has challenged Nigerian youth to think critically about the country they want to live by seizing the moment to shape the future. He said the attacks coming against him and his supporters from the opposition camp are testament that they are fighting well-entrenched interest. Obi, who spoke on Friday at an international youth conference in Enugu with the theme, Seizing the Moment to Shape the Future, said his message to the youth remains that they should take back their country because it is their future that they are toying with. Obi told the youth that the time has come for truth and justice to prevail, but noted that the stakes are high. We are not unmindful of the odds stacked high against those who wish to take on the system. Indeed, the attacks coming at us from all angles prove that we are up against well-entrenched interests, he said. He said, notwithstanding the attacks, we are encouraged especially by the passion and commitment which our young people are bringing to our ranks and by their determination to take back their country and build for themselves the kind of nation they desire. So I'm not sure that there's a youth in the field. I thought it was Obi and a retinue of old people. I wonder if he's bracketing himself, because you're a youth forever in Nigeria. Well, I wonder if he's bracketing himself as a youth. Quoting from sorry, hold on. Where am I? All right. The evils that have plagued our country cannot and will not continue forever. Those who are plundering our treasuries will not be able to do so for much longer. Quoting the great American social crusader Martin Luther Jr., but the American crusader is that Martin Luther? Martin Luther is actually German, if I remember, and he was a reformist. I think Martin Luther King is probably what they mean. Quoting the American social crusader Martin Luther Jr., Obi said, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. The time for justice has come. Let all those who love truth and justice arise and build their nation. It all depends on you." Obi further challenged the youth by saying, "Are you tired of being tired of this country? Then it is time to act. Let's make the office of the enlightened citizen the highest office in the land." So that's a quote actually from Aisha. Oh, somebody's telling me that my screen is blank. Pardon me. Sorry, is my screen blank? Can anyone see me? X0. X0, can anyone see me? Somebody say my screen is blank. X0, are you there? Oh, goodness me. I'm going to reboot. Can you see me now?
Yeah, we can see you now. You were black for a long time.
Oh goodness me. Could you hear me though?
Yeah, perfect. I just came on and I noticed you were blank.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. I beg your pardon. I
No
hadn't
problem.
realized. I just saw the text now. Thank you. Let me do the readouts again. Thank you, Alexander. All right, brilliant. All right, cheers. All right. So sorry about that. You know, you'd have thought, haven't done it for so long, I would have perfected it by now. But there it is. There it is. So you'd have thought, haven't done it for so long, I'd have perfected it by now. But Obi essentially trying to rally the youths. So let me pick it up from where I was just. Hold on. It says, Obi told the youths that the time has come for truth and justice to prevail, but noted that the stakes are high. We are not unmindful of the odds stacked high against those who wish to take on the system. Indeed, the attacks coming at us from all angles prove that we're up against well-entrenched interest. He said, notwithstanding the attack, we are encouraged, especially by the passion and commitment which our young people are bringing to our ranks and by their determination to take back their country and build for themselves the kind of nation that they desire. The evil that plague our country cannot and will not continue forever. Those who are plundering our treasuries will not be able to do so for much longer. Quoting the great American social crusader Martin Luther Jr., Obi said, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. The time for justice has come. Let those who love truth and justice arise and build their nation. It all depends on you. Obi further challenged the youth by saying, are you tired of being tired of this country? Then it is time to act. Let's make the office of the enlightened citizen the highest office in the land. It is time to take back your country. He said everything boils down to the leadership because all nations that made a difference had good leadership to drive their dreams. I'll just give you a couple more paragraphs, but I think we have captured essentially what's been said. He stated, for example, modern Saudi Arabia is the product of Ibn Saud's leadership. I don't think it should be quoting Ibn Saud because, of course, we all know what he did to Adnan Khashoggi. You know, they chopped that guy alive. They chopped him off limb by limb at the Saudi embassy they chopped him off alive, that is, limb by limb, at the Saudi embassy in Turkey, all on the instruction of Ibn Saud. So I'm not sure if that's the example. It stated, for example, modern Saudi Arabia is a product of Ibn Saud's leadership. Singapore of Lee Kuan Yew. And then it goes on, you know how he likes to quote all these spurious and some instances dubious statistics. So he does all of that. But essentially what he's saying to them is that corruption is fighting back. It is to that direction that he heads that. Tinubu declines Arrive TV town hall meeting invitation. The All Progressive Congress Campaign Council has announced that its standard bearer, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, will not attend the third edition of the presidential town hall meeting of Arise Television. This was disclosed in a statement issued by the Director of Media and Publicity of the APC Campaign Council, Bayo Ononuga, in Abuja on Friday. The presidential town hall series, organized by the television station in collaboration with the Center for Democracy and Development, is slated for December the 4th. The third edition, which will focus on education, healthcare, poverty, and human capital, was expected to host Tinubu, standard bearer of the PDP Atiku, his counterpart in the Labour Party Peter Obi, and New Nigeria People's Party presidential hopeful Rabiu Kwakwanso. The development is coming 2 days after Atiku. And his running mate Ifeanyi Okowa of Delta State pulled out of the candidate. A similar town hall meeting organized by Original Daria Media Concept, Makata Foundation, YouTube, and NTA. Reacting to the Arise News invitation, the camp of the APC candidate on Friday berated the management of the station for listing him amongst candidates coming for the meeting without due consultation. The statement reads, our attention has been drawn to an advertisement by Arise News in connection with a town hall meeting scheduled for December the 4th. We are surprised that the TV station listed our candidate, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as a participant when there was no prior consultation with him and his aides and no consent of the candidate obtained for the advertisement. We deem this as professionally wrong and reckless. No media organization should arrogate to itself the right to railroad any candidate to fit into its own agenda. As I said in an earlier statement, the busy and hectic campaign schedule of Asiwaju Tinubu will not permit him to honor any invitation from different media and TV stations for debate and or town hall meetings. Hence, our decision for him not to start with one media organization and later ignore the others. In the absence of a unified and mutually acceptable all parties and candidates platform, our candidate has been speaking directly to Nigerians since President Buhari launched Tinubu's plan for a better Nigeria. To date, over 7 town hall meetings with strategic sectors have been held across the geopolitical zones where the candidate and his running mates have spoken about their programs. These direct engagements will continue before the election on the 25th of February 2023. We therefore urge Arise News to stop using our candidate's name or portrait in its advertisement forthwith. So there it is, forthwith. So there it is, forthwith. I beg your pardon. Let me just quickly do something. I beg your pardon. All right. Hold on. Hold on. I'm coming. So there it is. So there it is right there. So the first go-to is to just leap to it to say that Tinubu was ducking the interviews or the town hall interactions. But as you read through, there was no communication with the Tinubu space to see if that event fits into their diary, into their schedule, into their calendar, and they've just unilaterally advertised that Tinubu will be there without any due consultation, discussing the parameters of it. So, of course, he has declined. And then it's almost like an attempt at a blackmail. It's almost like blackmailing. So you can see reason if those reasons are valid. You can see the reasons why he would decline if those reasons are valid. So let's go on to the next. But to this next one, I wonder if I should play you the clip instead of reading it out. Let me play you the clip. Is Tinubu essentially mocking what's it called? Article. So let me play you the clip rather than hold on. Let me play you the clip. I'll play you the clip and then instead of reading it out. So let me share the screen with you. So I'll play you just a snippet of the clip. Hold on.
Every traditional rider that should receive a title and welcome as a member of this community. Before now, I classified myself, and I have the right to do so because I married an Ishakiri girl. And I paid dowry. And full. Every traditional rite that I should do, I did. So, I'm one of you. Your in-law is your son. Your in-law is your brother, and is a member of the family. So many of my brothers here, starting from Honorable Minister,
all right. I'm not quite sure where he's going to with that. I thought he'll get to it. It's a 16-minute clip. And maybe this will give us that snippet. I wonder if this gives us that.
As I stand before you, there are few of us left running. One says he is Atiku. How many times has he been running?
Always on the run.
He's always on the run, and he's tired. Tell him to go and sit down. Enough is enough. The other one, that one, I think na statistic we go chop. A lie with arithmetic that no Indian can solve it. To mention his name is a disgrace to myself. I won't mention the name. Wrong arithmetic, wrong statistics, warehouse economy, and that's not what Nigeria needs. Kabiyesi, Your Royal Majesty, it was a joy to find one of my own blood being part of you from Badagry. So what else you need? You need honesty. You need the man who knows the road. That is me.
And there it is right there. Empty noise. So let me stop you here. So hold on. It's still going on in the background here. So there it is right there. Empty noise from the empty head. But then, of course, all of them empty heads. So empty noise from the empty head. So let's go on to the next talking point. Let's go on to the next talking point. Let me remove that. And by the way, what you're seeing on your screen is an NFT, and I own that. So that's one of my NFTs. So there it is right there. So let's go on to the next talking point. Steer clear of partisan politics, Articles 8 counsels Chief Justice of the Nation. Special Assistant on Public Communications to the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar. Special Assistant on Public Communications to the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, Mr. Shaibu, has urged the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Olukayode Ariwola, to steer clear of partisan politics. Shaibu frowned upon the frequency with which the CJN was making statements suggesting fraternity between the Chief Judicial Officer and some politicians. This was contained in a press statement in Abuja on Friday. Shaibu said Chief Ariwola's descent into political commentaries portends great danger for the country's judiciary. He said, last month, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Olukayode Lateef Ariwola, inaugurated a 277 election petition tribunal members to adjudicate on matters arising from the 2023 general elections in the country. At the event, Justice Ariwola warned judges to remain neutral and impartial during this political season. He also warned politicians against trying to induce judges. However, it may seem the Honorable CJN is not ready to lead by example, going by his recent utterances and open and blatant hobnobbing with politicians. He specifically frowned at the frequency with which the CJN makes remarks in support of the actions by a group of governors of the PDP, led by Rivers State Governor Yemsin Wike. Shaibu recalled that on October the 30th, 2022, the CJN, who is from Oyo State, was hosted to an elaborate reception by the Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde. At the event, Justice Ariwola sat with Makinde and other governors who now pride themselves as the G5. The governors also posed with the CJN for the cutting of the cake, where the political statements where political statements were made. But it may seem Justice Ariwola continues to enjoy the company of politicians. On Thursday, November the 24th, 2022, the CJN was in Rivers State, this time as a guest of Justice of Governor Yemsin Wike, who also happens to be a member of the G5. Apparently overwhelmed by Wike's lavish reception at the inauguration of judiciary projects, the CJN said at the live event that he was happy that that Makinde rather was a member of the G5 and solidly with Wike. Aside backing Makinde's membership of the group, Ariwola joked that Makinde was being held to ransom by Wike, who was threatening to withdraw his sister, Makinde's wife, who he said is from Rivers. It will be recalled that Justice Ariwola was in Rivers State to commission some judiciary projects undertaken by the state government. Shaibu noted, however, that it was inappropriate for the CJN to use such an event to double down on partisan remarks. He explained that it was wrong of Justice Ariwola to have made a remark such as saying, "That is why we should not be scared to have these men of the integrity group, and I am happy that my own governor is amongst them, because he would try to intimidate his friend and in-law because we came here to marry for my governor." So there it is right there. There it is right there. I'm not sure that the CJN should be seen hobnobbing with politicians. It should keep as clear, especially in this climate, especially during this period, it should keep as clear a distance from politics and politicians as it possibly can. To mention Peter Obi's name is disgrace to me. Presidential candidate APC Tinubu. The presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, has bragged that it is a disgrace to mention the name of the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi in his presence. Tinubu, who spoke during a campaign rally on Friday, also claimed that the statistics the Labour Party candidate dished out every time was not what Nigerians were going to eat. Making mockery of his LP opponent, the former Lagos State governor said all the statistics Peter Obi dished out were wrong. In a video seen by correspondents, Tinubu said, "The other one, that one, he thinks that it is statistics we will chop in line with arithmetics that no Indian can solve." So apparently he thinks that it's the Indians that are the genius. And you have to know that the Indians they've been in mathematics and arithmetic for a long time. The number 0, it actually came from that Indian cusp. I think it came either between Afghanistan and India. So that's where the number 0 came from. The numbers 1 to 9, they came from Iran, which was Persia then. So he is somewhat right. He thinks that it is statistics we will chop in line with arithmetics that no Indian can solve. To mention his name is a disgrace to myself. I won't mention his name. Wrong arithmetics, wrong statistics, warehouse economy, that is not what Nigeria needs. Tinubu has a record of making mockery of political opponents, despite having a bag of controversies around his neck, chief amongst them being that he was alleged a former drug baron. So there it is. And then they go through the history of Tinubu's wrongdoing. So they go through the history of Tinubu's wrongdoing. Let's take two more readouts, and then we see what X0 has to say. Let's not keep X0 waiting for too long. Why Buhari appointed me Chief of Staff, Gambari. Professor Ibrahim Gambari says his appointments as Chief of Staff was informed by President Buhari's penchant for always rewarding loyalty. Mr. Gambari said Mr. Buhari does not use and dump his subordinates like typical politicians. He stated this whilst responding to eulogies poured on him by the leadership of the State House and his staff in a reception organized to mark his 78th birthday. It's just the ages of these people that are governing the Nigerian space. Buhari is what? He will tell you that he's 70-something, is in his 80s. So, and this one now, he's admitting to only 78. which should tell you that he's in his 80s too. Tinubu tells you that he's 20 when we know he's 120. It's just so sad. He stated this was responding to eulogies poured on him by the leadership of the State House and his staff in a reception organized to mark his 78th birthday in the presidential villa in Abuja. Mr. Gambari recalled how he, as Minister of Foreign Affairs, was ousted along Mr. Buhari, then military head of state, in the military coup of August 1985, and how he was appointed as the chief of staff by the same man after having won election for the second term as the nation's president. He said, "When I came on board, I said my job is simple, to give loyalty, competence, and support, and that is why even when Mr. President sees me and says chief of staff, I say, yes, sir. But the emphasis is on staff, not on chief, because there is only one chief, and that is the president, and our duty is to support him loyally and competently." When I was offered this job by the president, he brought out a picture that was taken in June 1985. It was at the OAU summit. The then head of state was sitting in the middle, and his then chief press secretary, Wada Maida, to his right. And he said, "Do you remember this picture?" I said, "No, sir, but I remember the occasion." He said, "Well, you were my foreign minister. We were kicked out of government in 1985. 35 years later, I find the opportunity to bring you back." He said, "We were interrupted then, and I am bringing you back now to let you continue where we stopped." I thanked him very much and said, "Can I have this picture so that I can make a copy?" He said, "No, I kept mine. Go and find yours." There are 3 reasons why I put the picture in front of my office. First, to return to the important point of departure, to show the kind of person our president is. He doesn't forget those who have worked with him, who have served him loyally, and in whom he has confidence. Some other people use and dump, not him. In a goodwill remark, the Deputy Chief of Staff, Vice President, described Mr. Gambari as a renowned diplomat with a large image and heart, who was entirely fulfilled in his promise of running a joint administration with the presidency. So there it is right there. So a stroll back down memory lane, a stroll back down memory lane. Okay, I tire of reading it, so I'll just give you the headlines next, and then we just we bring on the panelists. Ghana to start using gold instead of US dollar to buy oil. So that's politics in Ghana. So APC candidates Tinubu shuns arise. So we've done that already. All right, let me give you this one. And then I'll make this the last one. Let me give you this one and I'll make this the last one. 2023 elections, Tinubu, Atiku, Obi, others in trouble as INEC issues fresh guideline. Ahead of the 2023 general elections, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has warned candidates that political rallies cannot hold in religious worship areas and public institutions. Similarly, 50 million naira has been fixed as the maximum donation from an individual organization or other entities to a candidate. This was according to a statement issued by INEC in Abuja through its National Commissioner and Chairman, Information and Voter Education, Festus Okoye. Going by this new guideline, presidential candidates like Atiku, Bola Tinubu, and Peter Obi will be under the close watch of the commission. As reported earlier, Okoye revealed that deliberations were held concerning the latest guidelines. He said the commission duly approved the new guideline, which contains issues on rallies, processions, and campaigns. Okoye revealed that all details as regards the latest guidelines had been uploaded onto the Commission's websites, and copies will be made available to political parties, civil organizations, the press, etc. Okoye revealed that the Commission would act in accordance with the Electoral Act on the guideline for donations for political parties. As reported by correspondents, candidates were urged to stay within the limits for their campaigns as stipulated in the statutory provision of the Electoral Act. So there it is. They are saying essentially that they must not spend more than 50 billion. That is essentially what they are saying. But let's bring them on because I'm tired of reading it somewhat. Exiro, I see you, and Ajanle Koko, I see you. So, Exiro, are you ready to go? Shall we kick it off with you?
Yeah, you can kick it off with me if you can hear me properly.
Are you moving about?
I'm on the train.
Oh, right. Oh, you are always on the train. Why are you always on the train, man?
Yeah, because I'm always up to something.
Are you a train driver?
No, I'm on my way to Stockholm. I'm always at events, I always cover it.
Is that what you do? Are you an event planner? Is that what you do?
Yes. I told you guys.
Yeah, like show. Yeah, I've been seeing you on Instagram with all these things, all these entertainment people.
Yeah. It's what I do here.
All right.
Yeah, well, I can go if you want me to go.
Yeah. So we stay with you. You want to kick it off with the clips that you sent me? I've not had the chance to look at them, but you talk me through what the contents are.
Yeah, one of them is an incident where a guy was kidnapped in Lekki. And if you watch that clip, you will understand the scenario. You will understand what that clip is all about. It tells you how these guys operate. It tells you that no one is safe. It tells you that guys are within. Because the way they operate, they can get anybody. They can get anybody who uses a commercial vehicle. They can get anybody. There's no resistance. The guy who escaped actually, he has some military background. So when the gas was released, he covered his nose, and the other guy fell asleep. So because of that, because he didn't fall asleep, they wanted to kill him. So that was what happened.
I saw that clip. I think they attacked him in Ikoyi.
Yes, they got him in because he was coming back from. He's a well-to-do guy. He was coming back from work, and on that day he decided to take the bus, the public transport, instead of a car or something or an Uber, and that he fell into the trap. So that's to tell you that these guys are actively. They are really actively in the midst of the normal citizens. They are operating actively, and every day they're kidnapping people and seeking ransom. And only God knows what they do to people who cannot afford the ransom.
You know that guy has been debunked somewhat.
The video?
No, the guy he has been debunked somewhat. There's pushbacks going viral that is a known scammer who he does all these skits and he scams people and all of this sort of stuff. So it might not it might not be as it appears to be.
But I don't think somebody will want to scam people. Face, a bloody nose, even when it's spat blood. I don't think someone will want to scam people with that.
Did you watch the clip? Did you watch the clip all the way through? Because he said they stabbed him, they shot at him, and they did not penetrate him because he had fortified himself in the traditional manner.
That I don't know. I don't know about, but I wonder what he stands to benefit from that video. I wonder what he stands to benefit by telling people lies It's not as if he's looking
could
for
it not
money.
be as simple? Could it not be as simple as cloud chasing?
I don't know who wants to chase clouds like that.
Hmm.
I don't know who wants to chase clouds like that. You know? What's the benefit? I don't think so. I think, and what he did the video for is to enlighten people to beware that things are happening. We talked about these things before here. You know, we've talked about them before here. The danger is real. I'm not trying to specifically point out.
No, the danger is real. The danger is real. Yes, no. He did mention though that it was
especially
our brother.
Yeah. And our brother who left to Nigeria, who's boarding traffic here and there, Thomas. Should be very careful. You know, should be very careful. You know.
Do you wonder sometimes if the fear is greater than the danger? Do we whip ourselves into a frenzy? Is the fear actually greater than the danger? Because we hear all these stories of XYZ happening to people, but you know, a lot of people go to Nigeria successfully. At least everybody that has been to Nigeria on this platform, they've had successful trips to come and report enjoyable moments.
Yes, of course.
Are we fear mongering? Are we fear mongering somewhat?
Well, you know, the advent of social media has brought out things in real time. People can report issues, situations in real time, you know, so that is why we see these things. In those days, things like this happen also, but we hardly see them because they hardly come to the newspapers, or we didn't have them. But now we have internet, social media, of course. So these things will come out in real time. So when they come out, of course, if it happens to one person in a million, it's happening to all of us.
Yes, but that's the story of everywhere, though. The world is an unsafe place at the moment.
It's so unsafe now. You know. And back home, it's even worse because I mean we're entering election period. Buhari and his lieutenants don't seem to have any other thing to do now, so everybody's packing out, trying to, you know. So the whole place is just free, you know. It's a gory situation of our country. Everyone has to be careful.
All right, I certainly agree with that. Everybody does have to be careful. So everybody has to be careful. Let's get to the politics of it, though. Tinubu now rejecting the invitation. There wasn't even an invitation sent. Is really what his gripe is. But rejecting the town hall meeting that been organized by Rice TV and telling the space then that don't bother sending me any further invitations. I have no intentions of being there. So what are you then making then? Because this is a blanket statement now. So anybody in the future that now says that they invited him, he didn't turn up, they'll look a bit silly because he's already said he's not attending any. So what are you making of that space, Xero?
Yeah, you know, I think the space itself is a space that is not compulsory. If debates were made compulsory, or if level where things like being the president of the country is a matter for everyone to discuss, he will certainly take the invitation. But it's not something that is compulsory, and the country still believes, a large percentage of people still believe that the presidency is something that is bestowed on people by the powers that be. So whether you debate here or you campaign here or you go and, you know, gather people to come and do rallies, the president is already known. That's why people don't even think that Tinubu should even come out, because one, he's not very healthy right now. He's what's this? There's this word for it when people want to. He's slow. He talks, but when he talks, it's flawed. You know, so he cannot put words together that make sense all the time. You and then he knows this. And a couple of things have happened. He himself has said it that people don't like it, that he doesn't go to social media anymore because they abuse it. And he knows that these debates are like a trap because only those who can articulate very well will stand the test. I mean, what do you expect a Tinubu to say? What do you expect any candidate coming from the APC to say when they are given the statistics and of killings, death in the country, poverty, unemployment, no power? I mean, what do you expect him to say? He's only going there to take the fall for Buhari. You know, he's not going to tell anybody he wants to continue from where Buhari stops because Buhari didn't even start. So I think
we've had this debate already. We've had this debate already. What do you mean Buhari didn't even start?
It never really, whenever with the promises and everything, they never really took off. They almost made everybody feel that okay, they're going to take off and they're going to and they're going to block every loophole and wastages, and then use the money to put into another things that make sense. But they didn't do any. They didn't do any. The inflation is rising. As the dollar to the naira is just a disgrace. The naira to the dollar is just a disgrace. The what's this one again? The promise, the fuel price and the subsidy. What is he going to say if it comes to a debate? He's only going, if he wants to make sense in a debate, he's going to be tackling his predecessor because everybody is thinking that he's going to become the president. So I don't think a debate is a wise decision for him, and he knows it. So I think that's a clever move. That's a clever move.
All right. I somewhat agree, but Xero, the connection is somewhat poor where you are. So I'm not sure. Do you want me to give you a moment and come back to you?
Yes. Give me a moment. Let me get home, and then I'll write. I'll think about our commentators.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. Let me go to the progressives instead. The progressives. Are you ready to go?
Yeah, man, I'm good to go, man. Can you hear me?
Yes, that's much better. Xero is on the train, and you can imagine how that is. So that's why it was somewhat shaky. But to that space, Tinubu issuing out a blanket rejection of all town halls, which would then sweep up all debates as well, telling them that, look, just get lost. I have no intentions of coming there to be mocked. So what are you making of that then, DJ Gaban? Get lost.
To be honest with you, I don't think it's a good idea. When I say I don't think it's a good idea. I mean, for the people, it's not a good idea. But for him, strategically, I think that is the best thing he could do, because you can tell that the man is not that fluent when it comes to oratory. So and sometimes he can miss words together. So what he doesn't want to do on a national television or the debate stage is to actually a kind of a verification, verification or kind of a confirmation of the idea that is not well. So I think for him politically it's a good strategy, but for Nigerians I don't think it's the right thing, because it's good to want for Nigerians to hear from these guys, and so that they will be able to put their policy position forward. Look, it is where we are one man. So these are the the hands that we are dealt. Unfortunately, the guys that could actually do something for that country are not on track to win the election. So let's just hope that whoever wins the election, that they do what is right by the people. But for Tinubu, avoiding the debate, I think that politically for him, that's a good idea. But for Nigerians, it's not a good one.
Do you think it takes anything away from his campaign? Him not because he is making public appearances. We are seeing him on television, and what he seems to be indicating is that some of these platforms he considers them to be hostile to him. So he doesn't want to go on a hostile platform. This seems to be what his point is.
Yeah, I think that was the letter originally was issued to Arise TV, right? So yeah, you can understand, but what Arise TV did was to kind of give them a way out, because you can tell that Arise TV, if you want to be impartial, you want to be independent, you can tell that, listen, they're not being fed to Tinubu sometimes with their coverage. So, and I think his team have taken advantage of that, and they've used that to say they're not going to attend any other debate, including Arise TV one. So, because for them, they say they want to be fair to everybody, so they don't want to attend some and they turn down some. So if they turn down one, they're going to turn down everything. So for me, it doesn't really make sense.
And they did say that in the write-up. But let me take you to the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kayode Ariwola, who seems to be fraternizing with politicians in a manner that is, you have to say, is unbecoming of somebody that occupies that space. So he's constantly with people like Wike and Makinde, and the tone that is speaking to how great something like the integrity group is, and all of that kind of language. Is this behavior is it behavior that you should be seen from the Chief Justice of the country? And how does that reflect on how justice will be delivered?
For me, it should step down. For me, it should step down. You cannot do that and still remain, because just imagine if any of these people was to have a case with the Supreme Court. How does anyone have confidence in those kind of judgment that is going to come out from a Supreme Court that is led by him? So for me, what he did was very poor, and it's almost like the same behavior from all these old men that are leading that country. Not to be honest, let me retrieve that one. It's almost the same behavior from all those men, because there are some young ones that are even worse than these people. It's almost the same.
Being a prime
exactly.
example.
So it's the same behavior from all of these men that are in position of power in Nigeria. Ego, they don't understand how to be people's oriented. They don't understand the pulse of the nation. They just do things the way that they want, the way they feel like, okay, I'm going to say this, nothing is going to happen. I'm going to do this, nothing is going to happen. One man in a sane society, right? In a society where everybody have their head screwed on, how can a central bank governor be running for president?
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
So these people, it's already like in their system.
You know that sensitive electoral materials are stored at the central bank.
Of course.
And the governor of that space will be a candidate in that electoral process. Only in Nigeria, yeah.
One man, I'm telling you, that man, if there's anybody I'm more angry at in that country, is that, in fact, that man himself. I don't know where to place him. I don't know where to place that guy. You know.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, so that is the man. Ariwola must have looked at it and said, Emefiele wanted to contest election. Me, I can do my own thing as well. Look, I don't know how this whole thing is going to be cured, but even, let's be honest with ourselves, even the younger generation, they are not any good. That's the truth of the matter. The younger generation, they are not good. They are even, a lot of them are worse than the people that are there right now. Some of them, we give them power, they will go and start doing rubbish, you know. Some of them, look, was it not one of the younger ones that was beating a woman in a pawn shop? And that one was among the people that was fighting for a Muslim Christian ticket.
Yes, that's Senator Abu.
Yeah, so even the younger ones are not good. So they say they are the leaders of tomorrow. Who are the leaders of the older ones are not good. The ones that are following them are not good. The one behind those ones are not good. It's the same. It's like you use one word like you used one word last time, like a factory line, a production line. So
Yes.
that is exactly what is
Akim, the younger ones that are not good are those ones that are in the party, in the same party with this the bad older ones.
I don't know. Are those ones not the same? Are those ones not the ones that they're going to hand over to? Are they going to hand over to the person that is not in the party?
That is why we are saying that people should not vote for anybody from that party. That's why we are saying that focus on the younger one like Showore, focus on the younger one like Adewale. These guys that does not align with them. But you people will want to blame Showore that, oh, he's not playing his politics well. There's no way you want to play politics and join forces with all these bad ones.
When have I ever blamed Showore?
No. I'm just telling Nigerians. I'm just because you are saying because you are saying the older ones are not good, the younger ones like Abo are not good. So I'm saying that there is no one you can see that will be good in all these big parties. Nobody, whether old or young, that party is meant not to be good to Nigerian people.
Yeah, that's what I just said. That's why I just tried to use that one man analogy just now when you talk about production line. It's almost like they produce what they are producing is more like themselves. So it's like, it's just a continuous train whereby whatever is at the top just infect whatever is behind them. So I don't know. One man, to be honest, I don't know how that country is going to sort itself out. Some people say if you vote for one person, the OT will be better. For me, I don't believe all of those things. I just think.
What are you making of it, of this rallying speech to the youths, the Seize Your Country Back speech? That's the sort of politics that it should be playing, really. And it's essentially, in the language of the current administration, it's essentially saying corruption is going to fight back, which is to say that the old order is going to fight back. But unnecessarily, the old order will always fight back. They're not just going to hand it over to you. But then, what are you making of Peter Obi's speech? Shape your future.
Is Peter Obi not part of the old order?
This is the thing. No,
Peter Obi is part of the old order. So for me, look, like Ajali Koko said, I've always said this: if the country want to move, say we want completely cure. We don't want to be taking paracetamol, pain relief. Say we want to completely cure. Then we have to move away from all these things that we are seeing today. We have to move in a completely different direction. Somebody that will come in and just throw grenade inside, just throw grenade. Not so. Just how can somebody is running for election and say I don't want to look back? What does that mean? So what if they empty the treasury before you come? What are you going to do?
Do you think Peter Obi has been getting a pass in this electoral cycle? Because I've not yet seen that he's been interrogated just as I don't want to say aggressively, but as fervently as it should be. I'm not seeing that he has been interrogated by the media space in the manner that, he's not been asked difficult questions.
One man, what happened is that...
And that is history. Nobody has interrogated his history. He will just say, go and verify, and they all accept it.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. You see, in that country, you have a lot of cowards. So as soon as you say anything that is not in line with those people who support Obi, they come for you, okay? Whatever, from every angle, they will come for you. And I think a lot of these people in the media space, they understand that now. So whenever they are, just watch interview with Obi, right? You will see that they'll ask a question and then he will answer or not even answer the question, and there's never a comeback. You understand? There's never a comeback. And I'm going like, what are you doing? Where is the comeback? They'll just it's almost like, did you watch Obi when he went to Adeola?
No, Adeola was just, I think they instructed her not to ask difficult questions.
Even as soft as Adeola was, just for sometimes insisting that Obi answer question, go and check the comment section.
Did they attack her?
People were still going after her. This girl have to come out and say, look, I'm only trying to make sure he answered the questions that I asked him. Sometimes he was like kind of bypassing the question. That's why I'm just making sure I have to re-ask the question again. They went after her. So a lot of these people in the media space, they understand that now. So they're trying to hide themselves. You're going after a governor, you're going after a minister, you're going after this, you're going after that. Anybody just may pay me back to be, oh yeah, the next time you see in social media, you see this, you see that. Come on, man. So a lot of these guys, they become cowards. They're running away from me.
Sorry, can I butt in?
Yeah,
Why is anybody? I'm not.
Well, well, there it is. So sorry, X0, we still can't hear you. So, but carry on. The progressive. Carry on.
So as I was saying, so it's not like they don't want to interrogate him. I think a lot of people are now there's a lot of cowardice going on, and some people are now, when you are on the obedient side, you get a lot of praise. You get a lot of you are the hero of the day. God will bless. You get a lot of all these things. A lot of encomium will be showered on you. One man, you see the way you are now, right? If you just turn tomorrow and say, okay, you know what, you are obedient.
Our followership will go up by times 10.
I'm telling you,
with the language scale of this platform and the intelligence of it, if we're with Obi, we'll be getting at least 3,000 people every day.
One man, a lot of people are cashing out on it, man. A lot of people are cashing out on it. I won't lie to you. So I'm just. I know that.
Do you think we should jump on the Obi gravy train?
If you listen, one man, to be honest with you, if you do that, me, I won't come here anymore, because me, I want an healthy debate, right? Debate about ideas, debate about issues. So if you go somewhere whereby
have we had that debate in the political landscape so far? Because I don't think yet in the presidential space, with it being about 3 months away, we've not yet had a conversation. There's nothing yet to hold on to. Everybody is just standing in isolated corners making noise. Obi shouting production from the left wing. Tinubu shouting Agbado, and Atiku, just cooling in Abu Dhabi. We've not had a conversation yet.
Yeah, we haven't had a conversation yet. But outside of the political space, the conversation, what I'm trying to say is that on this platform now, right? So regardless of who you're supporting, you can come in and have a voice. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So if you get to a position whereby everybody just told the same line, then for me, that's my independent mindset, the mindset to be able to speak the truth as I see it. I won't be able to do that, and so for me, there will be no reason for me to come onto the platform, because what I'm trying to say in essence, if you are saying something against Sowore, even if I'm not a Sowore fan, but I know that what you are saying is wrong, I'm going to counter you. I'm going to say, no, what you said now is not right. If you say something about Obi that I know is not correct, and I'm going to go like, no, it didn't say that, this is what he said, or it didn't do that, this is what he did. But if you are somewhere whereby everybody is against Atiku, and somebody just come and say some out of point lie about Atiku, everybody will just keep quiet. They know fully well that this is lying, but everybody will just keep quiet. That is the direction that some platform have gone to now.
No, but that's a direction of the landscape, though, because nobody wants to have a robust, independent conversation around the politics of it all. If you see that, if you go to places like Simon Ekpa, he's always parked because the mantra chart. If you go to Edo Watch, they're always parked because they have one single purpose. So people don't want robust conversations; they just want to cheerlead.
Yeah, but the problem is this: when you see the way we are now, I don't know it, or you don't know it, or we learn from each other. Okay. So if we are not discussing issues, if we are not discussing policy positions, if we are not talking about what is right, what is wrong, I won't be able to grow. ideologically, I won't be able to. So, like, let me give you an example. I follow an online network in the United States. It's called TYT, the Young Turks. So,
Oh yeah, I do as well. Jenk,
it shows Jen Ugos, Jen Ugos. So
yeah,
I follow that channel.
It's Turkish. You know it's from Turkey.
Yeah, it's Turkish. Yeah, so I follow that channel for a long time. So I learned a lot from that channel as well, in terms of progressive ideas. So, and sometimes I watch Fox News as well. I watch your Sean Hannity and your Tucker Carlson, even though I don't agree with them, but I want to hear from them. And sometimes I go to your CNN and I watch CNN. You know, sometimes I go to your MSNBC and I watch it. Sometimes I come to the UK, I'm on Sky News, I'm on BBC. So I'm like that. I consume everything, but I know my own position, that I know that I am a left-leaning, ideologically driven person. So I just always want to have a debate with the other side in terms of policy direction and in terms of what to do. So sometimes they will say something that I personally will agree with and say, okay, you know what? It might be something that you can, take and impute into your progressive ideas. Sometimes when you talk about issue of crime, okay, so in terms of the progressive nature, so sometimes we might see it in a different way, try to be too soft on crime. But sometimes you have to acknowledge that crime does have a negative effect on people's life. So it's about balancing issues and ideas like that. That is why I consume a lot of information from different sources. And I'm not afraid to debate people as well. So, but if I am in a platform and that platform does not give room for a debate, for people's idea to be able to be able to challenge people's idea, I'll cut myself out of it straight away.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So stay with us then, because we give room for robust debate. So room for robust debates. The chief of staff to Buhari, he celebrated his 78th birthday in at the Aso Rock Villa in the State House, and he was just going down memory lane as to how he got appointed. And he was saying to us that he was the Minister of Foreign Affairs under the Buhari's military dictatorship. And when Buhari became the civilian president, he brought him back. So Buhari has this reputation for loyalty. But in a lot of instances, people feel that he gives more to loyalty than competence. And he appoints people that he feels an historical tie to, rather than people that are best fit for the job. So we're talking about Tukur Buratai. We're talking about Abubakar Malami, who was his own personal lawyer during his CPC days. And Abubakar Malami used to act for him pro bono then, which is free of charge. And then he has rewarded him, a lawyer without a reputation, that wasn't anything within the Nigerian judiciary space. He made him the Attorney General of the Federation. So this is the story that Ibrahim Gambari is giving us, that it is entirely because he was the Minister of Foreign Affairs under the Buhari regime in the 70s. That's why he was brought back as the Chief of Staff. So what are you making of that then, Buhari's recruitment style?
Look, Mike, it's nothing secret about that. We all know that from time that he tried to show loyalty to people that is not for.
Well, at the detriment of the country,
yeah. So, that is not even the problem. Is that if you are somebody like, say, an Atiku, right, or somebody, say, maybe, I don't know how Obi French network, I don't know how vast it is, but I know that people like Tinubu, people like Atiku, they have a huge network of friends, so they have a lot to choose from. But Buhari is not that person who you can look at and say, okay, this man have friends across the country. So for him to now start picking within that small space as well, then you know that we are in trouble, because there's not enough it's not picking from the best of the best. It's just picking from one or two that he knows. And that is the issue. I don't mind you saying, okay, I know this person, I know that this person is good, and I'm going to give him this job. But then, if you know 50 people, if I know Ajali Coco, I know Enigmatic, I know Jewel, I know you, I know everybody, I can say, okay, these are 20 people, okay, between Ajali Coco and, but Buhari didn't know people like that. So his a network of friends was very small, and then for him to start picking from inside that same small network of friends, and that is why you see people like Buratai, people like Malame, and even this same Babashel Award that we were talking about yesterday, you know, and this Gambare that came in as well. These are like a cycle of friends that he had or people he knew then. And that is how you see even when things are not going well, he will still keep them. He will stick with them because most of the time he doesn't know what to do. If Buhari was to sack somebody, how many times did you see that we will have interim? At the time when this guy Magu, the guy that used to be head of EFCC, when there were a lot of back and forth.
Maybe just appoint the right people in the first place. You know that was the simple trick that Obasanjo had. The simple trick. He had only one trick of Obasanjo that made his administration successful. He just asked for the best man in the field, and then he would just give him a letter of appointment. So just appoint the best people, and maybe that will be the way to go, rather than your friends and family.
Yeah, but even Obasanjo was not personally appointed. I think sometimes he was asking for people to help him search for people.
Yes, but he insisted that they search for the best.
Yeah, I know, but Buhari doesn't do that. He don't do that. He doesn't. He just go. Okay, is this man is the lawyer? Okay, Justice Minister of Justice. That's it. I know him. He used to go to court for me. You know, he doesn't do that. He's not that kind of a person. So that has been his problem from time. Even when he had the Inspector General of Police, I asked him to come and stay here. I didn't know he left. So when you realize he left, what did you do? He didn't do nothing. So his level of loyalty to people who are so poor in their feed has cost that country a lot. And I won't lie to you, the only few people that were good in his government, it didn't show them any loyalty. I remember when this lady Kemi Adeosun had a problem. I understand that what she did, I wouldn't say what she did because she was probably led into it at the time. But she was one of the best in that government at the time.
You know, I'm very cold towards Nigerian politicians, but I felt sorry for that girl. She was just a victim, wasn't she?
She was look. I was so upset that period, man, because you could tell that she was ready to take on the fight. She was ready to take on the fight. Don't forget, it's only when she refused to accept the remittance from NNPC at the time. That was when they realized that NYSC certificate was forged. She was born in the UK. Who helped her to forge the certificate? She's never lived in that country for how many years? This girl doesn't even have a home in Nigeria. This lady doesn't have a home in Nigeria. If you listen to her accent, she have your London Cockney accent, you know. But she was determined to make sure that the right thing was done, and that was how they got rid of her. I said, look, I was so upset at that period, you know. I said, the only good thing in your administration, you could not even fight for her. Yeah, what happened was wrong, you know. But who was there now? Since
Zainab Ahmed.
Yeah, since she came in now.
The one that told us she did not know they were changing the currency. The finance minister did not know the currency of his
since she came in, whether they remit money, they did not remit money, we don't hear anything anymore. Nobody is doing the fight anymore. You know, they just take the money, they share it the way it comes. Those ones who want to take their own will take their own. But I remember Kemi Adeosun, she had a grant. There was no federal allocation for 2 months. She said until NNPC remit the right amount, there will be no money to be shared. She held her ground. But people like that, Nigeria is not made for them. You know, Nigeria is not. She was the commissioner for finance for Ibukule Amosu in Ogun State. She never had that problem. As soon as she became minister, and then she started fighting the same fight, and then all of a sudden, I felt so bad for her, I felt so bad for her. But that is Buhari government for you. Loyalty to the wrong people. And that is why you see we are where we are today. I'm not going to say the man government didn't do one or two things. Let's be honest with ourselves. Let's not just say the whole thing were down to the fault of Buhari. No, when PDP were leaving office, Nigeria was already downwards. That country was already on its knee, going downwards. It didn't matter who won that election. That country would have still suffered severely. And as a government, Buhari has not been lucky, because during time there was a recession due to a very
Nigeria had two recessions under this administration.
Two recession and the pandemic as well, where the whole world had to stop. So you have to balance the whole criticism. But him personally, he didn't help himself as a president. He just had no policy position. All he was thinking about, let me hire the right people. We put Fashola there. There's a what's it called? Is it blackout? Or is it what was the word that the power the electricity was
the transmission station failed.
The
power grid collapsed.
Collapsing. Well, you're not sacking people. If this man does this, this is one thing that is one thing that made me just stop talking about Buhari or even thinking about him. I've never seen any leader in my life that never hold people accountable. It just doesn't hold people accountable. You employ somebody, they are doing nonsense. They're there. The day he left Nigeria and that young man thought it was Buhari that was in power, he didn't know it was Oshibajo. He went to go and try himself. Oshibajo just sacked him. The one that was the head of DSS that time.
Yes, Mamandaura.
He thought Buhari was still there. He didn't know Buhari was in London. He went to go and try himself. Oshibajo straight away he fired his ass, saying, "Get the hell out of here."
You know that what he did, Mamandaura.
No, it's Babachir. It's Babachir.
Yeah, the way they went to go and take siege of
it wasn't Babachir. It was Mamandaura.
No, it was Mamandaura where they went to go and take siege of National Assembly.
You know what he did? You know it's tantamount to a coup.
Yeah, no. Where they went to go and take siege of National Assembly.
That's treasonable, you know. What he did was treasonable.
If Buhari was around at the time, that man would not lose his job. He would not lose his job. Since Oshibajo took that decision, anytime Buhari is leaving the country, he doesn't write letter anymore to National Assembly. They just go like that. Before, he used to transmit letter to National Assembly that he's handing over power to Oshibajo. But when he left and Oshibajo start making all those decisions, then he said, okay, this man is like, hey, we have to readjust this writing of letter. Now, if he goes, he doesn't send letter to National Assembly anymore. He just goes. And when he come back, he come back.
All right, the progressives, stay with us. I want to, we seem to have a new panelist on the screen, so I want to try and document his voice, just to know his politics. Cryptic Tech. So Cryptic, you're up next. Good to meet you. Cryptic. You're unmuted. Speak. Let's hear from you. Are you there?
Hey, Oman, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can now. Yeah, good to meet you.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. So, yeah. Been listening to your show for a while now. Just haven't, it's been a while since I joined the panelists. The last time I came on was when I presented a few slides on just educating the community on blockchain technology.
I remember you now. That's months ago.
Sorry?
I said that was months ago. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
What happened? Did it work, or did we do something to offend you, or what happened?
I'm sorry, say again?
I said what happened. Is it work, or did we do something to offend you?
No, not at all. It's actually been work. I have a project that I'm working on. started in February of this year. It stretches out till 2026.
Wow.
So, and this is the beginning of it, where you do most of the planning and scheduling and all the legwork. So I had to just focus on that and get it out of the way. Once everything is well put in place, I can then begin to do other things.
All right, brilliant. Well, good luck with it. I'm sure you do well. Let me take you then to the politics of it. INEC has come out to put restrictions on the campaigning space. No individual person can, or organization or entity can donate more than 50 million naira to a party. And they are also restricting the whole campaigning to about 50 billion naira. How practical is this and how enforceable is it?
How practical this is it's really a question of how monetized the political system has been or has been made to be by the existing political parties and organizations and individuals, politicians. How it speaks to how much they have allowed money politics to ruin Nigeria, and INEC just coming out to put such a weak rule or law in place it shows you that INEC is still not serious. As with any other part of the political space of Nigeria, none is serious yet. Until we begin to see good results, then we would know that agencies like INEC and others like them are serious. The very topic that brought me on today is actually when you mentioned a few minutes ago about Tinubu saying that his campaign group or whoever saying that he would not be attending town hall meetings or campaign or debates.
Debates, yeah.
And I think that's just a slap on Nigerians. It's a big slap on Nigerians. And here's my conclusion, really, about the situation of Nigeria and Nigerians with regards to the political system. I think by the time what we have currently is sort of decentralized pain. It's decentralized pain. And I'm going to break that down. It is decentralized pain and anguish and poverty in the sense that everybody suffers in secret, and everybody is still okay with that threshold of suffering that they have. And looking critically at the situation of Nigeria, nothing will change until there's a collective threshold that is reached, all right, by the pain that the leaders or rulers, I should call them, have melted out to the people. So if you're having pockets of Kaduna Abuja train bombed in March, some Chibok girl kidnapped years ago, and all of these isolated stuff, people will just wail for one day and it dies down. Nothing will change. We'll just see it. The people that are in the forefront of it would, take the brunt, and then we'll move on the following day. That's how it will be. But until a collective threshold is pressed, is broken, is reached, and the people say, no, we are done, then they will be done. So they will be done. So Tinubu coming out.
Sorry, that threshold though, it varies according to the regions of the country, and of course there's the ethnic element to it as well, because we thought we had reached that threshold with NSAS, but you see how that played out. So I'm not quite sure we will collectively reach that threshold.
To be honest, I don't think, for me personally, I didn't believe that we had reached that point with NSAS. I didn't believe, and here's why. The reason was because the first day NSAS started, maybe the second week, let me say the first week, at the very beginning of it, the youths were the ones out. At some point, celebrities began to join, heavily. Maybe pockets of them were involved from the beginning, but along the line, some of them joined. It became something big. But here is where you would know that there was no threshold at that point at all. People were still going to work. And if you ask them and say, "Oh, I'm going to eat now. My children must eat now. You want us to die. These things and all that, these and that." So they left the youth to fight for themselves, right? The parents stayed back at home. Meanwhile, it was partly the fault of these parents who failed to fight in the 80s, in the 90s, during the days of the military, that we are seeing what we are seeing now. It is the fact that they hid themselves, they ran away, they kept quiet, all they did was pray. And even Bible, and I don't know about Quran, but I know even Bible says that if you have faith without work, is dead. So all they exercised in the late 80s, the early 90s, mid 90s, up until 99, when the so-called democracy came, was just pray and did no work, zero. So those parents, they stayed back in 2020. They left the youth for cure. They isolated them.
Sorry. What was your expectation? That mommy and daddy should be on the streets throwing bottles and carrying placards? Mommy and daddy?
It wasn't. See, my own idea about expressing your frustration doesn't have to be violent. All right?
Right.
But to be fair to the people and the blood that was shed in October of 2020, none of the original initiators, NSAS, were violent until they were infiltrated by the agents of government, right? So we all saw how it played out. Now, if it had been that other people joined, other artisans, and UTC, NLC, all these folks joined them, the economic pain that the government would have felt would be more substantial than what they felt. What they felt was that, okay, they shut down the Lekki toll gate. Lagos wasn't making money. Tinubu was mad. Somebody caught somebody.
No, I disagree. I think there was sufficient enough turnout at that NSAS space for it to have the impact. Irrespective of the fact that the grown-ups did not turn up, the youngsters that did turn up, they did sufficient enough to shut down the country momentarily. So they did that. So it was the pushback of the system that ended it now, not the lack of participation by section.
But I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mama, but that is bygone, right? So NSAS is gone. What are the lessons that we learned from it? Personally, I have my own, views of how I believe things should have played out. Realistically, what could have come out of NSAS without the participation of other groups that could have moved it to the next level or next stage of the progression? All right.
But we are at that stage, though. Cryptic. We are at that stage.
I'm going there, one man.
No, sorry. Let me just take you to a spot. As you used to, the Peter Obi phenomenon is an evolution of NSAS. So the NSAS momentum is still there.
That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. Thank you, sir. So now the Peter Obi phenomenon, like you call it, the obedient phenomenon came, right? Early this year and all of that up till now, it's boiling. But you will still hear a Nigerian or Nigerians with functioning brain saying that they would prefer the known thieves. Let's just put it that way, the way it is, right?
To the unknown thieves.
I am not saying that. Okay, looking at the antecedents of Peter Obi himself, he probably is the only one that is still beating his chest out there even if it's right or not. Is the one that is still confidently say, I did not do this, I did this, I did not do that, right? And knowing Nigerian politicians for who they are, and that is why I'll digress a little bit. Please permit me.
Yeah,
that is why, with regards to Shore, he would have been caught, he would have been dealt with, he would have been finished if any of these crooks has anything on him. Do you get what I'm saying? So the only reason Shore is still standing today is because nobody has a record of when they paid him this amount of dollars here or there. Nigerian politicians, they won't spare you. They would have come for you with that evidence to show, right? And finish him. Get him out of the way. They are ruthless like that. Now, with regards to Peter Obi and the amount of support that he's getting all around, he's not an angel. I'll be lying if I say, okay, it will come and then tomorrow Nigeria will turn to El Dorado and everything will be fixed. No. What Nigeria needs now is a turning point with an action necessary and that, that measures up to the actual change in trajectory of things. And turning point is a point, it's not a destination. A point meaning that we have been coming all along, all these 62 years, and we've been doing all this rubbish through military, through interim government of early 90s, through the 1999 up to now, money politics and embezzlement and corruption. And then on this so-called day, we are taking a new, a turn. We are turning a new leaf. We want to begin the process of healing Nigeria. We want to begin the process of making Nigeria work for everybody. Come on. It frustrates a normal person to see what is possible and see what is available in Nigeria. It frustrates a normal person. I know some people may not be as normal as others.
So sorry, Cryptic, is Peter Obi not providing the narrative for that turning point? Is that not a selling point that he is that turning point?
That's what I'm saying, one man. That's what I'm saying. Okay. That's what I'm saying. The fact that he used to belong to PDP, maybe ABGA at some point, I don't know. But the fact that he is still from a reasonable point of view, it will be it has a better approach and kind of better plan than others. And considering the kind of culture, the political culture that others have or have had in the past, it will still be a fairly okay option for people to follow and say, okay, you'll be doing the populace a disservice to say that, okay, maybe somebody like Showore will win the 2023 election. I like Showore. I like what he stands for. I actually personally met him in 2019. I was home. I met him at the airport. We talked just briefly. But it just, the things are not there. More so now that it seemed that this team that followed his engine that was present in his cylinders back then have been sort of subtly hijacked or naturally moved based on what's available, what's on ground now to Peter Obi, to the obedience movement. I would think that Obi would be the best, when I say the best, quote unquote, option for the people to follow. And let's see what becomes of his administration. Let's see how far he can come through with his promises. Let's see what change he has really to.
Okay. So what option does Showore, rather Peter Obi present? Because hold on. With Peter Obi, one of the biggest criticisms against him is that he is long on rhetorics, short on substance. And I've listened carefully, and you've also spoken in vague terms about him, just rhetorics. But what's the substance? What does it bring substantially that deviates from the norm?
One man. Let's be objective here, all right?
Okay.
a country, managing a country, if you take out the politics in managing a country, what you have left is managing a big company, like management, right? All right. Management, as it is, based on my knowledge of management, as a manager, you don't even, if you attempt to do everything yourself, you're not even worthy to be a manager, right? So you learn delegation, you learn mentoring, you learn how to mitigate problems, you learn how to brainstorm, you learn how to put in place failure modes and effect analysis, making sure that, okay, anticipate the failure. Where can this system fail? And provide solution before it even fails at all. Don't wait till it fails like what we have in Nigeria.
You seem to be describing all the reasons why Peter Obi, because Peter Obi, nobody identifies all of those attributes in him, but I'll carry on.
No, yeah, I'm going there, woman. I'm with you here. So now, let's take economy. I laughed. Was it 2 or 3 days ago when they finally showed the naira, the colored naira, right? I don't get it. It just drops my hand. How are people think the so-called rulers, right? An economy of this day and age is not improved, is not revived, or does not improve based on you changing the denomination or coloring the naira, the currency, whatever, either naira or euro, whatever it is. How does a country earn economic power if the country is not producing? It's just as basic as that. If the country is not producing, and whether we like it or not, as of today.
You're wrong in that, by the way. Carry on, but I'll tell you in a moment. But carry on.
Oh no, you have your own opinion, and I have mine, so that's fine.
Okay. All right.
Now the bottom line for a country like Nigeria, where you cannot rely on things like that you may have in mind, maybe tourism, you may think that is not production. We know countries of the world that make huge money from tourism. Essentially, they are not selling any product, but they're selling, well, what is it? They're selling their country basically to people to come and visit and all of that. Now, with regards to Nigeria and how Nigeria is set up and the mentality of our people, production suits better with Nigeria. We used to read in books before they scrapped history, right? How it was such that in the north you have the peanut pyramids. In the southwest, Awolowo at least built all the things they built with cocoa money. And you have rubber in the bendel of the old
Sorry, Cryptic. Before you go too far, you still have the floor, and please hold your thought where you are. But when you said changing the currency does not improve the economy, well, you are wrong. That is wrong. It does. It does.
It does not, bro.
Shall I tell you what? In a space like Nigeria, it does. By my own reckoning, I'm not an economist, but from my lay perspective, Nigeria, they are saying out of about 3 trillion approximate naira notes printed by the CBN, about 2-point-something trillion is out of the bank vaults. So what does that tell you? That tells you that a lot of money that the country wants, they don't have a strong enough banking system to do a digitalized form of financial transactioning. So that's an element. But the greater element is that there's a lot of illicit money out there in circulation. So they've created a short window to change that currency. That illicit money, it will not make its way back into the system. It will hemorrhage. And when it hemorrhages, it will parachute the balance sheet of the country and propel the economy. So you are wrong.
No, I'm not. I like your analysis, but I have objections to that, right? And I'm talking not without doxing myself so much. You and I can do a one-on-one conversation, maybe on what is this app? on one of these communication channels, but without me saying much here. All right. So, but what I was saying is that even if at all, if the economy is going to improve based on the fact that they denominate or they design the currency and they will shoot the hoarders of those who keep the money, the illicit money, as you call it,
yes.
shoot them in the food and all of that. It is still going to be like a micro amount. It will be like a very small, to a very small degree.
No, it will not. That's the thing. Because of the volume of money in circulation, a lot. You know, the monies that is in circulation, they said it's 2-point-something trillion. Out of that, I'm not expecting that more than 300 billion will be in legitimate use. Because what is money used for in cash in Nigeria? Any big dealings is done electronically. So you are talking about petty trading, cash businesses, etc. So that doesn't account for more than 300 billion, which is to tell you that about 2 trillion nairas are in circulation within the Nigerian economic space of dubious, ownership. It will. You will see now. Just be here on the 31st of January. So I can tell you, I told you so.
One quick question for you. But you're not necessarily saying that the only way to improve that economy, Nigerian economy particularly, is by redesigning the currency. That's not what you're saying, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying that.
Okay.
I'm saying that it will give you the necessary injection boost. You know.
Okay. One man.
Which they can leverage
one man. Let me catch you here. One man.
Yes.
The weakness, the loopholes in the system that made it possible for a few citizens to have that much money, the so-called illicit money, in the circulation.
Yes.
If those were not fixed, so in the next 5-10 years, we'll come back and redesign and hope that it boosts the economy, right?
But that is being fixed because they are trying
How?
to. I was actually reading a headline by something. The governorship candidates in Kaduna State, something Uba or something. He was saying that 70-something% of the north, 70-something% of the north, they are unbanked. So that is the space that they are looking to tackle. And when they reintroduce this Naira notes, they will tightly control its circulation. It won't be to the volume that we've seen. So I think there's a rebasing there that's going to happen.
Rebasing again?
Well, it will naturally rebase now. If 2 trillion is pulled back into the central bank coffers to the ownership of the country, because the people who are hoarding it, they cannot get it back into the system. It recalibrates the balance sheet of the country. And then, of course, it's a real boost.
One quick question for you, Moman. What is the inflation rate of Nigeria currently?
It's shot up again. It shoots up every day now. How can anybody keep up?
21%.
Yes.
It's 21%.
We are not at Ghana rate yet. So Ghana now, they are now using gold to buy oil. So we are not there yet.
Anyway, Woman, I'll leave you with that opinion.
Sorry, carry on with your narrative. But I wasn't quite. Yeah, sorry about that. I always interject now.
It's okay. It's fine. So the loophole will still be there, Woman. I can tell you for free that loophole that made it possible for people to own that much money outside of the control of government is still going to exist 5, 10, 15 years if we keep doing the same thing that we're doing now, period. The inflation rate of Nigeria is not going anywhere down. That's not how things work. The theoretical economics that they teach in UI and IFE and all of these schools won't work if the basic principles are not followed. Right? So let's cut all these funny calculations and permutations that they're doing coming up on NTA to say things.
Voodoo economics, voodoo economics.
Baba, no be by voodoo economics. A country that is not earning for now, as of today, maybe when we wake up tomorrow, maybe there will be another there'll be another world reserve currency, but as of today, it's still the US dollar. All right. Now, countries that are doing well in the world, all right, they have service that they're rendering or services that they're rendering or products that they're selling, including their human economy or their manpower. All right. So what exactly is the plan of Nigeria? We're still on the fact that we're still on Peter Obi's point about going into production.
Oh, all right. Yeah, go back there. That's where you were. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, if the country can for whatever reason just focus on producing, and we don't even attempt to sell to Europe or America. You just focus on your region, on the continent of Africa. You're selling to only West Africa for a start. Things will not be the same way it is now, because when you go to Ghana to sell, you probably wouldn't take cedis from them. You probably will charge them US dollar. All right. As a country, when you go to Benin Republic to sell, or these other West African countries, you won't be taking their local currency, and even if you do, you would have to change it back to US dollar, because that's what you need to buy the things that you do not produce. All right. So as far as the country's economy still has a tie or ties to the global reserve currency, which is the US dollar, but then you're not earning much of that. And we know for a fact that what Obasanjo left back then, or even Obasanjo is still very far, 07, even what Jonathan left has been depleted till maybe nothing right now as the reserve. And then there's no plan to replenish. And then we want to keep going when a bucket of the leaders are...
Cryptic, that whole Peter Obi's consumption to production, it's a fallacious statement. It's a fallacious statement. Nigeria can never, ever be a producing country.
Why not?
No,
why not?
Because Nigeria does not have what it requires to be competitively productive. Even the United States, hold on. Even the United States has ceded production to China. China and India, those are the spaces. You can't produce to a competitive market rate in a place like Nigeria. There's just too many obstacles and too many other options. Nigeria can never be a production company. It's just a fallacious statement. It's just
no. Don't talk like that, woman. Yeah. Don't do that. Don't do that, please.
No. Am I wrong? You can tell me I'm wrong. Sorry.
No. Don't say never can never be. What are we talking about? Don't say that.
Okay, tell me how Nigeria can be a production company.
Okay, so it would only be like a mirage,
right?
If Peter Obi is saying that Nigeria will turn to production company or production country, without addressing the basic things that you just mentioned. You mentioned it, but you didn't go into details. And I know what you're saying.
No, you know them now, so I don't have to go
there is no production when there is no power. Right. Forget it. So I would be surprised if he gets there now and is with that intention of making it a production country.
What about
and he fails to focus on power first as one of the things that he will be dealing with.
What about expertise?
Look, I have a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering. I practiced electrical engineering in Nigeria, for years.
Yeah, go on.
For years, right? Yeah. So I know what it takes to generate, to transmit, to distribute, all this stuff. And to be honest with you, Oman, it is not as difficult as they make it seem. It is not. And that's why we get frustrated.
That's just one hurdle, though. So sorry, cryptic. When I'm saying that Nigeria, saying consumption to production is a fallacious statement, you have to jump that hurdle and create electricity. But you have to also create electricity at the price point that production can take place. So it's not just creating electricity. You have to create it at the price point that production can take place. So that's one hurdle. Then there have the auxiliary infrastructural and incidentary elements as well, like roads, security, raw materials. There's just so many things. So all of those things have to be in place. Then all of those things being in place, you also need expertise. That has to be in place. Look, the hurdles are just, and all of those things are already in place at a very, very high level in places like China. Production, Nigeria, that's just a fallacious statement.
Can I ask a specific question?
Yeah, go on.
I've heard, I don't know. Okay. I mean, just 5 seconds. I've been hearing a lot of waxing poetry about consumption to production. At the same time, the guy that said consumption to production, Peter Obi, said he wants unlimited imports. So how do we do import substitution when the things coming from China and India, they're dead cheaper than what you'll be able to produce in Nigeria? So there's no way you can now compete in China that is faster for you to ship from what's the name of that port again? Guangzhou to Lagos. It's faster to ship a product here and it lands cheaper than what you produce. And based on what Peter Obi has said, because he doesn't have a manifesto yet, so I don't even know how anybody can confidently tell you about his roadmap. But what he said is he wants consumption to production, but he also wants free and unlimited imports into the country. So that means you're going to be able to bring in cheap products from China. So how do you get from consumption to production in that kind of environment?
Sakama J, it's just bojo something. Don't.
Sorry, brother. Was it specific on the class of things that will be imported from China, like unlimited, or is just everything?
He removed. Because the guy still doesn't have a manifesto yet, so it's all lamba as of now. If you understand what lamba means, he said unlimited importation, unlimited trade, both import and export. So there's no government policy on trying to maybe block some importation on certain products and try and do import substitution. I did not hear import substitution, but yet this is a guy 3 months to election with still no manifesto. But that's what he said. He wants unlimited import, unlimited import and export. So how do you compete with China?
Can I interject 1 minute?
Yeah, let's hear from Ajale Koko. And then, sorry, Ola. Sorry, Ajale Koko. Hold on a second. Ola wanted to come in for you. Ola, go, and then Ajale Koko.
Crypty. The thing is, I heard you very well, but it's only that I disagree with almost 90% of what you said, even from currency to, see, in this production to consumption to production lyrics that we talk about, sometimes if we don't stand up to tell these people that even someone that is making that thing as a buzzword, sometimes they may not even know exactly what you are saying. See, production is not limited to manufacturing. Production includes both services and manufacturing. So now, part of the production, for example, that we are importing now is education, for example. Now, someone will be telling you that is going to do something in education. Someone is not even looking at that education on its own. It's even production. So it's not as if by the time you start manufacturing now, everything in Nigeria will light up. No. We can still do something in production without the type of the words that this man is using. How do we stop people from taking billions of dollars for the foreign land, for example? How do we stop people from carrying the money that they are supposed to stay within the tourist, the tourism in Nigeria? How do we stop them from taking it overseas? Those are part of consumption that will be involving. So when people say production to consumption, why am I saying this? There are all these other contestants. They are even talking of this production without using from consumption to production since. Because by the time you see the type of services these people are putting on ground, you will know that whatever Peter Obi is saying, I'm sorry to say.
Sorry, land that point, Ola. Yeah.
No. Say what I said.
I was only going to say. They always say Nigeria imports toothpick, and that's what people always alarm at. But the technology, you know, that is an automaton, something that produces toothpick, you know. So before even one single toothpick is produced, there's a lot of machineries behind it, and then they produce it en masse, you know, to use the economy of scale for profit, you know. So even the technology to produce toothpick, Nigeria cannot, they can acquire it, but they cannot produce it at any competitive price point for it to be anything that they can compete internationally with. And if you want to be a production company, you have to, country rather, you have to open your economy up to the international space. Otherwise, you will not be able to export. They cannot allow you to export, and you bar them from importing. And if you open your economic space up, they will just overwhelm you with vastly cheaper products than you. We can produce toothpick now, but toothpick that we can produce, it will cost about 50 naira to produce. And they can produce it at about 20 kobo in China. So who's going to go and buy toothpick for 15 naira when you can buy for 20 kobo? So let's forget production now. We can never be a production.
Like what I'm saying now,
Yeah.
for example, people will see Dubai now, for example, you will think they are consumers' country. No, because they are producing. What is it they are producing? They are producing tourism. You go there for tourism. What's the major thing they are doing in UK, for example? You think UK, for example, is a consumer's country? No, you save your pound sterling and you go there to go and get your PhD, master's degree, diploma, and all those stuff. There was a time in Nigeria that we have foreigners coming to the country to do that. So production is not all about, or you put a plant in place and you start producing. No.
All right. All right. So like soft items. All right.
Exactly. So
all right. All right. Thank you. Let's hear from Ajanle Koko. But on our way to Ajanle Koko, there are 130 to 140 people watching us concurrently, but only about 30 likes. So please, guys, correct that. That cannot be right now. So just click on the like button, and then we are friends again. But
one more, I also like to interject on that, if you don't mind.
All right, let's hear from Ajanle Koko. You still have the floor cryptic, but that consumption to production something is just boju. But Ajanle Koko, you perhaps disagree.
Yes, I think I want to support cryptic. That consumption to production is achievable in Nigeria.
Okay.
Production is not limited to production of finished goods. If Nigeria if we can develop our potential in the area of agriculture, Nigeria can turn to a producing state. We have so many agricultural produce that can earn us billions of dollars if we develop our potentials in those areas, like sesame seed, our cocoa, our cashew nut, our palm oil, and so many other agricultural produce. If we develop our potential there, we can turn to a production state. And even the area of oil and gas that we should have comparative advantage over other countries in Africa. We don't develop it well. Take, for example, if we have all our refineries working and all we export to international market is just to earn us forex, but we can produce what we consume at home, and we can as well, refine other products from that crude and export it. We will turn to a producing state. So from consumption to production is achievable if we develop potentials.
But not at the high end, though. Not at the high end. or even the medium end. So like agricultural produce, education, like Ola said, yes, of course, yes. I suppose that's a niche, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, agricultural produce, oil and gas product as well. We develop all these things. We become a giant of one of the giants in the world. But we don't develop our potentials in all this area. So it's achievable. So one man never say it is not possible. Look, we don't want to compete with China in the areas of finished product, but in the areas where we have comparative advantage over them and other countries in the world. And that agriculture particularly is the natural gift that God gave us. We have a lot of produce. Agricultural
Ajanleko, let me quickly say something. See, I mean, so the reason is not by accident that Africa only exports almost natural agricultural products. All the sesame seeds, ginger, dry ginger, hibiscus, and all, we're one of the biggest players in that market. Same thing with Ghana exporting cocoa. Is because if you want to add value to those products, the West simply will not buy from you. So these have come to with all these trade agreements. So for you to be able to put up a trade agreement, that means they will make you hand off power by making sure there are no import restrictions. So at the end of the day, you will be bullied to almost exporting raw products because they will not buy your finished product or semi-finished product, and they will be more competitive in finishing it. So at the end of the day, you end up importing a lot of junk from outside. That's why I was saying, like, what are the details behind the consumption to production? Yes, the obvious areas where we have competitive advantage, like energy space, that's easy to do. Education, easy to do. Because those are a lot of, the education is almost like intangible, like it's tangible somehow, but when it comes to putting more value to our product, is maybe more should be for local consumption, import substitution. Because the West will not buy from you. Not just the West, international market will most likely not buy from you.
Shall I cite an example?
I disagree with you.
Wait, he is right though, but go on.
No, I disagree. I disagree completely. Why wouldn't they buy from us? If you have, if you meet,
I think I'll try and look for a story. I'll try and share a story why Africa is where it is when it comes to free trade agreements. They really sharpen us.
I can give you. Let me give you a quick example, just around what Kolata was saying. They have trade deals, trade agreements, etc. So in terms of bananas, they have trade agreements with some Caribbean islands in Europe to import, for them to have almost near exclusivity of importing bananas into the European space. So other places that want to enter that market, they will put regulations both in terms of requirements for that export. They'll put so many obstacles around it that it would not be financially viable for you to do it. So essentially, they block you off. So that's is that where you were, Kulata?
Yes. That's why I'm like, say, I needed to hear more about import substitution. And of course, areas where we can export easily, that we won't have too many issues with trade agreements. Yes, we should export it. But for finished farm produce, finished agricultural produce, it gets increasingly difficult to export it, especially from a trade deal. We need to have an upper hand in a trade agreement to be able to push some of these things. Maybe we can try and push semi-finished product, but if you put too much value into it, they won't buy it from you. It's going to be so hard to sell.
All right, Ajale Koko.
Yeah, I think when we are going too much into details of this, I think the main point is that are we capable of turning our country from consumption to production? Yes, we are capable. We have all the potential, and we have all the wherewithal to go around it and even manipulate the international agreement that we are talking about. Nigeria is a very huge power, but you don't have leadership that can, and we don't have the right leadership that can use that advantage that we have as the biggest market in Africa to negotiate our way into international market. That is the problem we have as a country. But if you have the right leadership that know how they can negotiate our way into international market, the world will listen to us. The world will open the market for us. Because we are big market to the world as well. The biggest market in Africa and one of the biggest in the world. And we have the potential to be one of the greatest power, the greatest economy, first to fifth. If we have effective manager of economy in that country, we can be one of the best, the strongest five, between number 1 and number 5. If I don't want to put it to number 10, between 10 strongest economy in the world. We have the potential to be one of the first 5 strongest economy in the world, but you don't have you don't have the right leadership to put your country into that position. So Nigeria, we are so blessed in so many things. We are so blessed. Vast natural resources, vast agricultural resources, vast. Is it the human resources we want to talk about? What is it that we don't have? What is it?
Ajale Koko, see, what we are saying is this. Even forget about how one man put it. It's not as if it can never happen forever. But when you look at it in the short term and within the space that Obi is talking about, it is something that is difficult to achieve. So that is why we have to look at what we can do now in terms of that production we are talking about and do that. So when you are talking from consumption to production, where you are not being specific, you are not even giving an example of the part economy that you want to change. Now, the China we are talking about now is we are missing some critical point of that Chinese economy we are talking about. This guy, they brought the Western countries as investors into their country for them to have a breakthrough. It's just like when you have Dangote, for example, now producing in China, and it's now influencing the policy of the Nigeria government. So you see, there are things. What we are saying is that when you say consumption to production, for example, give something specific that we can resonate with, not something that is so ambiguous that it's just a matter of just finding words to say something. For example, you asked Atiku, how are you going to tackle the economy? It will tell you that it will sell off all the public enterprise that the government has no business in doing business, so that every individual can do the business and reduce corruption and make those companies efficient. That is specific. So, but they can as well say, okay, I will fight corruption and just go like that without saying anything. So when you say consumption
that's why sorry, Ola, that's why I've been saying they've been giving Peter Obi too easy a ride. They don't press him enough. In fact, they don't even press him at all. It sounds very nice and glossy production to produce. But we are interrogating it now, and it doesn't seem to quite add up. But
Exactly. I will give an example. I remember when Tinubu was campaigning before he became AD candidate. Now they asked him, how were you going to solve the problem of the area boys? He said he will rechannel their energy. How will you rechannel their energy? I will employ them, and he specifically mentioned what he was going to do. And when he got to that place, he did exactly what he said. Consumption to production, how? Let us know. Okay, someone is saying he's going to industrialize Nigeria. How are you going to industrialize Nigeria? I will create industrial clusters, 2 industrial clusters in each of the geopolitical region, and I will feed them with all the grid. If we cannot get from the central grid, so it's being specific, even at high level, how it's going to address all those things. So anybody, I can come to you and say consumption to production, just like a rapper, and at the end of the day, I just rap and nothing. So That's what we are saying.
All right, brilliant, Ola. So brilliant. Unfortunately, we've lost Cryptic. I think he has to go and attend to matters, and it wasn't even. But join us when you are done with whatever you've set off to do, because I wanted to ask you about your projects. I know you can still hear us in the background, but join us again. He had joined us before, and he was talking us through cryptocurrency, how it works, and all of that. This was months ago. But thank you for that. We'll go on from him. You wanted to make a commentary to that space uptown, but before we take that comment, let me do a bit of administrative stuff. Super chats coming in. No prices for guessing who from. Alexander Gomez, of course. I love it when I hear an upper class English accent like this guy. Reminds me somewhat of Wole Soyinka, so soothing to the ears. So that was to Cryptic then, that cut glass accent that he brought to proceedings. And as ever, I think we have maintained really our 100% on the coffee space still. Ayo, as ever, comes in with the coffee. If it wasn't for Ayo, I think we would have lost that. We would have lost that 100% on the coffee thing a long time ago. So it's not exclusively to Ayo, because we had set the target of at least 3 per session, but we've not even been anywhere near. Perhaps we'll achieve that today if anybody wants to join Ayo with the Buy the Coffee thing. So as we wait in anticipation to see who does that, let's listen instead to a counter narrative from Uptown. So Uptown, we're talking about the much vaunted Peter Obi consumption to production, and nobody is any clearer on what it means. What does it mean to you, consumption to production? Uptown.
All right, woman. Good morning from here.
Good morning.
And good evening, good afternoon to everybody. All right. So when I wanted to interject, you said something about the Nigeria cannot be a producing nation. And that is what I wanted to interject on, because if you had listened to Mr. Peter Obi when he's talking about the consumption to production, you'll find out that he's hammering on a particular thing, and that is agriculture. And that is where he keeps hammering that the vast land in the north is the next Nigerian oil. And true. So there is certain aspects of production, if you want to just look at it like straight up like that maybe we might not be able to compete with China, like you said. But then production is a vast sector, yeah. So yeah, for us, production, like from the P2B prism, if you listen to him, is hugely focused on agriculture, where he's talking about cotton, talking about Niger State and all of those places where you can grow cotton, you could grow flowers, you could grow coffee, you could grow palm oils in some other part of Nigeria and all that. So we are a country of 260 million people. Feeding ourselves alone will take us out of this pit. Alone. Being able to feed ourselves alone. That's achieving food security. Only for Nigeria.
I want to run to London now. I won't be here now. I can't talk now.
Why are you running to London, John? Where are you running from, John? All right.
Please mute. Let me.
Carry on. Carry on.
Right.
I don't think you intended to. Carry on.
So achieving food security alone in a country of 260 million people is a big feat, and that's a very big feat already. And Obi is already talking about security as his primary task from day one, in terms of securing those vast lands, and then hugely mechanizing it, and then boosting the agriculture. The first target is to achieve food security, and then we move to the second, which is exportation. And then he's talking about manufacturing in the east. If you listen to him in Rivers State, he's talked about making the north agricultural center of Nigeria, the east the manufacturing center, and then he's talked about the southwest, Lagos, the financial center, and then we're talking about techs as well, in the southwest, and then the south obviously they have the oil on lockdown, probably some bits of tourism in parts of Cross River, and exports. To say he was talking about the ports in Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt is going to be the exports center of not just Nigeria but Africa, in terms of what it's going to do with the port there and all of that. So that is where we talked about linking Abia State, that's Aba, with Port Harcourt in a standard gauge lines, whereby processed materials from the east are going to be linked to Port Harcourt, and then from there exported out. So for me, and then he talked about things about how the government is going to work with Bank of Industry and all of that. So talking about production to consumption to production, and then you might also want to look back at what happened in Anambra, where he talked about what he's going to do with education, and then what happened by the time he left there. We heard the news today. We had the boys from Anambra also won another international award 2 years after the girls from Anambra beat the entire country and won the award in America as well. You know, today. So
all right.
So let me just round off.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you're talking about production to consumption to production, you can also look at Anambra, because right now, and anybody can check it, Kulata, you can check it, Anambra is the fourth most industrialized state in Nigeria as of today. Fourth most industrialized state in Nigeria, and you could trace it back to Obi's industrialization policy under Anit, where he created the Onitsha Harbor and created the river port there, the internal power plant there, and everything. The tax reliefs he gave them and all that, which gave birth to manufacturers like Kutis. Today, Kutis wire is the best cable in the entire Africa, and it's also the most demanded cable wire. It's better than imported cable wires.
All right.
You know what I'm saying, and all that. So yeah. So I
right.
think we can be a producing nation. That's the point. One man, we can be a very successful producing nation.
I will concede. Yeah, hold on. I will concede in the agricultural space. Of course, yes. We can be very competitive, and in education and in soft spaces like that, but not in like factory-based industrial level production. We just don't have.
One man, can I comment?
Come in, yeah, John.
I think we cannot just write off the ability of Nigeria to become a nation. Of course, we are not going to be competing with China, you know, but we have the ability to take the low-hanging fruits first. Like the young man said, if we start by feeding ourselves, that will create enormous jobs. That will create enormous jobs for the people, for the farmers, and it goes down that line. And we also have people who are into manufacturing. If we make the environment, the policy stabilize the business terrain for them, they'll be able to do a lot. And this has multiple chain effects. Take for instance the young man who is doing innocent vehicle manufacturing. You know, they import most of the metal. They don't use from the Ajaokuta. You know, they don't use from there. Okay, now imagine where we have the Ajaokuta steel panel functioning, and it takes steel from there to make this vehicle. Do you know it has a multiple chain effect? Because the guys in Ajaokuta will be in jobs, the vehicles will be completely Nigerian made, and all the multiple workshops in the country will be servicing these same vehicles with the parts being made in Nigeria.
All right, that sounds like a pipe dream to me. But thank you. There's a lot of heavy noise in the background where you are, X0. But Ajan Lekoko, your device is not connecting properly, so maybe come out of it and then re-click on the hyperlink if it's still available. But thank you for that.
Yeah, can I contribute, please?
Yeah, come in.
Yeah, what Obi said exactly was that is going to remove restriction from forex for importation. And when you do that, how do you want us to be competitive? Like when we produce something in Nigeria, how do you want us to export it? How do you want that to be done? When it's easy for people to import things into Nigeria and you want to be producing in Nigeria, one man, no government can start production in Nigeria unless we get infrastructure right. And we still got a lot of gap in infrastructure wise. We still got a lot of gap. I have somebody that is in Nasarawa. He's got a farm, like call it farm village, very big farm. All he complains about is infrastructure because all the money is spent to maintain that farm, electricity, good road, all kind of expenses. At the end of the day, he said all these goods, he can't sell them for cheap. And when you open when you remove the restriction for what's it called, for importation, that will be cheaper goods in Nigeria, and it will affect our production. And somebody said about agriculture. That's what we've been doing before for long. We've been
that was
exporting.
Buhari's plan, wasn't it? It was all about agriculture, the Buhari something.
Yeah, it's not even ready. That's why you see all the states in Nigeria, they are building cargo airports. It's still ahead of us. It's not something easy like that. Somebody will come and put Nigeria from production to consumption to production. It's not easy like that. We have to get our infrastructure right first, and then just come talk about the electricity.
And even if we get our infrastructures right, we still have to compete with the international market.
Yeah, that reminds me of Ajaokuta. Many people don't know what happened to Ajaokuta till today. It's about foreign politics. They have to suppress Nigeria so that we won't have power in the steel industry. That's what happened to Ajaokuta. Many people don't know. You can't just start producing all this Western world. They won't allow you. They won't allow you. They accept it from you. So you have to start gradually. It's not something about rushing like somebody will say. No.
That's why I keep saying they don't interrogate to be enough. They don't interrogate.
No, if you produce, you said you will produce and you consume it in Nigeria, but you are still saying you will remove the restriction from importation.
Can I interject?
Those are two parallel lines.
All right. Come in, man of prestige.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I think we're talking about Obi from consumption to production. I think a lot of people are missing what he means. Right. I mean, that's just a starting point, because he was saying he's going to revolutionize Nigeria. It's not just from the north or from the east or from the west. And it is going to be based on regional basis, whereby each part of the country, like the north, they can produce, what they are known for, rice and all that kind of things they can produce. From the west, we have like the cocoa. From the east or south, the south side have oil. And from the southeast, they have palm oil. So it's going to be based on what is centered around consumption to production, based on collusion. That's what he's talking about. But everybody's missing it that because of the slogan that he used, from consumption to production.
Prestige, it's not because of the slogan. What you said is essentially was also in Tinubu's manifesto. I think because Obi has not fleshed it out in details. So everybody is filling the gap for him. So Obi needs to flesh it out in detail. Obi needs to flesh it out in details so everybody knows, has a clear understanding. Because right now, consumption to production is based on everybody's different interpretation. So manifesto will solve all this.
Okay, so that's why they said we have a country called Nigeria, but we don't have Nigeria. Because the reason why I say that, we are not patriotism. We don't have any patriotism in us. But if you have such a person that come in with an unbiased revolution in that form. Everybody will buy into the revolution that he set up, that we need to patronize the country. That
It
is where
does need
consumption and production
details.
come in.
I think everybody is asking for details in one indirect way or the other.
What detail else do you want? He has told you the detail.
It's going to be based
on region. What detail do you want, Kulata?
No, it can be based on region, but it's what we've been discussing here. Those terms are too broad and too ambiguous. Just consumption to production. It really has no meaning except, of course, the details are fleshed out. You know, because we started from production, like he wants to be competing with places like China, and then Uptown came and told us that the focal point will be to agricultural spaces, and then of course, is that even for export or domestic consumption, and the infrastructures that will support that sort of production, how is that addressed? So it's just too broad. It's just a broad strokes, you know.
Okay. Let me interject on that space.
Yeah.
Remember, when it comes to Nigerian space, you know, things depends on leadership and the way to do something. So when it comes to Obi, like he said, his strategy is to utilize the regional, you know, opportunity to do whatever he wants to do, you know, to promote the growth, national economy, and other things. People are, I don't know. It just seems like people are missing where he's coming from. I
think so. Sorry, yeah, you coming in a moment. I think you may not necessarily understand where the push is. Maybe you do, but yes.
Okay, can I give you an example?
Let me just say this, and then I hear the example. So you say, okay, there's vast arable lands in the north, and then you want to make that an agricultural hub. You know, both for local consumption and even the mass of Nigerians, there's enough to make an economy out of agriculture. So that of course, everybody agrees with that. And then you said you want to make the southeastern space a tech type, a productions type place for soft machineries and all this low functioning metal sort of stuff. So that's a plan. And then Lagos, you want to make a financial hub, which it already is. You say you want to make it a tech hub.
Well, he wants to expand it. That will make it grow.
No, but Babajide Sanwo-Olu is already doing that. But we understand all of that. But the how, you know, it always falls in the how, you know. And then you're talking about, because if you're talking about all of these things, there's a lot of things that needs to be in place for all of these things to come into being.
Okay,
and that is where the how is.
Okay, one man. Everything you said is correct. I'm not disputing what you said. But remember, when he come in, he's gonna bring the expert. He's not an expert in this area, but he has the Barbados, you know, of what he's gonna do. When he come in, then he's gonna bring in the expert, disseminate them to go and, you know, build his plan. That's what I'm talking about. It doesn't have to give you a detail. What detail do you want from him? He's not an expert in that area, but he's just giving you a Barbados what his plan is. Then it's for him to hire the best expert to implement his form.
The expert should have fleshed out the details now in a roadmap.
That area. He may come up and
so we don't need to.
You want to hear.
So we don't need to understand. So we don't need to understand that. Okay, this is how I'm going to do it, and this is how I'm going to pay for it. And this may be probably this is the growth that I'm projecting after 4 years. We shouldn't know that by now.
I'm not saying you shouldn't know that, but at least he has provided you, you know, the basic that you need before you can go on and learn.
Consumption to production was all he said. Consumption to production.
No, he has one man. He has elaborated.
Every single candidate has some form of consumption to production. They may just be calling it different things. Every one of them.
Zambeza forest. You know what you can do with that kind of land they have over there in Bono State. That's one.
Look at Kulata's head. It could be a billionaire, but it's not. How am I going to become a billionaire? That's exactly what you are saying now.
We know you're a billionaire. Kulata has got some big coin.
Yeah,
Kulata is a billionaire.
You need to share that. You need to share some of your money. I've seen Kulata now. That man is.
Did you see the watch he was wearing on Rudolph's channel? That watch will buy your house. But Talking about your house, man of prestige, I think your neighbor may be watching you on the screen as we speak. So this chap says, I live very close to you here in, is that where you live?
Where does he, who is that person? I don't know what you're talking about.
Can you read the screen? Can you see the screen?
Oh, hold on, let me. Okay, yeah, I've seen the person. I don't know him, so but maybe he can send me a message and
all right. Your neighbor is watching you. Look at that, unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable stuff. But thank you for that. The guy that had the floor, he starts to go and attend to matters. So let's take then the conversation to Ola, who joined us earlier. So Ola, are you still there, ready to go? Okay, we don't have Ola. Okay.
I'm here.
All right. Ola, I was going to take you to the space of the restrictions that they are trying to put on campaign funding, and they are saying that no individual entity or organization is allowed to donate more than 50 million naira to a campaign, and then the whole campaigning should not be more than 50 billion naira. So I'm asking, how practicable is that, and how are they able to enforce it?
Well, what I will say is better to start something now than not to start at all, because as you elders will say that 1,000 years journey just starts with a step, right? So, well, it may be difficult now. And one thing I've learned from the like of a barrister, Femi Falana, and the other lawyers is that even if you have a provision for a very long time, one day someone will test that provision. So the fact that they are bringing out that policy is nice, it's okay. But do I think it is achievable currently? I don't think so, because let's look at this way now. How do you measure the money you give to Iyaloja, all those money you distribute to bribe people? How do you money? Because like someone said here the other time that elections are rigged ahead of the election day. So some people started rigging elections, started campaigning like about 3 years to the time of the election. So when you look at all those things, how do you aggregate? Possibly you cannot. So we don't really have a mechanism. The law itself may start as a one of what we can call form fair for now, but I like the fact that we are starting it at all. But do I think that they can implement it? I don't.
Why are they bringing it in at this time? Why is it being brought in at this time? And is it being targeted at somebody? And if so, whom?
Well, of course, yes, they may have some people they are targeting, and at the same time, they may just be having the activities. Because head of tail, among these politicians, there's no way you are going to. Okay, for example, now, if I want to support Obi now, and I look at some people that I want to settle, I want to buy bag of rice for on behalf of Obi, how are you going to push that to Obi, for example, that Obi is spending 50 billion? So there's no way to measure, because this money is not coming directly to Obi, for example. I'm spending it from my purse and I'm gathering the money somewhere and spending. So how do you credit that to Obi? It's very difficult. So the only thing they can measure will be whatever that will come out from the treasury, from the party treasury. So whatever you cannot trace back to the party treasury, it's become difficult to at least to measure. So even in advanced world, we see some situations that people still find it difficult to measure, except you want to go into details. I will give you an example. In our mayoral election, like 8 years ago here, someone donated 50 buses to support the candidate. And meanwhile, you cannot donate more than $5,000. Now, when you look at the cost of even running those 50 buses alone, then there's no way you won't say you won't be spending more than $5,000. Up to now, they've not even been able to resolve the case. And the case, somehow, to the best of my knowledge,
who do you think are restrictions on campaign funding? Who do you think it disadvantages? because I'm thinking that it will disadvantage Tinubu and Atiku because all of their politics is about money.
That's what it's supposed to mean. But the question now is, how will they measure that? Because
yeah, but how do they even police it? Is more the thing. Yeah, how do they police it? Yeah.
So even if you want to give me, if you even want to give me an example of that, now maybe I will even say maybe it can even be subverted to the like of Obi, for example, because those are the people that will likely want to pretend to do something the right way. Assuming a person like Shogore is able to gather 50 billion, for example, those are the people that will pretend or try to do things the right way. But the like of Tinubu, the like of Atiku, those people that can commandeer a whole bullion van, how do you measure? So it becomes difficult. So to me, it's a good law for those people that will see how to use it properly in the future. But for now, to me, it's just one of the activities that they just have to create around our electoral process. So to me, I don't see how it's going to be efficient, talk less of being effective. So I don't see anything in it. I don't know if anybody sees it differently, but for me, I don't really see any way it's going to be effective.
All right, brilliant, Ola. Ola, let me pause you for a moment and join Foley, only because Foley is coming from Nigeria. And you know, we are always conscious of the network issues and whatnot that might well...
I've been looking at this space, yes. I agree.
Yes, Foley, good to see you. Can you hear me?
One man, good evening.
Salam alaikum.
Good
to have you. So we were discussing earlier, Tinubu's declining the invitation from Arise TVs to attend a town hall meeting, and with that refusal of it refuses everybody else to say that I am not going to any TV studio to attend any town hall meeting and any of those kind of things. So what are you making of that? Let's start from there. What are you making of that? Tinubu's rejecting appearing in town hall meetings and by extension debates.
You one man is only you cannot shame someone who is not ashamed. What happened is this man cannot possess questions and answered immediately. So when you are expecting to come to town hall meeting, what do you want him to be saying? So he knows that's the best way for him to escape the insult, the embarrassment. And he's doing his best to make sure he covered himself up. So we should not waste our energy talking about it. These people are not ready to come and tell you what they want to do for you, what they want to the reason why they need to come and rule you, because they believe you are not owing them any responsibility. They are not owing you anything. So they believe it's just a milocom, our things. So they are not ready. So all these things they were saying is just a kind of looking for somewhere to excuse themselves. The problem here is Tinubu cannot process questions. That's the problem.
Yes, I somewhat agree. I don't fully agree, but I somewhat agree. I think he will struggle with the questions. He would know the answers, but he might struggle with the questions. So, the reason that they gave though was that there was no real formal invitation from Arise TV. That they just put out posters to say that Tinubu will be attending without seeking his consent first. So would you say that's a valid enough reason to decline? Would you attend somewhere that they've not sent you a formal invitation?
If that happen, even me, as small as I am, I will not go. If that is the reason why, if that is how Arise with their level of exposure, if that's how they think they can invite a candidate for a meeting, I think it's not it at all. I can't accept that myself.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space, Foley. We're going to the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Kayode Ariwola. So he has been attending all manners of party political things. He's been invited severally by Wike to come and commission this and commission that. And then he is hosted to all these huge gala events. And at this gala events, he's been making pronouncements that are overtly political, applauding the integrity group that Wike founded with his bunch of rebels. So now the PDP space, they are somewhat sounding a warning to the Chief Justice of the country to say this behavior is unbecoming. Do you think the Chief Justice of Nigeria should be appearing anywhere at all that might even have any hint of being partisan, never mind making party political statements with satellite groups in a leading political party?
I think the first problem we first have in Nigeria is when you have your cat and you are expecting your cat to be in charge of taking care of your meat, you are getting it wrong. I don't know why Nigerians believe that somebody that have the blood of politics in it will be the one that will be in charge of chief justice, and you will come and do anything against his employer, except we decide to give judiciary their autonomy, their total freedom, and they have to be scrutinized who is coming there to come and be chief judge. We are going nowhere. If we continue this path, we won't have the kind of justice we need in Nigeria. That's just my own short contribution about that.
All right, let's take you to your real main area of interest and expertise. How are things going within the Showore campaign thing? We actually did a live streaming. You should have turned up. We did a live streaming of Showore's interaction on the candidate, and he put up a performance, but we're not hearing much in his campaign. How is that progressing, and why are we not seeing him in the conversations?
What happened is this. Showore is kind of person that, like what I used to say, Showore has a kind of vision that Nigerians don't really believe it can be possible.
Now, wow.
Yeah. Yes. Nigeria don't believe it can be possible.
Jesus, I'm tired. Man.
Hello?
Ayo, what are you doing there? He's touching that.
Hello?
Sorry, somebody unmuted himself by mistake. You know, I'm just afraid that one of these days we will hear something that we're not meant to hear, but carry on, Foley. Foley, carry on. Somebody unmuted himself by mistake. That was in for the platform.
Okay. The project that Showore carry at hand is beyond what anybody can just process. Just believe in it. But with time, I believe the message will actually go deep into the masses. People are getting to know already, because I was listening to one of his outing at Calabar yesterday when he was trying to address the architects. I believe a lot of people, after the whole meeting, a lot of people actually share in his idea, and they believe in what he's trying to bring. So, like what I used to tell people in other side, they actually came in to take over what Showore has planted. That's supposed to be what we should be calling our own thing now. But we are not angry, because we just congratulate ourselves because we start something and it's yielding. The result is coming out. So that's why we are seeing people seeing beyond PDP and APC today, and we thank God for that. So with time, the people will actually know what our presidential aspirants, candidates, actually stand for, and they will cane behind him. We still have 3 months left.
The one thing that I have just noticed is that his voice is not penetrating through in this present political cycle. Apart from invited spaces like the candidate, where necessarily you're obliged to see him, you don't really see him anywhere else, and it's not popping up in the news cycles. I'm sure he's doing his best, but it caught such a tragic figure, the Shore narrative.
Nigerians, we follow trend. We follow trend. So what is trending presently is what Nigeria followed. So we don't have that capacity to even reasons by ourselves that before I follow trend, what's the reason why this person needs to follow this trend? Why do I need to follow that person? Because we believe.
Oh, have we lost you? Oh, I think we lost Folly. Folly rather, not Solly, but Folly. I think we've lost Folly. It's really the connection. So 130 to 140 people still concurrently on the stream. Only 40 likes. So please click on the like button.
Even that this is where people are going. We want to go there. There's only few of us who are coming.
All right. Folly, your system is dipping quite heavily. But let's
enough to be able to think on our own.
No, that's not working. So the system is dipping far too heavily. Let's take the conversation back to Ola. And Ola, let's have your commentaries on that space. Tinubu ducking out of interviews. So your thoughts on that? I feel I feel he has no choice but to do that.
To avoid the interview?
Yes, given the circumstances.
No, sometimes it depends on that. It is rampant in our country, right? So where the presidential candidate now, they avoid since the day we've some people set the precedent. A person like me, for example, there may be sometimes too that if I know that I'm not able to to defend some certain things, not that I don't know, but there's a difference between when you make your presentation and when some people really prepare to try to mess you up, right? Because everybody cannot be Obama and everybody cannot be Yemi Osinbajo, for example. But do I think that's the right thing? I don't think it's the right thing to do. But I know if Tinubu turn up in such situation, that they are likely going to mess him up, and I think his media handlers was advise him to avoid so many things. Even from the little message that man even pass even on social media thing that I don't go to social media is telling you some kind of fear that even this man can even have to just go and face some media chat unprepared. So it's because over time we Nigerians we've accepted those things from politicians and we've not really made scapegoats out of some politicians to that. For example, I didn't mean that in 2015 and 2019 when Buhari was avoiding that type of media chat. If Nigeria had used that one, for example, to push him away or push the like of maybe Atiku in the past when he avoided the media chat too, maybe by now they will have taken us more seriously. But when they look at us and they see that we don't even care and they still get away with some of those things, why not? They continue. But yeah, it's a wise thing for Tinubu to do though, because I can almost guarantee you at least 40 to 50%, I won't say more than that, that they will try to mess him up if he tries to to
They,
appear.
they would ambush him now. They will ambush him if it
Exactly.
appears. They will
So,
ambush him.
and that one may already dilute the type of a goodwill he is enjoying presently among the among his supporters. Although in the past, I watched this guy graduate interview when international media called this man when they were trying to talk about his past success, and he was fluent. He was even giving everything, and although Fashola was there somewhere to come into to talk something, but younger Tinubu, even though may not be as eloquent as Oshibajo used to be very brilliant in whatever he would tell you that time. But as of now, is where we now hear, I'm sorry to say, because everybody will grow old, to say blue, blah, blue, water. So it may be very difficult because for him to process, because one thing is for you to be very brilliant, you know what to do. Another thing is for you to be able to process something very fast. You know,
But do you think?
we
Do you
have the
think?
like of Kulata.
Sorry.
We
Do
have
you
the like
think
of
it's the
Kulata in
age?
that type of media chat.
Let me ask you a question. Sorry.
Hold on, Ola. I think Des wants to interject. Yeah.
Do you think it's the age? Because you would never hear Obasanjo making so many mistakes when he's speaking. So I don't understand what's going on.
And even leaving Obasanjo aside, going by what is officially documented, Charlie Boy is about four years older than Tinubu now. Is about 4 years older. Charlie Boy is about, according to what they tell us, according to what they tell us, Charlie Boy is about 4 years. And he's as sharp as a whip, you know.
So I don't know.
You see, this we
But
only
even
know
if
about Tinubu official age. So you know, official age may not be the real age. So, but then you know, some people lose it when they are growing older. That the only thing that rescue them is pen and paper. You know, even some of us that are far younger, when we enter our 40s. I'm not a doctor, but some people, they are no longer as smart as they used to be when they were up to their late 30s. So like I said, you are going to a situation, you are going to a place where you find the like of Kulata and the like of Saki Father, that, and even you Des, that you'll be ready there to have some kind of strategic question to throw at him unexpected. So I don't know. The man may just.
Do you think the town halls and the debates, do you think they add anything significantly or removes anything significantly from the electioneering? Do you think they influence votes in any way that is real, meaningful or impactful?
Yeah, because a person like me, because I believe in in publicity, that when you have some kind of publicity that is not favorable, you counter it immediately, you dilute that type of publicity before it festers. Because I don't play down on anything like publicity. So now we may say that it won't have any significant effect. It depends on those people that manage such kind of program. See, okay, for example, let's assume you used to enjoy like 60% before, and if it goes there and mess up, for example, maybe there's tendency, I'm just saying, I'm not sure, I'm just a probability that maybe it's going to lose some of those advantages. So we can never say, oh, it is done on what it is done.
Do you think the people who watch these town halls and listen to these debates are the same people who vote, or who vote rather? Or do you think, because I would argue that the people, I would watch those sort of town halls and debates avidly and keenly, but on voting day, I would never step out of my house in Oregon because I'm not going to put myself at risk for political talks to come and beat me up. So do the people who actually watch these debates, do they actually vote even, is the question.
Yeah, a woman, it depends. Let's assume now, for example, you have like about 2 to 3 people you sponsor, you pay their school fees, and their parents, they know you. and you discuss politics, and every time you discuss, they see that you are moving away from Tinubu, for example, you are talking about Obi, and even from the way you talk, they see the passion. See, the probability that those people that you are helping will not want to offend you, the probability is there. I don't know whether, so the fact that they know where you tend towards sometimes can change them. And meanwhile, that type of interview change your mind. What that thing has changed within your mind, you are now trying to relate to those people, and you are complaining. And even the way you are complaining already, they are looking at your body language that, oh, even though you don't know what they are going to do that day, but they will try to go along with you because of what they are benefiting from you. They don't want to offend you. So we can't say it won't affect, because all of a sudden, my friend want to vote for Obi suddenly becomes my candidate. It happens that way too. So it's difficult for us to say, oh, it won't have any effect. It's actually difficult. It's just like at the beginning, we never gave Obi any chance up to what we are talking about now. But when Obi is now becoming a serious monster, for example, that is where we are now saying, okay, let us go deeply into the program. Let us examine these people. Don't let us just wave them. And you will see that even right here, we even talk more of Obi than Tinubu than even Atiku, for example, because those are the people that we think are in that competition. Before, we used to think, oh, it was going to be between PDP and APC. But it's like the permutation is changing a little bit now. So going to that kind of media and people with already mindset that, okay, let's even look at what this man is going to, the more bad content you are pushing to people, the more likely you are able to take some people away from the camp of these people. Even as I speak now, I won't lie to you. Sometimes I think that this Tinubu gone safe. What's it about it? Sometimes I think about Obi, but my fear is just because what Obi did in the past, and we are looking at Obi, and I have my own fear too for Tinubu, the way he's speaking, because as I speak, I have a sentiment about his VP. Now he now goes out and messes up again, and that thing now aggravates and escalate to the level that, okay, already the person I have a biased mind towards before, and has already given me some kind of a new energy to actually move against him. So we can never underrate all this publicity. It is upon this type of publicity, for example, that Obi is riding upon. So for them to avoid all those things, I think they are trying to avoid mistake at all instead of now doing damage control later. So, well,
Please, can I add what because say?
All right. You can add in a moment, but I just wanted to ask Foley. Foley, are you still there?
Foley.
Oh, Foley. Oh, all right. Oh, okay. When Foley comes back. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Put your question.
Okay, let me just add to that. So, I think what Ola is saying happened to me, these past days. So actually, yeah, apart from Obi, Tinubu is my second choice. And the gap between Tinubu in my mind and Atiku is so wide. If Obi was not in this race, I would be the biggest preacher of Tinubu. But in the can I continue?
Carry on. Yeah, somebody unmuted themselves. Okay. Carry on. Yeah.
But in the recent days, I'm getting so scared. I'm like, why is he making it more difficult for him to remain on my number 2 list? You get what I'm saying? And these days, Atiku is climbing up in my head so fast, like I'm even scared for myself, like, because Atiku is so calm, he's always not making mistakes. So I'm like, what? How? Like right now, if I check my head properly, probably Atiku has taken over from Tinubu. And I'm regretting it because I hate Atiku. I don't like Atiku, so I don't know why.
Why not Showore? Why Atiku? Why not Showore?
No, it's far.
Well, so that should be your
But
plan B. If you
no, it can't be. No, I mean, we have to be realistic now.
Yeah,
So the
because
point I'm making,
no, hold on. If you are
yeah,
saying that, if you are saying that your support for Peter Obi is ideology led,
yeah,
then the closest thing ideologically to Showore, I mean to Peter Obi is Showore, not
yeah.
Atiku, who is the
No,
direct opposite of what Peter Obi's narrative is.
no. I didn't even say my closest distance is Atiku. I say it's Tinubu. I didn't say it's Atiku.
Yeah, but
Atiku
but
is
but
far.
even with Tinubu,
Yeah,
you see that's the thing. You've put yourself on the spot somewhat
yeah.
uptown
I
because
know.
if you are saying that it's the ideology and policy and
Mm,
antecedent of Peter Obi that gravitates you towards him, then the next best thing after Peter Obi, if Peter Obi is the best thing for you, is Showore, not Atiku or Tinubu.
Okay, let me explain that to you one more.
Yes,
So when I'm supporting Obi here,
yes,
it is interwoven with Showore because
yes.
I believe that if Obi goes through, he has already created a route for Showore and the SDB guys and all of those bright guys, Kinsley Mohalo and all of that. He's going to create that bush path for them to now sail through. So I'm not taking them away from the support of Obi. They are interwoven. So it's either it is going through, or if it's not going through, then that whole lineage is out of the equation. And then we have Atiku and Tinubu to contend with. You get my point? So it's not like an option thing. They are all in the same class. So if I'm going for Obi, it's almost like Showore is in my heart, Dewole is in my heart, Kinsley is in my heart, and all that. Because he's probably creating a way for them. So for me, if that part is not going through or it's not in the equation, for me, I put Tinubu and Atiku. Even in my sleep, I'll choose Tinubu. But in the few days, I'm trying to explain to you why I feel all of these things that he's dodging, he shouldn't be doing it. Even me, that is not, even me that is an Obi supporter that also has him somewhere by the side of my mind, he's losing me too. So I'm imagining maybe some of his supporters might wake up some morning and he does something again. He's like, are you sure he's okay and all of that? So I feel he should not neglect that. And again, on the when you talk about the people, that's listening to debate, are they the people that vote? One man, the reason why the people that you feel that vote usually take money to vote is because in the past, the people that they are dependent on, which is people like us, have never taken a stand because of our complacency, because we feel the two options that we are being offered is nothing. So we don't give our benefactors a particular order. You get what I'm saying, of vote this or that. So they just go ahead and use their PVCs and exchange for money or whatever it is, because it's not like there's any really pathway or anything that we put them through. But the difference now is that the more Obi is converting educated people or people in the urban areas, that I'm making them to invest in motions. They now have to go and talk to their benefactors in the rural areas and the people that actually vote. That see, this is not the time that I'm not on the fence. There's a guy, so and so is his name, and you guys have to vote for him. So anybody that is saying that the people that is watching debate they have great influence. Even if they are not voters, they have influence. There's none of those voters are really independent. Most of them, up to almost 90% of them, is highly dependent on folks within the urban areas or other folks outside the country or what have you, in one way, maybe directly or indirectly or whichever way. So the more you convince those exposed persons, the more you are most likely to also keep the real voters on your side. The more you make those exposed people lose confidence in you, the more they gravitate towards an option. Now, the difference is that you can do that in the past when there was no option. You understand what I'm saying? So even if I feel you are messing up, but then there's no option, so I'll still go with you. But now there is a viable third option. So that's why they cannot afford to mess up. In 2019, Buhari dodged, Atiku dodged, nobody cared because there's no third option. So if you vex, it's not like you're going to vex and go anywhere. You're still going to vex and still wake up in the morning and support one of us. But it's different now. That's what they cannot afford to do it. So I
Yeah,
don't know.
but their political calculus does not see Peter Obi as a third option. They don't see. If they saw that, then they will, yeah.
I told someone today
but
that
Peter Obi has issued
that
that
all
statement too, that he won't be participating in debate when
I'm coming.
the other
Actually,
guys, Atiku and Tinubu, are not attending. So he's running away from debate too now.
Well, we have not recorded one that he has run away from yet.
No, he has said
that's
your organization,
but you have not done. You have not done. You have not done one of that.
Hold on.
Maybe we should
You
wait
know
for him
what
to
I'm
do it.
talking about. You know that the campaign, chairman of your campaign, is it not Okupe or who? He has issued that a statement that Obi will not be attending any debate where Atiku and Tinubu will not attend.
But Kulata,
so he's running away from debate too.
Kulata, he has attended one since then. The last
That's
one
not Kulata. That's
No,
Ajale Koko.
this is Ajale Koko.
Oh,
no,
you bad people cannot
he has attended one. After that.
Hold on, everybody. How dare you mistake Ajale? I should banish you. You mistake Ajale Koko for Kulata.
Like
no,
I was talking
let me tell you why.
Hold on.
Let me tell you why. I've been fighting with Kulata all day.
All right, okay.
I've been fighting with Kulata all day on a different space.
All right, go to it. Yeah, go to it.
Okay, let me just round off one man. The point I'm trying to make you is that them avoiding it is not going to help them, no matter the calculation. I know maybe they're scared of the graphs and whatever it is, but then I don't know. Well, I don't know. Why are they going to be making these graphs? I mean, let them prepare properly.
Can I quickly bring something up? I hope I'm not windy. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
I want to say, okay, if someone makes a gaffe and self-correct, how big is that gaffe? Because I'm trying to see if there's a case of overreaction here to a gaffe. Because if you're aware enough to realize like I misspoke and I correct it immediately, is this still a gaffe?
Can I interject
No,
on that?
I think it becomes
it depends on the momentum already. It's already that people that already ask something against you. Any little thing, even no matter how insignificant sometimes, can be amplified than the normal. So you know, okay, turn back to the period they used to call Jonathan clueless, for example. Do you know that up to tomorrow, some people will still tell you that Jonathan is clueless? It's just because he did nothing to avoid that. So when come to this situation now, how will these people avoid this type of small thing that can missell them, for example, is to avoid the trouble entirely. In project management, they will say, okay, you have two options. You face the risk or you avoid the risk entirely. So to me, that little thing, if it is first time, people may not get themselves on that. But if it's becoming consistent, so it gets to a particular point, an avalanche that, okay, even a little thing, a little one that is very insignificant can even cause some level of escalation. So that's just the way I see it.
Oh, all right. Folly, let me put you on the spot for a moment. It's not even me putting you on the spot. It's Alexander Akashe. He's asking, are we likely to see Showore again? Because he did promise us that he will be back. We understand, of course, that he's a very busy man. But are we likely to get the pleasure of his company again? Folly, I know I've been trying to speak to you privately, but people are wanting to know.
Okay, I think the last time you shut me up on WhatsApp, I screenshot this page and I sent to him. He actually told me that the week has already booked, that he has a lot of things to attend to. And I said I should just give him till Sunday. Maybe Sunday will be possible anyway. But immediately when I saw Alessandra message, I'll forward it back to him as well. So I'm waiting for his response. So by tomorrow morning, I should be able to get his response.
All right, brilliant. And Folly, we are quite keen to speak to Showore, but we don't want to put you under too much pressure, and
No,
we
no,
don't want it
there's not. It will like.
yeah, and we don't want it to affect your relationship with him as well. So if
No,
you
no, no,
try,
no,
and
no, no,
yeah, but we do
no,
want
no, no,
him to come here, but
no, no, no. Showore is not. He's not. He's not that kind of person. He's not that kind of person. It's not because of the tight schedule of a thing. He's not that kind of person. So what I want to, he love to speak with people. He wants to sell what we have, what we actually plan to bring to the system. You know, and there is no way we can achieve that if we don't try to educate people of what we have. So a lot of people misunderstood the whole idea of Showore coming out. So I think bring him here. He will help us a lot too, so that he can be able to express himself more and show more light on himself, what we actually stand for. So there is not any big thing about that. It's not like we are not giving any hard work to do, but just the time we are trying to work on with.
Yes, I understand. You know, that's why I don't want to push it too hard, but I want to push it sufficiently enough, because the audience, they want if the voters want to hear from him. I mean, he's campaigning politics. We are the voters, so and we want to speak with
his
him.
things.
I think, yeah,
It's his things.
yes.
It's what he would even like to. So he himself would like to. So
All
there is
right, brilliant.
no.
We look forward to that. So Sunday could potentially be an exciting day. So there it is. Our man, what's it called? Our man in the camp. So thank you, Folly. So thank you, Folly. Let's stay with let's stay with you, Kulata. So Kulata, you were especially keen on Tinubu ducking out of that interview. But saying he ducked out is that somewhat of an unkind way to put it? Because of course he said they did not invite him, one, and then even if they invited him, he only knows that he'll be going there to be ambushed. He knows that they are only going to look for him to misspeak, and in the course of a near 2-hour interaction, there'll be plenty to harvest from that. So he stands to gain very little, and he stands to lose a lot by interacting in that space. So why would Tinubu go to Arise to have Ruben Abati put his jack boots on his neck? Why would he do that, Kulata?
Or Rufai.
Well,
Rufai.
I don't know. I hope I'm not windy because I'm walking outside. But
okay, yeah, carry on, yeah.
But what's it called? I think the fact that they did not invite him and they just put his name out there, that's a clear ambush. On that basis, he has the right to refuse. But on another basis, on another note, we should have like organized interview. We should have like an interview committee for Nigerian elections. All mature democracies organize they organize debates. So why can't Nigeria have like a society or a governing council that governs the debate? So it's shared across 3 or 4 major networks. So you can at least eliminate the potential for partisanship. Because in America here, I mean, debates are organized. Candidates may choose not to go, but it's part of the culture. So in a case where Tinubu can easily duck, but on this case, he has, I mean, the right to excuse because you just put his name out there. You did not invite him. But our democracy should be mature enough whereby all these debates are organized, and then the
all right, everybody, even in America, they have network issues. Can you believe that?
One month. Let me say something here. I really don't think. I don't think people should accuse our democracy. I don't think it's our democracy. I think the problem is the quality. I'm coming. I think the problem is the quality of candidates we are bringing out. Let me give you an example. If APC had fielded an Rotimi Amaechi or an Osibanjo and PDP had fielded somebody else like Wike or whatever, they might be doing debate every day, and all of them will show up. All of them will show up. Nobody will dodge because they have the capacity to engage in that. So I think it's not our democracy. It is just the unfortunate incident that the 2 candidates we are fielding does not have the capacity to do that yet.
I will not say they don't have the capacity to do it.
The
Within our
will, the
democracy.
will, or whatever
No,
it is,
wait,
because
wait.
They are
Hold
big
on,
boys.
Lockdown. Yeah, hold on,
Within
Lockdown. Yeah.
within our democracy is not mature enough whereby they can get punished for pulling this kind of move. Because if this has been formalized and is standardized, you should not have the right to refuse. The right of refusal should be on the networks, not on you. So the likes of upstart candidates that always want to hog the next debate because they need a lot of space to show their faces. But in a case where you are literally have one of the candidates controlling two major media arms, TVC and the Nation, like he can decide to ditch any campaign. I mean, any town hall that he doesn't like, and he can create his own town hall and call all the big shots. It's because our democracy allows that. But we need to have the situation whereby even if INEC probably needs to mandate two public town halls and two public debates within the candidate, so you should not have the right to refuse. That should probably be encoded in our laws one way or the other, because the public is getting shafted by these two big guys dodging and ducking the debates. And I know why they want to duck and dodge the debates, because they don't want the next day to be full of God. I mean, first of all, the debate will be full of gotchas. Then the next thing is they'll just be recording all your gaffes, whether it's small or big, and they'll quote you out of context. That is all they'll get from the debate. So at this point in time, why do they want to go sacrifice? I mean, what is the upside for them to go and do the debate when everything they get out of it is a downside? But the democracy we practice affords it. That's why they're doing it. That's what I think.
All right.
Please, can I ask something to what Kolata said?
Yeah,
Just shortly.
add it. I
Very
just
shortly.
remember. I just remembered something, but I have to. Okay, actually add that, and then. But
Okay.
Folly, please don't leave. There's something important that I want to set you a task, not to do with Shorebo is important, but I carry on. Yeah.
Okay.
But you
So
have to
Kulata, in the space where you said
you have to make it.
who's talking?
I have to make it quick. Okay, stay there, Folly. So let me just quickly do this.
Okay, please.
Sorry, apologies that conversation, but Folly, I've been discussing with some members of the team, and I wish Alexander Akashe could come on the screen. We have been discussing with members of the team, and we are making the decision that you know the buy the coffee thing that we have been doing. So we've made the decision to sponsor Christmas for two needy families, maybe like a widow or single mothers or something, you know. But of course, we don't. So are you? So we want to budget like about maybe 150,000 naira. Hopefully, 75,000 naira will be sufficient enough to buy chickens and all the things for Christmas. But we were thinking, as part of our social responsibility as a platform, to pay for Christmas for at least two families. But if you have to help us identify those families, Folly.
Okay, I think I can do that.
Yeah, but somebody really needy, preferably like a widow,
I know.
like a widow or a single mother. So we want to be able to, So we want to do that. We want to do that by the no later than the 17th
of December.
So that they can get together, just really so that they at least put a smile on their faces for, even for a day. So you have to help us identify, and this is one of the. I think Alexander Akashe, we discussed that earlier. So as part of our social responsibility, but you help us identify those families, and then we do that.
All right, I'll get back to you then.
All right, brilliant. Back to the conversation. Yes, back to the conversation. So Tinubu doing a run again. Yeah.
Okay, so I was saying that in the space where you talked about maybe independent bodies or organizing debates and all that, maybe because maybe you might see Arise as being partisan. Kadiria Ahmed did the candidates, and Kadiria has a reputation for being neutral in terms of being as a journalist and all of that, and the candidates has attracted even Buhari and Osibanjo there in 2019. You know what I'm saying? So but then this year, immediately I watched the first candidate and I saw the new introduction of the remote questions where people can ask questions from colleges from different parts of the country and all of that. Immediately I saw that new introduction to the candidates, I was so certain that these guys won't show up again, that Tinubu was not going to show up. Even Atiku that showed up in 2019 will not show up again because of that new sort of exposure of whereby people, ordinary Nigerians, can actually ask questions. And the issue is that these guys have a lot of skeletons in their cupboard, so they don't want to be caught unawares. I don't think Tinubu wants to be asked questions about whatever it is that he's hiding on all of that and be caught on live camera, not knowing how to defend himself or defend his record or whatever it is. So I think it's because these guys are coming with too much baggage. That's why they cannot face any public space that has to do with people asking questions that are not probably written down by themselves. So I think that's the issue. It's not about the partisanship of whichever station. Even if
But
TVC,
for the
goes to a
Kadaria
debate,
Kadaria
yeah.
stuff, Tinubu postponed it. He did not cancel it.
Well,
He said
we are all here.
he
We'll
said they
see how it goes.
postponed it. That's what he said.
We are all here. So we'll see
The
how it goes.
issue are the statement that they are not attending any other organized town hall except the one that they are organizing by themselves. So Tinubu is not going to Kadaria.
Well,
So
the official stuff for the Kadaria was it's been postponed. Then today they responded to the Arise one. So except the Arise response is a catch-all for all sort of town halls and debates. I didn't read it that closely.
That's just
He's
what they're
not
gonna
going to
do.
show up. He's not the one
The
that
point,
will be dictating to organizer what they should do or
what
when
what
he
they
should
should
come.
do.
Or
You get what I'm
what
saying?
when they so he doesn't want to come, so he lacked the capacity to answer hard questions, and that is what is happening here. He cannot answer hard question, and he knows that the issue of that drug problem, the involvement in the drug in the past and other shady deals he has done. He doesn't want to face Nigeria asking him some of those hard questions. So that's why he's running away. We know why he's running away now. So and all the one that is organized by him, he is following script, to deliver his message, and all the media guys that are there, they are those ones that have been vetted by his organization, and they have told them specifically areas they can go and areas they cannot go. They have signed an undertaking to that effect. So we know all the way they are manipulating and stage managing his own town hall meeting. So these are not democracy or democratic.
But
It's
that is what all
it's just
candidates
shameful,
try.
man.
All candidates tries to prevent flaws. I mean, if you know the landmines for you, because as you just said what you said, I went to read Bayon Onuga. I think that's the guy that responded to Arise. What they said was directing it to Arise, that Arise should not subject them to this kind of this kind of situation again, that there needs to be pre-discussion and agreement before they put them on any interview without invitation. And he kind of did not say that they weren't going to do anything at all. So I'm separating it from the fact that he said,
Kulata, no.
I have it in front
See,
of my second
Arise,
phone.
I'm coming.
Can I
Arise had
interject?
organized. Wait 1 minute. Arise had organized this before. What was the excuse they gave for the first one? Because the first one they were duly invited, but they issued out a statement and said that they are not going to attend.
They're not going to attend if it's not amongst different networks. And they're saying the same thing.
So why are they changing mouths now?
So no, they did not change. They still reiterated the same thing. They said first thing,
But
Arise should
Kulata,
not.
why the excuses? What is it? What
Because
is the
they don't
excuses
want him to
mentioned?
attend now. That's why the excuses is.
Okay,
I'm just trying
Kulata,
to
So
don't
see.
say
Kulata,
that. Stop making excuse
I'm
for
just trying
them.
to see if he's consistent with them
so
saying they're
Kulata, the point
postponing
is,
No,
Kadaria's one.
they are
so
consistent.
Kulata, the
It
point
does not
is,
matter. It just making
They they
excuses
don't,
here and
they're
there because
shielding
they don't want to
him.
attend.
That's it. A fact
so the
is they're shielding him.
Kulata,
Yes,
Kulata,
yes,
the
That's
point is that
established.
the
yes.
point is that Tinubu is saying that I will only answer questions I ask myself, not the ones you guys ask. So I have to
Of
answer only the one I
of
ask
course,
myself.
of
And
course,
then
is doing that.
and
But
then
what?
and then they are going to sneak him into Asorok the way they sneaked Buhari into Asorok,
Yeah, that would be
and then keep him
unfortunate.
there and keep him
But
locked down there the way
I'm
they're doing to
wondering
Buhari.
why did they tell Kadaria that they will have to postpone our own and not give Kadaria this kind of response that they gave
No, because
Arise? I'm
Kadera is much
bifurcating both responses. I like getting into. I can
Kadera is
be
that
fastidious
Kulata,
at times. Yeah.
if you check the position Kadera is occupying as a journalist in Nigeria, is very high. And if you see that Kadera show is even exclusive to NTA, so that means it's even government friendly. But then
Okay.
even at that, even though it's government friendly, APC government friendly, they still feel like some of the modalities in the interview, like giving options for people to ask questions through Zoom, through videos and all that. That is also not very controlled. So, but then they're not going to write Kadaria off the way they did to Arise because of how reputable that space is. So
Because
they're going to,
I'm reading it, they dismissed Arise totally in this. They even dissed Arise in this press statement.
Yeah. So what they're going to do is they're never going to show up. I can give you that for free. They won't show
No,
up.
I predicted it long before that Tinubu is not going to show up in any interview.
And they can't
we
tell
said it
Kadari,
before.
hey, we are not going to come because of if you say that some, because in the last statement they made, they alluded to the fact that some stations has postulations of partisanship and all that, but then Kadari is clearly an NTA woman and what have you, good environment. So why are you not showing up? So they don't want to say we're not going to show up because they won't have a reason.
So they
for
said
that.
they postponed that one.
They will keep postponing, and the next time the date will come, they will have another. Maybe there's a birthday party going down in Ikoyi, why he won't show up.
Okay, let's keep them. Let's keep them at their words.
Audience. The audience will not ask question. That's what
Let's keep. I'll keep them at their words. But I know Tinubu is not going to do any debate or public town or like that. I know that for sure.
Okay. I don't know why we're flogging all this. Let people decide. I mean, he doesn't want to appear. He doesn't want to talk to people. Just let the people decide during the voting. Make their decision. That's the way I look at it.
Yes, but him not turning up for a town hall meeting is not going to influence that decision on election day.
No, I think
what are you going to do? You can flog it all day you want. Just let the people decide. If they take that,
No. It's actually a question. Man of prestige rather than a statement. I'm actually asking: is Tinubu not turning up at town halls and debates? Is he actually going to significantly affect people's decisions on election day? Does it impact? Is what I'm really wanting. Yeah.
In my opinion, I don't think it's going to impact. And people already made their decision. They have already baked their narrative that maybe he doesn't want to appear. He doesn't want to talk to people. So I don't think it's going to impact. People who believe in him is going to believe in him. In my own opinion, in that Nigeria orientation, it's not going to change anything. If he's going to win, not because of the debate or non-debate. That's the way I see it.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking too. So that's the calculation he would have made, that and he stands to lose more debating than gain. So why would he? He's just
it's too risky for him to do it, and it's not mandated by democracy, unfortunately. So he just won't go, and it's better off for it from his own standpoint of getting elected.
But one man,
it's just like going to the Muslim ticket. It's all about politics. What's going to give
them
but
the
capital is, in that space.
One man,
it is what it is.
Why you are saying he won't benefit from it is because for some reasons, if he goes there, he might cause more trouble for himself. But if he goes there and does well, he will benefit hugely because there is a huge gap of undecided in the educated space that might just be convinced. But
Playtown, let me ask you.
why?
Let me ask you
But
a candid question.
Playtown, you can't give what you don't have.
Wait,
That's what I'm
Playtown.
saying. That's where the problem
Playtown,
is.
Playtown. Quick one. The Arise Town Hall. Of what benefit was that to Peter Obi? Did he get more voters from the Arise Town Hall?
Yes, I can tell you for free. He gets with every outing Peter does, he gets more voters.
That
With
Arise Town
every
Hall
outing
did
he
not.
does.
That Arise Town Hall did not really do anything for Peter Obi. If
But
anything, he gave him
Kulata,
some.
you don't know how the obedience are looking at it.
Obedience are already obedience are already obedient.
What I saw.
Whether I went to town hall or didn't go to town hall.
I wasn't obedient to you. I saw that town hall.
Look
I
at
beg,
you.
just go sit down somewhere.
From when you drew your first breath, you were obedient. Look at this guy.
Obedience think that he performed great.
No, that Arise Town Hall was just, it was actually not
take anything from him.
That Arise Town Hall was actually not favorable to me because the next day the headlines was how he was angry
Kulata, that's
with Dino.
you elite. Believe me, it didn't change any
I'm
obedience
not
mind.
I'm not elite though.
Yes, you are. You are one
I'm
of the
a-
educated
I get back.
group.
Look at this guy. It's too late for you, Kulata. We know you're a multi-billionaire.
I'm an Ejekpako. I mean, what I'm saying is, look, the upside for the interview, even for Obi, it's not that high because it's just the people that already like Obi that are saying they like him, and people that don't like him are saying
the upside is high for Obi because the
it's
ordinary
not that
people,
high, but
he's
there's
speaking
something
the
there. But the
language
point
the Nigerians understand. Not
Okay.
coming here like Shekima
he
blowing all
can
this
he
English.
can do that
Nobody's-
in another TV interview.
Ordinary
Than that
Nigerian
debate.
doesn't know all those
let me
English
just
he's
say something.
speaking. So
Let me say something. Kulata, I think I understand where Tinubu they are coming from, and it's more of what one man said. But then I think the calculation they are not punching in, and that is one of the several miscalculations that they are not punching in this particular election, which has resulted to the emergence and the strengthening of folks like Obi and all that. And just one of the many miscalculations they are doing, and that is that like most of their voters are going to come from the rural area. So I mean, why am I going to do debates? They're never going to see these debates and all of that. Yes, that calculation worked in 2015. It worked in 2019, and because the reason why it worked, like I said before, is because the people that are the consumers of this debate were not interested in the individuals doing this debate, so they didn't take any position. So that means they won't influence the real voters to do anything. So the real voters are just there. Anybody that influences us with money, we can vote. But this time around, the power, there is a middle class, what I call the power of the middle class, has activated, and the middle class are the ones that are the benefactors of most of these real voters. So the power of the middle class have activated, and now the middle class is so much important than they have ever been in previous elections. So that is why that calculation of saying, well, these debates are not going to matter, the votes are going to come from the people that do not have TV and whatever it is. But you're forgetting that this time around, the most of the informations those guys we are hoping banking on they're going to get it from their benefactors, which this time they are not those out. This time they have options this time, and they're scrutinizing plans and things that candidates do and things they don't do, and the gaffes they make and the ones they don't make, and how they convince them that, see, I'm not really an old man that is in lack of idea. I can say one or two things that still make sense, that you might still like me or whatever it is. So I think that's the miscalculation they're doing.
But Playtime, I mean, what you just said makes sense. But you don't know. It's just a permutation you think that may work. I'm not saying it's not going to work, but that's not guaranteed. That's just what I'm saying. What you said makes sense, but is it a fact that is definitely? There might be some truth to it, but how far can that truth go? Nobody's know. So that's it.
If in February Tinubu wins, everything plays out said is a moot point. If in February Tinubu loses, then everything played out said is a valid point. I think we can
Kulata, you said it right.
Yeah.
All right, Kulata, take us to the space of the Chief Justice of the country, who is fraternizing with Wike and his group and showing somewhat of an endorsement. So this seems to rankle somewhat with the PDP space. Should he? The last person you want to see around politics is the Chief Justice of the country. So what do you think is in play there? Is it a rush of blood to the head that he just got this new job?
Well, actually, it's nothing new in democracies. In America here, I don't want to bring American politics into here, but a lot of our Supreme Court justices, you see them socializing with Republicans. It's not it's not unusual. But if I was, no, I'm not talking about economics. Sorry, that was my son. If I was,
Is that all you ever talk about? Look at that. What my goodness me. Carry on.
So if I was Atiku, because I think this is an Atiku thing. If there's any case that comes post-election, either a case that favors Obi or a case that favors Tinubu, I will tell the Supreme Court justice to recuse himself from the case, because it can't be it can't be an impartial arbiter of the case, since you see him partying around with G5, because we know G5 is anti-Atiku. So they must, if they're anti-Atiku, they must be pro Obi or pro Tinubu. So if any case comes after, if Atiku goes to court, that I think Atiku is going to go to court, if he loses one way or the other, then the Supreme Court judge should recuse himself from the case. Because why will you be frolicking with G5? And what did he say again? He said he's glad they have G5, or maybe I'm paraphrasing him, but whatever it is, Atiku has a case on asking the Supreme Court to recuse himself from all election-related matters. If I were him, I will tell my campaign organization to go to the press tomorrow and announce and make that statement that the Supreme Court justice should recuse himself from any election-related thing, that it doesn't feel they're going to be an impartial judge in whatever comes out of the election.
But Kulada, has that ever been a precedent whereby a situation like this, the Supreme Court rescued yourself? Has that been any situation? Are you think that's going to happen in the Nigerian space?
I'm sure there will have been a situation where one judge or the other had to recuse themselves because of conflict of interest. It's not unusual.
Conflict of interest? I don't know. I'm just saying, when it comes to Nigerian space, the judicial system over there, they don't follow what is right and what, they just do whatever they want to do. So I'm looking at it, what I have seen recently.
Some of them are professionals. Most of them are professionals. So they will recognize the conflict of interest, because how are you supposed to give a good judgment? But at the same time, Nigeria is corrupt. So, but if I'm Atiku, I'm going to milk it. I'm going to milk this opportunity. But again, if he overblows with it, then maybe they won't even take any of his case in the docket. They will throw it away. So Atiku just has a lot of bad news for him going on for him right now. I don't envy him. I don't envy his position.
Just the idea, we don't hear enough from him. Am I right in saying that are we hearing enough from Atiku in this political cycle?
Well, for someone like me, I hear about him because on my Facebook, I have prominent obedience that I read their post. I have prominent articulated and prominent bat. So that's how I can get all sides of the information. So, for example, he did a very successful rally.
It's only Tinubu and Obi that we hear the most.
For me, I think Atiku is more like giving the push of the third force in this election. I don't know why he's like that. I don't know whether he's demoralized or whatever it is. But then I don't know.
It's not like he's demoralized. The press is just not interested in Atiku. It's the press. Because he did a rally in Kwara State. It was a pretty huge rally. There were many people that went to the rally. But nobody's talking about the rally.
You just hit it. I think the press is not interested in him. I think
the press is not interested in Atiku.
They're not interested in him.
But why is that? Why is that? Have they discounted him from the race?
It's not like they've discounted him. Atiku is kind of played out. Because in 2019, all we talked about was Atiku. And there's nothing to milk out of Atiku stories anymore, because are you going to hear that, okay, Atiku is a case study for corruption in U.S. Senate? If you say that again, it's just 4 years ago, we all heard that. So there's no novelty. There's nothing. It doesn't have that hit factor like Tinubu and Obi, because Obi will do something now. We'll talk. Tinubu will go somewhere now. He will make a gaffe. We'll talk. But Atiku can even literally go to Lagos Ibadan Road and take a dump there publicly. Nobody's going to say anything.
Yeah, I think
'Cause-
Atiku does not have content. That's the problem. Like in terms of the personality or whatever. But I think above that is that I think the power of opposition has been hijacked by the obedience. So
No, it's
obedience,
not just obedient. The only aspect you hear from Atiku is G5. G5 has sucked up the oxygen that should have come out of Atiku.
Yeah,
Now
but
you
I'm
talk
talking
about
about
Wiki.
Kulata here. I'm talking about PDP. That one of the worst opposition parties. They don't know anything about playing opposition. Yeah, it was even Wiki that was hyping up the opposition spirit a little bit or during the 7 years of Buhari's government. So they are very terrible at opposition. So what has happened now is that a more formidable opposition came in the space of Obi, the way they push back at Tinubu. That's how a formidable opposition should do. So immediately they came with that opposition spirit. So the guys that were so bad at doing the opposition job had to fell by the side naturally because they don't even know how to do
I
opposition
think
job.
one thing with Atiku is fighting on multiple fronts. Is fighting the obedience. You see Reno majorly fighting the obedient camp. You see Dino majorly fighting the Tinubu camp. Then I don't even know who is fighting the G5 camp. And then who is managing his own space. So Atiku has multiple battles going on at the same time. That
Kulata, he doesn't speak. I mean,
he's speaking, but people just don't care about what he's saying.
The thing is that the conversation and the level of priority of content has been raised
Alexander, I can't
so
care
high
about what
that
he's saying.
it is raised almost out of the reach of Atiku. You get what I'm saying? So it has been raised so high that probably it does not play at that height of talks and contents and what have you. Tinubu is a more political. Is a more pragmatic person in terms of whether or negative or positive, whatever it is. But Atiku is just neutral. Those are like just.
Then one thing we need to also pay
that's
attention to. This is the first time Tinubu and Obi are running for the presidency. Atiku has done it how many times now?
So I think that's also a factor. Like people are just, I don't know. Tinubu just said he's been running around.
So there's nothing new about Atiku. Let's put it like that. And also nothing new and too many battles that he's fighting. So the press isn't interested in him. That's what I'm going to conclude. I mean, how do you push an Atiku story to the top news? The only news you can push about him is how G5 have slapped him down another time. Like, what else can you say about Atiku? Everybody knows Atiku is done. It's like there's nothing.
What an interesting dimension everybody just portray here, and it makes sense.
So you see, the political space is just narrowing and narrowing. But who is it going to fall for is the thing. Because all of the body language of Atiku, by my reckoning, is not indicating that it's in this political race. It's just chancing his hand. So you almost, even the North, they say he won't take the North. Oh, they don't like him in the North. They don't like Atiku. Who does it default to? You will say it automatically defaults to Tinubu, but Tinubu itself is imploding before our very eyes.
But why would you say Tinubu? I don't see Tinubu imploding at all.
One man, I think everybody, is underrating Atiku.
It's not
Maybe
imploding.
He believe he has already created, a space in the North. Nobody's know. We don't know what
we have to know. Is he creating it in secret?
It may be. I don't know.
I don't know. One man, why are you saying Tinubu? Tinubu is
quiet.
Tinubu is acting like it's a coronation. It's not even imploding. Tinubu was in Delta over the weekend. He now went, not just that, he now went back to Tompolo, to Baramatu. I mean, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. To Baramatu Kingdom to go and hobnob and get chieftaincy title and get endorsement in that space. He's acting like it's almost a certainty that it's going to become the president. I don't even know where you guys have the narrative that is imploding.
Tinubu take 80% of it. Tinubu think he already won the presidency. 80%.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think
it does.
I think that's the situation, but I think that is also probably gonna be his biggest mistake in this election. That's
Because
the way
Tinubu thinks he has it in the bag, the way he's
yeah,
acting.
and he has forgotten that he
But
has
one
never
thing
run for
though,
presidential election before.
there's
Now you
no
must remember that.
there's no candidate as active as Tinubu in this election cycle.
No.
None.
Not even Obi, not even Shore, who is not even Adewale. Nobody is. He's
It's
done
all
twice as
over the
much
place.
as
One man.
everybody.
Can you pull the people in this space to see what they think, whether it's going to be the first round or the second round?
You mean for if the election will go into a rerun?
Yeah, can see.
All
Let's
right.
see what people say.
Why not do that? It's all our platforms. I'm just here too. So let's do that then. Man of prestigious question. And by the way, Kulata, before you leave us, there was a story that I brought specifically because of you. Ghana wanting to start buying oil with gold instead of dollars because you've been highlighting the economic space. So I want just your feel on that in a moment. But let's do as a man of prestige directed, and then so that's that thing then. But let me say from my own point of view, I don't think the election will be a rerun. No, I think it's going to be a Tinubu victory, not by a landslide, but by a reasonable enough and an incontestable margin. I think Tinubu will win by an incontestable margin. But let's try the progressives, who I'm sure has left us because it's not like Akim to be quiet. Akim, are you still there? No, I didn't think it was. But Ola, so the question being put by Man of Prestige, do you think the elections will go into a rerun? And if you do, why? But give us just a brief feel of your thoughts in that space.
Because I don't see why it will go into a rerun because number one, I expect Tinubu to clear the entire Southwest. Then I expect him to do very well in some of the northern states, Northeast, where his deputy is from, and even Northwest, I expect him to do very well. So when you consider those three states, I think when I say do well, not just 25% to win in all those places. Then when I don't see how it will not make at least 25% from the North Central, and I don't see how it will not make anything from the South. So to me, when you look at that situation, I don't see how there be a rerun for in this election because I limit that success of will be for now to the Southeast. Even in North Central, we are talking about is still arguable. So nothing is done until because Kwara State is not central, Kogi is not central. So I don't see how Obi will defeat Tinubu in those two states, for example. So no rerun.
All right, thank you. I want to add an appendage to that question. After you've given us, then declare a winner. So you declare a winner. So we are not going to hold you to it, but declare a winner, and then the next person as well, give your answer, and then declare a winner. So declare a winner.
No, a winner in 2023 election, from my understanding, will be Tinubu.
All right, brilliant. So to Man of Prestigious question, Uptown, do you see the elections going into a rerun? If so, why? And then at the end of your narration, declare winner.
Okay, I can go.
No, Uptown first. Yeah,
okay.
We'll do it. Yeah.
I don't see this election going to a rerun. Honestly, I don't see it going to a rerun. And this might not be popular opinion, but then I know why I'm saying it. So I believe Obi is going to get the majority votes in terms of popular votes. He's the most popular politician in Africa right now. He's going to get the popular votes. I can tell you that for sure. He's going to get the majority votes in this election. The spread, as of today, I cannot guarantee that. But then with the speed of which things are moving, I can also probably say that, yeah, he can get the spread as well. And if he gets the spread, he's going to win this election in a landslide, in a very shocking way. So that's my, but then, Rayron, I don't see Rayron. Honestly, I don't. So
All
that's
right.
my own position.
For formality's sake, declare a winner. Uptown.
I mean, PPO now, President Peter Obi.
All right, brilliant. So President
Yeah.
Peter Obi. But is that President Peter Obi or no? Let me not do that. I do that too often. Or is it President Peter Obi? All right. So Desmond, to you next. Man of prestigious question: do you think the election is going to go into a rerun? If so, why? So give us your argument for whatever your position is, and then at the end of your narration, declare winner.
Yeah, can you hear me, woman?
Perfectly. Carry on.
Okay. I used to think, I always say it was gonna go to a rerun, but when I saw the rally in Oyo, whatever it is, and what is going on now, and I basically thought about it, and I think it's not gonna go to a rerun. I think Peter is gonna win because, and I also think it's gonna win with a really large number of votes. I really think it's gonna win, like, I would say minimum of, like 8 million or 9 million votes. I mean, I might be exaggerating, but it's gonna be a lot of votes, and also Peter is gonna be the president.
All right, brilliant. So brilliant, well put. So that's to Peter Obi. So well said. Is going far too predictably, but it's to Kulata. Then the question, your response.
I think I've seen enough. I mean, I've said that weeks ago, like two or 3 weeks ago, that this election most likely favors Tinubu, and it's just due to a lot of structural issues with PDP. Otherwise, PDP could have given him run for his money. I don't see a situation where Peter Obi can win because he doesn't have the spread, even though he's going to do well in the southeast and decent enough numbers in the south, and some in Lagos. I just don't see it. And Atiku is fighting too many battles, but I see it going one round. Tinubu winning narrowly, and if Tinubu can get Kwakwanso on his side, then it's just going to be a blowout. That's how I see it.
And for formality's sake, declare winner.
Tinubu will win. It's only if he falls down that he's not going to win. If he falls down in the rally.
All right, brilliant. So Ajale Koko, hopefully you're still with us because I think people are especially keen to hear what you have to say. So Ajale Koko, man of prestige, is asking if you think the elections will go into a rerun or not. So give us what you think and why you think it. And at the end of your submission, give us declare winner. Ajale Koko.
Well, if election is going to be at all, we say, if there's going to be election at all, the incident that happened in 1993 will repeat itself. There will be election, result will not be announced. And there won't be a winner.
Abiola revisited?
Yeah, that is what I see.
Why do you see that?
Election might take place. Result will not be announced. And Abiola's situation is where we're going to find ourselves again in that country. Because there's too many power fighting against each other now in that country. And that was exactly what we had in 1993. Too many power fighting against each other. That is what is going to replay this time. So,
but Buhari cannot continue constitutionally. So are you looking at an interim government? And what do you anticipate the composition will be?
That might be what we are going to end up with. And everybody obedient will be satisfied. Some Yorubas will be satisfied. And it's going to be win-win for everybody when that happens. We're going to have a government of national unity where everybody, all interest groups will be brought in, to run the country. And
Is there a provision for that in our constitution?
forget about constitution. What kind of
No, I'm just asking. No, forget your opinion.
It will be an illegal government if it's not constitutional.
That's why I want to ask. Just forget about your own opinion. Forget about your opinion on the constitution. I'm just asking a yes or no question. Is there a provision for that in our constitution?
I suspect there isn't, but hopefully
there is not, and that's why I don't think it's anything.
Your constitution is an illegal constitution as well. So it's an illegal constitution in the first place. Illegal constitution have to be rewriting, for a constitution that will take care of the interests of all Nigerians. So we should not be expecting too much in 2023. Election might hold. Result will not be announced, and everybody's going to be win-win to everybody. And you have a government of, like one man said, maybe government of national unity, and everybody will have, everybody will be pleased. That's it.
To support.
But who will head that? Because who heads that national unity government?
One man. If there is no constitutional provision for it, you can't come up with a head. The only way you can come up with a head in our government is through elections. It's pretty clear.
Otherwise, it's a coup.
Otherwise, it's a coup. So let's forget about stuff that's not in the constitution.
In 2015, when Yar'Adua died, it wasn't really in the constitution what exactly was going to happen. So the National Assembly, I think they had to converge to bring up that doctrine of necessity. So depending on how the election works, maybe it might be marred by violence or what have you, or whatever it is, but there might be space for probably an interim government.
There's a clear succession when the president dies in the constitution. It goes to the vice president. It's pretty clear.
So why were they remarrying with the whole thing?
That was just power. I mean, just because Jonathan was weak and people wanted power grab. There's clear succession. When president dies, it goes to the vice president. This vice president dies, it goes to the head of the Senate. If that one dies, it goes to the House.
Yes,
it's clear.
Okay. Let me say this.
That's why they say number one citizen, number two, number three, number four.
If what Ajali Koko says happens, I'm looking at a Professor Sibanjo as an interim government leader.
No, that would be too political.
It's not. You have to suspend the constitution, and the only way for you to suspend the constitution is military intervention.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Kulata.
And the world doesn't have appetite for that anymore.
No. Kulata, if that happens, I'm seeing a military intervention that is going to form a committee, an interim committee that will be headed by Professor Sibanjo.
Nigeria is too critical of a stakeholder in global democracy for us to have a military government right now.
It's not necessarily a military. No, it's not a military government.
We're way too deep. It's not gonna. Well, I don't think if it's not in the constitution, I don't think it's possible.
So, for what period would that interim government be, and what would be their remit?
I think for a couple of months till the election issues have been sorted out.
Well, you can't have that.
Maybe the interim leader is going to hand over to the substantive presidents.
No, because if they have an interim government, which sits then that government outside of the constitution, then that issue of that vexatious constitution has to be addressed. So they can't they can't not use that window to address the constitution.
Why are we jumping hoops here? What is going to create an interim government? Are we going to be unable to count our votes? Or if the first vote goes inconclusive, we don't have laws that tells us exactly what we're going to do next, which is going to be another round between the first two. We have everything in our laws that addresses anything. There's nothing that's taking us to an interim state unless we have a coup. So except some guys are planning a coup, we're just going to do our elections and count our votes. And if it doesn't do, we do it again and count the votes.
All right. I didn't see that coming. I didn't see an interim government coming. So no point asking Ajanle Koko to declare winner. He's already said what election even. So man of prestige, you ask the question, you respond to it, and then declare a winner after your narrative.
Okay, before I do that, Ajanle Koko permutation has a tendency for anarchy. Yeah, man. If that actually happened.
It's a rebel, isn't it? A rebel leader, Ajanle
Yeah.
Koko.
But let me go with my own permutation. I think Obi is going to win the popular vote by very, very, very high margin. The problem is going to be actualizing the 24%. That's winning 24 states. That's what. But in my own opinion, I think he's going to clean it by barely, maybe the 24 exactly, or barely clinking it. And if that didn't happen, if they go to second round, it's gonna be Obi, because Obi is gonna come first. Whoever is gonna come second, I don't know. But whoever is gonna come second, they're gonna ally with Obi to achieve the presidency. So in my final analysis, it's gonna be Obi 2023.
All right. All right. So X0, hopefully you're still there. X0, because you actually the first to come in. X0. Look at that. We never really get to X0. I don't know. I try very hard to get to you, but it's a very busy. I think X0 is an event organizer. So it's a man, is the plug. If you ever want to get into the entertainment space in Sweden, X0 is your man. So War Pace, the question, your response, War Pace.
Konnichiwa, everybody.
Salam.
The way I say, the way the permission is going right now, the way things are going in Nigeria right now, I would say there will not be a winner in the first election, according to the permutation we are saying. If Kwakwaso will hold the north, and Atiku will drag some part with him, Tinubu hold southwest, and Obi hold the southeast and south. That means there's not going to be a winner at the first round, according to the permutation I'm saying right now. But in total, I will still give it to Tinubu as an incumbent. Yeah, his party is the incumbent party, power now, how they say it. So at second round, he will get it as a president. That's how I see it, one man.
All right. And for formality's sake, declare your president.
Yeah. Tinubu, he will win according to the permutation I'm saying.
All right. It went pretty much predictably. Everybody with very logical reasons, but really along tribal lines. Abatom Ajanle Koko, of course, who is never anything tribal. But Akulata, I want to take you to this space because when I saw this, your name just popped up. Ghana to start using gold instead of US dollar to buy oil. The Ghanaian government has announced that it will begin utilizing gold instead of dollars to purchase oil products in order to address the issue of the country's declining foreign exchange reserves. Ghana's Vice President, Mamadou something or the other, made this announcement in a Facebook post on Thursday. He added that the decision was made to meet the rising dollar demand from oil importers, which has significantly devalued the local currency and raised living costs. The vice president claimed that using gold will prevent the exchange rate from immediately affecting the price of fuel or utilities because domestic vendors would no longer need foreign money to import oil items. So what are you making of that, Kulata? You've been monitoring that space. The Ghanaian economy just hemorrhaging at an alarming rate.
Yes. The Ghana is in trouble. When we think Nigeria is in trouble, go to Ghana. Ghana's inflation, I think, as of last time I checked, is it 41% or roughly 40% or something. The cedis is one of the worst performing currency. And Ghana is also suffering from the classic African problem, consumption to production that we just talked about. Ghana still can't do it. So Ghana imports oil, imports fuel. And they, of course, with any fuel, I mean, if you're importing fuel, you pay with dollars. So their foreign reserves is fast depleting. I think it's roughly around reach $6 billion or something. Last time I checked. So for them to prevent the reserves from shrinking, because the reserve is what you are going to use to defend your currency in the foreign exchange rate. And if you're using all your reserves, you're burning through it to import petrol. You need to do something about that. So what they decided to do, which is creative, was rather than use dollar to pay for the petroleum imports, why don't we pay you in gold? So they're turning it into a trade by barter of some sort. So we trade gold for refined petrol. So if they trade gold for refined petrol,
the gold standard has changed.
My God, look how my son is saying.
But Kulata, before you go,
sorry, what did they say?
do they have a Kulata?
Wait, my son is interjecting. He said the gold standard has changed. Go and sit down.
He's right.
Hold on. Let's hear.
You don't have enough gold.
Come on, talk.
Hold on, man of respect. Hold on. For the first time, we have an intelligent voice for the first time. So let's hear it.
So what?
Yes.
So
they had a gold stand. They had a gold standard before until President Nixon came and changed it into money, which is paper money. And some people don't like money, and they want to go back on the standard.
Who are the people that want to go back to the gold standard?
I don't know.
Republicans. Yeah. All right, go.
So no, hold on. What do you understand, Toby? What do you understand the gold standards to mean, Toby?
Toby, what's the gold standard?
The gold standard is when they use gold as currency.
As currency, they back it. Is used to back the currency.
It was used to.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Until President Nixon came and changed it.
Why did Nixon change it?
I don't know.
So you just memorized it. You don't understand it.
I didn't learn it from school.
Okay.
Well done,
I just
Toby.
saw it on the internet.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Well done. So there it is. So we don't want to hear from Kulata ever again. All we want to hear from is Toby. Yeah. So it's Toby now. So at last we hear some sense on this platform.
So one man, can I ask Kulata something?
Yeah. Carry on. Yeah.
So my question is, Kulata, if they're going to use gold, as their purchasing power in certain area, maybe, or do they have enough gold?
They have gold.
That much gold. I thought.
That's why it's called the Gold Coast now.
Yeah, but do they have it? Is that not before?
They have this. They're still mining gold. They still mine gold in Ghana. That's one of their major exports.
Or just even close?
I don't. I mean, they probably have enough. Like, I think they want to use 20% of what they're manufacturing to do this trade by barter. Because the main thing they export. They export gold, cocoa, and oil and crude oil.
I know about cocoa, but I thought gold was pretty much South African, East African over there,
Oh no, Ghana too has gold. But like I said, the cost of the African trade, there's a reason why we are where we are, because of a lot of trade deals and a lot of all these companies, international trade companies like Glencore, Mercuria, and even Unilever are going to an extent. They make sure that what comes out of Africa is just our raw materials. They do everything possible for us not to be able to put some sort of value into that value chain. So if we're going to be able to put value, we'll probably have to sell it amongst ourselves, maybe using the African trade deal.
Hey guys, let me tell you something, because we're in the West African space. The president of Liberia, George Weah, was at Qatar cheering his son, who is playing for USA.
I saw that. I saw it today.
It's unbelievable. A footballer as a president.
It's a disgrace. I mean, anyway.
What is even more disgraceful is that England could not give America a thorough beating.
America gave England water. It was by luck that England did not lose that match. I was shocked.
It was a good game. They are still replaying it. They are replaying them right now. And
it's a good game.
You know.
Yeah.
Is America following it at all, or is it just people that know about the game anyway? Is it
Oh
making...
no, they are following it. It's like euphoria here when you come to soccer.
You know you have it in 4 years' time. You are hosting it in 4 years' time.
Right. I think with Canada.
With Canada, yeah. I'll go watch it.
It's Canada, America, and Mexico.
Oh, okay. 3 countries. Okay.
Yeah, that will make me get my dream to watch World Cup. I've always missed it one way or the other, but
have you not seen World Cup before, Kulata?
No, I've never. All the time it's happened. Maybe I was work related or something. I've just not.
Was you here when it was held in Atlanta here? I mean, the headquarters here. I mean, when it was held here.
I was there. Two something Atlanta.
When was that?
Yeah, I'm just saying Atlanta was like the headquarters, but everywhere in the country, California, Boston, and everywhere.
What year was that? That must have been a long time.
That was 96. I've been 95.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't in America.
My God, you've been long in America and you've not even changed your accent. None of us did.
I know.
The Okoro in Prestige refuses to leave him.
I went to see the World Cup.
That's where I'm going to be until I die.
No, that's fair enough. I haven't changed my accent, so but fair enough. Yeah, go on.
I went to see the World Cup in 2010 in South Africa. I went there. It was fun. I think that was one of the best. Though I've not seen any other before.
You know, as I'm watching the World Cup on telly, I was thinking, why am I not there? And there's no reason why I shouldn't be there. Just that I did not even have the thought that I wanted to go and see it. I could have gone, maybe even just for a week and just watch a game or two, you know. But there's no reason why, you know, it's just, you know, it's just a plane ticket and, you know, just, Airbnb or something, whatever it is they have there, you know.
But this Qatar stuff, the weather right now is terrible now. It's so hot. Everybody, like my colleagues that went, they're saying it's super hot outside.
That's the same thing like Dubai at this time. This is their hot season, you know that. So if you've been to Dubai,
you know, they don't go out in the afternoons in Dubai. You know, it's just that's why they wear that thing on their head. You know, it's just
this is the hot season. Except like next year by April, May or whatever start. You know, that's when they cool. But this is their hot season.
All right. Is this somewhat an admission that the Ghanaian economy is either collapsed or near collapse? What does this signal to the
Ghanaian economy is near collapse, is dire. Like if Ghana doesn't get IMF loan, they've been trying to get IMF loan. If they don't get IMF loan, Ghana is gonna Ghana is gonna implode. See, what is going on globally is serious, and we are just not taking full acknowledgement of it. Everywhere, you know, they had food riots and all that stuff in Sierra Leone and Liberia, and it's going from country to country. Economies are just going to shatter, and is after effect of this COVID and the dollar strength, interest rates. The dollar has increased interest rates, so every currency is weak against the dollar. Apart from anomalies like Russia and the people that have oil, that they're selling oil and they're not like Nigeria where they're stealing all the oil. So things are bad, pretty bad globally, pretty bad. And Ghana is going to get it. Ghana is borrowed. When you think Nigeria is borrowed, no, we are not. Ghana is borrowing to their GDP. They borrowed up to 85% or something to their GDP. So I don't even know the revenue they're using to service their loan. I don't know where that revenue is coming from. We have borrowed, like, we're not that borrowed up to our GDP, but it's just our revenue. If we can fix our revenue problems, we can take in another $100 billion of loans, and we'll still be fine. That's where the potential Nigeria has. We still have a lot of potential to borrow if we can fix our revenue problems. But Ghana getting to this point where they're doing trade by barter. This is literally trade by barter. This is desperation. Because they can't seem to generate enough dollars that they're spending, and they can't seem to build basic refinery just like Nigeria to refine oil, so they stop importing. So you can see Africa has a production. Black Africa has a production problem, and you can see there's discrimination against Black African countries. If you look at the very heart of it, it's not by accident that we just can't seem to produce. is by deliberation, is by deliberate tactics to take advantages of our resources and to keep giving us bad rulers, whereby all they do is steal and even send the money back to Europe and those islands to go and fortify their own central banks. Why they get to plunder our resources, and those Oyinbo countries come and get our stuff on the cheap. So it's not by accident that Congo, the most minerally blessed country in the world,
It's
is also the
unbelievable.
poorest.
That should be the richest country on this
It should be the richest country in the world, but it's the poorest, and they're constantly fighting. Who's taking advantage of those fights? It's not by accident that in the north, Nigeria, people have been mining precious stones for decades, but nobody knows about it. Anyway, but Ghana is cool.
Let me give you these two quick paragraphs, Kulata. This announcement comes a few weeks after a Bloomberg report ranked the country's currency alongside the Nigerian naira as the world's two worst performing currencies, with the naira losing 37% of its value against the dollar and the cedis losing 55%. In October, the Ghanaian cedis was rated the worst performing currency in the world after it lost 45.1% of its value to the dollar in 1 year. 45% of its value to the dollar. What is 45 from 50? Half of its value to the dollar in 1 year. Nigeria not that much better.
Nigeria not much better, but I will still take Nigerian position than Ghana's position, because we have a lot of we have a lot of things we can revert to that will help us fix our revenue situation. The biggest one is subsidy removal. Anybody that has the balls to remove subsidy will do Nigeria a lot of favor. Then the next one is the forex, doing something with the forex. Because if we remove subsidy, we can build back our reserves. If we build back our reserves, we can afford to back our exchange rate. Because see, most of our dollars is using to import oil, right? So if we're not using dollars to import oil, NNPC will be able to get remittance from NNPC and build back our reserves. If we build back our reserves, we can keep the naira to dollar ratio. We can keep it constant, or we can break it down a little bit and keep it constant. We'll have dollars to back it up, and then we've saved ourselves from dollars that we're using to import oil. There'll be more dollars available, and subsidy needs to go. We can't afford it. If we fix that subsidy, our revenue issues will be solved. Our current even if we remain in this backward exchange rate stuff, at least we'll be able to back it up. It will be relatively fixed. So
subsidy and that double exchange rate have to go.
Yeah, they have to go. The first one that really has to go is that subsidy. It is literally killing us.
Yeah.
But I know many people will say, prices for the poor, this, that, petrol will go up, prices will go up. But man, our economy is in shambles because of that subsidy.
Kolata, for the benefit of our audience, this argument around floating the naira, what does it actually mean to float the naira?
That means you remove all sorts of restrictions on the naira. You don't have CBN fixed rates. It's just one market rate, one parallel rate, meaning if you just let the market determine the price. So if people are using dollars to import more, naira will lose. If we import less, if we have a lot of imports, less, and we're selling more stuff outside, naira will gain. So it just depends on what the market says. But a lot of countries don't just float it anyhow like that and let market dictate it. They maintain some reserves in dollars to use to prevent too much fluctuating in that currency. But our problem is we currently don't have anything in our reserves. So we're at the mercy. So if you float naira right now, it's going to depreciate so bad that you will cry. That's why I feel if we remove subsidy first, or you do something about subsidy and we can get more dollars in our reserves, then you can gradually now start unifying. You can now try and unify the rate, but we will have enough dollars to back it up. And if our refinery starts producing, or Dangote starts producing, and if we're not buying from if we're buying in Naira from Dangote, then we save ourselves Forex. So all we need to do is just to stop using Forex to import petrol. If we're able to produce our own petrol, I mean, I don't know why we're so dead of a country. If we're able to produce our own petrol, if it's in with NNPC refinery, at least we'll be buying it in Naira. So we won't be using our dollars to go and import. And our dollars will stay for maybe importing machinery so we can build factories. So because if we don't have a dollar reserve, we won't be able to back up our currency. And if we can back up our currency, we won't use dollar for like nonsense like petrol. We'll use it for more stuff, to build more production facilities, to do more things. And then the economy will grow. So we have to sacrifice the convenience. We have to sacrifice that convenience for us to really, really make headwinds. And if we have some sort of floats, people want to bring dollar into the economy because you can predict that the Naira is not going to lose its value anyhow. So I can risk bringing dollar and factor how much percentage that I'm going to add onto it. That's going to be my own edge. Anyway, yeah, you're going to say something.
You know what I think about that dollar floating, right? Yeah. I think that is the best thing for Nigeria economy, so that
I think so too.
It is going to help reduce some kind of foreign consumption, because when you float Naira, you have to do a lot alongside that Naira to make sure. Now you can float Naira, let's even go at a certain rate, but you can find a way to give subsidy to those people that really want to produce, not those people like are earning their subsidy from our oil and gas. No, I mean like someone that want to set up textile and all those things. Now, what type of what type of a relief you give all those people? Maybe like in terms of tax concession and some other kind of production promotion subsidy that will make them to be effective. So you see the type of protection we do for our dollar. In most cases, we actually do that for those people, for the round trippers. That when you are saying you are trying to control our dollars, is that dollar being controlled? Is that naira to dollar exchange being controlled to favor the masses? No, it's just because of the round trippers. Otherwise, we won't see the situation that happened when Buhari was away and what happened under Oshibajo just under 90 days. So to me, floating that thing will be the best, and immediately you reduce undue advantage in the black market. That's just my opinion.
Kulata.
Sir.
Please don't listen to what Allah is saying, no.
Why? What did I say? What did I say?
That's what he's explaining to us. I beg, don't listen. You know, this is what they did 1981 that killed our economy. They were selling our bond for $3 to $1. They were selling our value away. They were creating imported this thing that the Nobis benefit from today, that key fan and other industry in Aba. All these things are floating. We don't have a robust economy and a situation that can stand it.
So yeah, we can't. If we want to, we can't. That's why I said let's remove subsidy first and grow dollar reserves. I'm not going to float it and just let it be at the mercy of the market. I have to defend it, but I don't want to use all my dollars to defend it. But I need some form of defense. I prefer the approach that Bode Augusto preferred, which is let it lose value based on the difference in inflation between the dollar and the naira. So as the dollar is losing value, if the naira is losing value, take the difference between that and then let us lose our value based on that. Then we can use the dollar we've saved from the what's it called, subsidy removal, to back up that rate. So it's not just going to be floats, it's going to be a bit predictable. So I can predict that by 1 year, the naira to the dollar can lose 10% because the difference in inflation in dollar in US and the difference in inflation in Nigeria is this amount. And then I can let it intentionally lose that value throughout 1 year. And then throughout the year, I'll be using the dollar that I make from not importing petrol to keep backing it up, backing it up, backing it up. So it will gradually lose value, but it will always lose value until we can fix some of our inflation drivers. If our population is growing faster than GDP, we will always have inflation, high inflation, because we're creating demand, creating demand, creating demand, and we're not creating supply correspondingly. So as people are having tons and tons of kids and marrying many wives they can't afford, they're just making they're just creating more mouths for fewer resources. So that's what I'll do. But subsidy has to go first. In my own way, subsidy needs to go, and people will feel the pain.
What piece didn't explain what happened in the 80s, because what we are talking presently is totally different from what happened in the 80s. You know, that was when we started importing unnecessary items. You know what went to Marudico in the name of importation alone during that time. So this is totally different, because what we are saying generally is this: the situation we are defending our naira today, if we are doing it with all sincerity, that is understandable. But the type of defense we are doing, we are giving chance for those people that become rich overnight without doing nothing other than round tripping. That is what
Bola, you know that to take off that two market thing, you know, people may get killed. I'm not kidding. People may get killed. Because
example, what do you mean by people may get killed?
Because that is where many people become billionaires in Nigeria. Between that and oil subsidy, both two places is where we create the most billionaires in Nigeria.
So when you remove subsidy, what are you going to replace it with?
No,
even to remove subsidy, people will go after the people that remove, because people that are eating from subsidy will almost kill the person that's going to remove subsidy. But what you're going to replace it with, there are many things you can replace it with. It's just whatever option you choose. You can even not remove subsidy, but you change, you kind of like do it in another way. Whatever formula they're using now is just for corruption. Our consumption is not this high. Maybe you can decide to subsidize petrol station directly. Like when they pour that petrol inside the tanker, inside the ground, I subsidize whatever I can see that is going inside the ground, not subsidizing what comes in through ship that you cannot count, that you don't know. But if you pour the petrol, you put it inside the ground, I know that, okay, this is exactly the value I'm subsidizing. So if you take whatever coming from ship and you direct it to Benin Republic, my subsidy money is not going for that. But if you take it to a petrol station in Ilaro or somewhere, and I see you pour it into the ground and I measure it, I can subsidize that, and I can bet 100% that will be lesser than what they're calculating right now. And in that case, you are not removing subsidy.
So
okay,
how about on this subsidy? We've talked about it over time. Are the masses really benefiting? Look at kerosene today, for example. How much do you think they get kerosene on the street? It's not affordable for it's not affordable even for the poor. But we keep saying this subsidy. What we do about this subsidy is this: we just keep some people richer, while the people that really need that subsidy are dying in poverty. So removing the subsidy, it will appear to have some effect, short-term effect on people, but with time it's going to normalize. Remember when they took the subsidy off diesel that time?
Diesel and kerosene.
Diesel and kerosene. What did people say about diesel? Oh, the economy will say, what happened after that time? Did he have? It affected so many things, but it was not as a result of that diesel alone, because we can say combination of so many factors. So what we are saying there is that money that is supposed to be used to build infrastructure, maybe to build school,
to even maintain naira to dollar rate, this subsidy is what is driving it.
Exactly. If we maintain naira to dollar rate, there's a probability of boosting job production in our society. So when you do that, people benefit more from when look at it this way. There was a time that they were subsidizing for the importation of cement, and someone told me that if you know what it cost cement to land from China that will be shocked that you can become billionaire within 2 months. That you will land raw cement before you rebag it in Nigeria for less than 200 naira. And people were selling this cement for, I think, was about 2,400 until that time. Until the major coup by Jonathan and Dangote to make sure that they block all those people they gave license to build factory in Nigeria, that they did not build factory. So when they took those licenses off, now what happened? Look at what happened to Dangote. Dangote is now even becoming, I don't know whether he has become the largest producer in Africa, but at least is the largest producer of cement in sub-Saharan Africa now. That was just between 2012 and 2017. Now, look at that situation. If they are not taking that position, people will still be importing cement from China today, and there will still be no difference between what Dangote will sell today and when the subsidy or where the importation restriction was placed there. So the thing is, it's just the fear that we believe that, oh, if you take this thing, look at it this way. How many times did Obasanjo raise that petrol, the pump price? For example, he raised it several times. What happened? People shouted, everything balanced later. If you take subsidy today, people will shout for the next maybe 5 or 6 months. Then we find a new equilibrium and everything, the economy will go back to normal. But what will not happen again is that some people will not be selling petrol, our petrol to someone in Republic of Benin, and they be claiming subsidy on our behalf. So, and you know, this subsidy we are talking about, it will do a lot of things. It will even reduce some kind of smuggling and some other things. So
and it will increase, dramatically increase the value of the naira to the dollars.
Exactly.
Because we're using dollar to pay for the subsidies. That's why we don't have money. We're using dollars.
Can I interject?
The more dollar we make, the more subsidy we pay.
Yeah.
I mean, all of us know about this fuel subsidy. It's a generated, corruption, whereby, maybe about 50% of that money is being stolen by the corrupt elite. Okay, why not remove the fuel subsidy and, and subsidize the ordinary people that buy the petroleum and, by giving them a tax break?
Subsidize them in naira. Yes, you can do that too. You can give them, subsidize them in naira. Like if if they register, if everybody kind of gets whatever, is it BVAS or whatever, when you register in a bank, and you can declare what your income is. We'll know the poor people and we can subsidize them directly in naira, give them transportation subsidy. Remove this dollar subsidy.
Kulata, which year this subsidy started in Nigeria on the petroleum?
It was under Abacha, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Abacha under IBB.
No, Bangida, under Abacha when they gave him embargo.
Under IBB, I think it started in 1987.
Hold on. When they gave Abacha embargo, so Abacha didn't. He was not having access to buy material to fix our refinery. If you notice, during Abacha time, our refinery was breaking down. So that is where he opted for importation of fuel. That's where the subsidy started really heavily. But I don't know about it. But Bangida, our refinery was working well and all that, But now during Abacha time, they're not turning to scam. That's when this Odiotola was called this hospital.
Otedola.
That's how he made his money.
I have to make his money. When Abacha brought them and he brought him on the first place and Uba, then he brought Dangote on Simis Exide. Those guys blew up within 2-3 years. They actually opened the space for the scam. And now you trust their bookie, when they hold that space, they will not let it go.
Yeah,
so
but it's literally.
Remember his case with Farouk Lawan. Sorry, Kulata.
I was going to say the subsidy, no matter how difficult it is politically, it is killing us
badly.
Now,
do you know Dangote is kind of having a subsidy in dollars? People know from central bank.
How do you mean?
Dangote get break. He buy dollar like as his dollar is 3.41 now. Dangote is buying.
We know because his project is of a critical national interest or something like that.
Yeah,
so yes, he gets subsidized dollars, but rather than use it for the refinery, he's just round tripping it.
Thank you. Like this 890 that we're just going on with J here. All you have to do, for example, you buy $1 billion from central bank and just take it in the market in the next 3 minutes. That guy will make 400% on that money. So these guys are becoming billionaire every day.
That's why it's not completing the refinery now.
Yeah,
as soon as it completes it, that jig is up.
That's for sure. So they keep pushing it.
I will forward what document now. You see how Babangida started stealing. You see when Babangida was increasing fuel price that time, he said, okay, he gave 2 different prices for commercial. That okay, I give this one, I increase this one for the private vehicle, I give this one for commercial. That is how subsidy crept into our economy. So the document, I only see it. Okay, I will forward the document. I try to make it out. So that guy, that IBB, we are saying, how so many evils that we find in the current Nigeria today. Although there's some success to it, but we find so many evil traced back to this IBB we are talking about. It was the started what led to subsidy in Nigeria today. That guy that you see there.
Kolata, you were saying, thank you, Kolata, you were saying that that Nigeria can be purchasing fuel from Dangote in Naira, but what obliges him to agree to that? Petrol is transacted in dollars. So
no, I'm not saying they can. From Dangote, it's probably going to be dollars. But NNPC bought shares into Dangote. So maybe, just maybe, NNPC may say that, okay, my portion of the profit should be used as a discount on the fuel you sell to Nigeria. In that way, they can subsidize their portion of the Dangote profit one way or the other. I don't know if that's what they're going to do, but that's a possibility. But the only time we will be able to sell ourselves in Naira and transact in Naira is from the NNPC refineries that is being rehabilitated by Daewoo and another Spanish country. But I don't even know if that is going to play out because NNPC needs to make profits. So will it be profitable for them to sell to Nigeria in Naira versus dollars? So I don't know, because NNPC now is supposed to act like a corporate, like a private company and make profit. So if they're to make profit, being an independent company, they should not sell to us in Naira. They should sell to us in dollars because it's an international market. But I just don't know. Well, hang on a second. Why would they sell to us in dollars? It doesn't make sense, especially for an NPC.
So
it doesn't make
if
sense.
I may say so, he's part of the silent corruption. You know, you can say everything you're saying here. I
Dangote.
mean, Dangote is part of the silent corruption.
No, Dangote is a businessman now. What do you mean?
Yeah, but that's what we call silent corruption. He is too.
So, if the federal government is giving him foreign exchange and they don't kind of like make sure they can see through that it's using the foreign exchange to what it's supposed to use it for, then as a businessman is just going to go round trip it and make money.
Why would one person have a monopoly over everything in terms of all this in Nigeria?
But Prestige, back in the day, they used to give everybody 2 licenses, refining licenses and oil importation licenses. Why will the government do that? Everybody that got those 2 licenses, of course, will not spend money to build a refinery when they can quickly make money from importing fuel and cheating on subsidy. So everybody that got those licenses, nobody built a refinery. Dangote is the first one to have balls. How
many years has he been building this refinery? It seems like indefinite to me.
Because it's round tripping now.
It's round tripping money. It's making money, but they're going to open the refinery next month in December.
Are you sure it's not going to be next 2 years?
They said the schedule is supposed to be December. I won't be shocked if they say it's going to be sometime.
I've not said this. You saw the schedule. It's 2023.
They changed it.
Yeah, since middle of last year, they announced that they're going
it was meant to complete that thing under Goodluck Jonathan. Twice he gave us dates, but he's too busy round tripping. But who will want to do that? Who will want to do when you can just sit at home and make 10 billion. And then you have to go and be struggling in some refinery to make 500 million.
That's not through all this bureaucracy and who is set to, not to set to. He will just sit in his parlor in less than 1 hour. That go to make $500 million.
I'll be surprised if that guy is not the richest man in the world.
Yeah. That guy have money, huh?
All right. All right. Thank you. So, Kulata, for time, let me take the conversation to Ajale Koko, who I suspect may not be with us because Ajale Koko has been unusually quiet all the way through. So, Ajale Koko, are you with us? Your people want to
Yes.
hear from you. Your people, they want to hear
I'm,
from you.
I'm here. I'm
The
here. I'm here.
Ajale Koko fan club. So Ajale Koko. So let's take it back to the beginning. That space, then Tinubu docking out of that interaction on a rise. So we're looking at what political damage that will impact on him. And people seem to be concluding that it would not really significantly in any way impact on him electorally. But if it turns up, it might well damage him significantly. So what's the cost to him not turning up is really the question.
Yes. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe. Let me tell you one man. Tinubu for not showing up. Is simply telling us that he lacked the capacity to come out and answer hard questions and articulate his plan to Nigerian people. So, but would that cost him anything to ordinary folk and traditional voters in Nigeria? The artisans, the organizers, the bricklayer, all these people, they don't care about debate. People that have made up their mind for Tinubu, we go and vote for him. But for people like us, that are well enlightened, that are so keen to listen to them on the debate floor, at town halls meeting, we are the one that are looking to hear from them. But those Nigerians that are traditional voters, they don't care about debate as long as they just carry their banner around and beat the drums and hold the rally. That is what they are interested in. They want to see them carrying a campaign around the street in their neighborhood. That is what resonates with them, that, oh, this is our party, going from one place to the other, carrying out open campaign. That's what matters to them. But in the modern world, and particularly for a person like him that is well educated, that's schooled in the United States, I mean, that has been in politics for a longer period of time, that called himself, what do you call it, a talent spotter, that are always bragging about Lagos State, a place of excellence, should have, used the opportunity of town hall meeting and debate, to convince us that he is really what he is. He is really a man that can really transform Nigeria, as he has been bragging about it, that I will turn Nigeria into the best economy. I will, I will. He has been bragging that he will uplift Nigerian economy and we turn Nigerian GDP to double-digit GDP from where we are today. So he should have come on stage to convince us, we that are educated, that yes, what you are telling the people, what you are telling us come and really expatiate on it. Let us ask hard questions. Come and articulate the
Ajali
way
Koko.
you really want to do this thing. Yeah.
Ajali Koko, isn't that just ego versus pragmatism? You want his ego to get ahead of his pragmatism.
Okay. Hold on. Look, but this time around, I think we shouldn't give room for person like him or the politician to continue to fool us. It is quite clear to us that for all he's saying, he's just fooling Nigerians. He cannot really explain or articulate how he can really achieve all he has been promising and all he has been saying. And that is why he's running away. And plus, he have a lot of questions to answer on the drug issue that been, report came out recently and all these things that some other corrupt practices. So this man is running away from that in order to save his head from embarrassment. So this is why this man doesn't want to come on stage and answer hard questions, because he seems to look as the number one contender, and I will call him number one contender because his party is the ruling party. So his party is the party to beat. So that automatically puts Tinubu as number one contender. And as such, for the reason that their party has failed woefully in the areas of economy, in the areas of security, in the financial management of the economy, they have failed on all fronts. So it is better for him not to come on stage and face series of questions, because no matter what, the poor performance of Buhari, he cannot totally be exonerated from the poor performance of Buhari, because it is their party that sponsored Buhari to that position. It is their party that governed Nigeria for the past 8 years. It is their party that failed us. So he cannot totally exonerate himself from the failure of Buhari. So this man doesn't want to stand in he doesn't want to get spotted answering question that Buhari should be Buhari should be answering. So he's running away from so many things. So that is why he doesn't want to come. Strategically, it's a good run away for him, but for us as people, as Nigerian, no, it is not good for our president, a person that wants to be our president, not to tell us, in a clear terms, how he want to take the country, the direction he want to take the country. It is not good for our democracy. It's not good for us. It's not even good for him. Being a person that got his higher institution education in the United States, that work in one of the most prestigious organization, Mobile, for that matter, a person that that rose to the position of a treasurer in a mobile, not to play the politics the way it's being played in the international world. It's not good for him, and it's not good for our democracy. That's the way I see it, one man.
All right, brilliant.
So
Thank you,
one man.
Yeah.
Can I have my space on this subject? Because the only time I did was just an interjection. I would like to have my space on this, if you don't mind. I'm not going to spend a long time.
All right. Thank you. Okay, let me then bring you the next space that I was going to take Ajanle Koko to. So let me take you to that space then. So there's concerns already been raised about the Chief Justice of Nigeria, who is he used to be Tanko Mohammed, but then I think he either retired from ill health, and there was a time that it was being alleged that he was mismanaging the space, and all the justices were against him somewhat. Anyway, he's had to step down to be replaced by a Yoruba man called Kayode Ariwola. But concerns are already being raised about Kayode Ariwola, and those concerns are man of prestige. Those concerns are coming from the PDP space. They are concerned that the Chief Justice of the country is exhibiting some form of untoward partisanship. So listen to this. It says, let me take you halfway through. Okay, actually, let me give you just a quick rundown. This is from our Special Assistant on Public Communications to Atiku Abubakar, and he is a guy called Shaubu, and he's raising concerns that the Chief Justice of the country has been fraternizing with politicians too much. This is what he said. He said last month, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, CJN, Justice Olukayode Lateef Ariwola, inaugurated a 277 election petition tribunal members to adjudicate on matters arising from the general elections next year. At the event, no, that's not actually where I want to take it from. Let me take it from here. So this is where the concern says, hold on. So it says, at that event that he inaugurated the panel to superintend the electoral panels, he admonished them to stay away from politics and not to be partisan, etc., etc. It says, however, it may seem the Honorable CJN is not ready to lead by example, going by his recent utterances and open and blatant hobnobbing with politicians. He specifically frowned at the frequency with which the CJN makes remarks in support of actions of a group of governors of the PDP, led by the Rivers State Governor Yemsin Wike. Shaubu recalled that on October the 30th, 2022, the CJN, who is from Oyo State, was hosted to an elaborate reception by the Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde. At the event, Justice Ariwola sat with Makinde and other governors who now pride themselves as the G5. The governors all posed with the CJN for the cutting of the cake where the political statements were made. But it may seem Justice Ariwola continues to enjoy the company of politicians. On Thursday, November the 24th, 2022, the CJN was in Rivers State, this time as a guest of Governor Yemsin Wike, who also happens to be a member of the G5. Apparently overwhelmed by Wike's lavish reception at the inauguration of judiciary projects, the CJN said at the live event that it was happy that Governor Makinde was a member of the G5 and solidly with Governor Wike. Aside backing Makinde's membership of the group, Ariwola joked that Makinde was being held to ransom by Wike, who was threatening to withdraw his sister, Makinde's wife, who he said is from Rivers State. It will be recalled that Justice Ariwola was in Rivers State to commission some judiciary project undertaken by the state government. Shaubu noted, however, that it was inappropriate. I can't pronounce that word. It was inappropriate for the CJN to use such an event to double down on partisan remarks. He explained that it was wrong of the Chief Justice of Nigeria to have made a remark such as saying, that is not why we should. Let me give you that again. He explained that it was wrong of the Chief Justice of Nigeria to have made a remark such as, that is why we should not be scared to have these men of integrity group. And I am happy that my own governor is amongst them, because he would try to imitate his friend and in-law, because we came here to marry for my governor. So that is the Chief Justice of the country, openly and blatantly fraternizing with a satellite group, a fringe group within the PDP. So is this behavior becoming of the Chief Justice of the country? And should the Chief Justice not even distance as far as he can from anything political? So Chief Justice Ariwola from Oyo State, is it fit for purpose? A world peace?
Okay.
Not world peace or man of prestige. Yeah.
Man of prestige. Yeah,
Yes.
I know when he was elected recently. Okay.
Yeah.
When you use the word fraternizing with each party, that do happen in the United States here, because here we have 6-3, Republican 6. So they pretty much dominate the Supreme Court, which is the higher court here. So they do that, but not openly like he just did, because that statement that he made, kind of prejudice himself at this stage right now. He's very, very partisan. So let's assume Atiku lose the election, and he decided to file against the lose. What's going to be the outcome? That guy is not going to rescue himself when he comes to Nigerian space, because it's not what the statement that he made in the Nigerian space is not solid, and it's not on a solid ground. He didn't actually perpetuate that, according to you. I'm looking at it from Nigerian point of view.
Yes.
He did not actually perpetuate anything that negate the election in favor of other person. It was just a statement. That's how the Nigerian space, from what I know about how Nigeria, practice their rule of law, which doesn't apply. So I don't see him rescuing himself from that situation. But that's a very partisan statement. But that's not going to have any effect. I know you're probably going to fight a lot because of this statement, But do you have an evidence to do that?
Should they step him down?
No, well, they should, but we need to be very real, not just they step him down. That's not going to happen in Nigerian space. You can't even step him down. Maybe the only thing you can do is for him to rescue himself for any kind of, if Atiku decide to file, a court case against if he lost. That's the only thing, they're going to do. Even in an advanced country like United States right now, they can't step him down. I mean, they are there for life. The only thing, because I've had so many cases that happen, and I think Kulato, some of the people here at Jalikoko that is in America, they can testify to that. There has been in many, many cases where they asked Thomas to rescue himself, maybe something that related to his wife that participated. What happened in the January 6th? He didn't rescue himself from, that, from presiding over the situation. So it has to be something very tangible for you to say this definitely has an effect in that. That's the way I'm looking at it. I mean, that's a very partisan statement. There's no doubt about it. But I'm looking at him when it comes to Nigerian space. He's not going to be able to rescue himself from that, any kind of judgment on that. I mean, it's bad,
All right. I just imagine if Atiku decides to sue Wike, or
right.
If okay, they are saying they want to sack them from the party for being anti-party. Imagine if they go on and do expel them from the party, and Wike decides to take to law. That sort of case is really the decision has to be made at the Supreme Court space. So is the Supreme Court not already compromised by the public pronouncement of this Oyo man?
Yeah, they are compromised in ordinary people's eye, but I'm looking at it from Nigerian judiciary when it comes to the rule of law. They can't set him aside. He can resign, not for this. And they can't. I don't think they're not going to be impeaching because APC has the majority right now.
They said justice or not get aside.
Huh?
Justice Onogen, what Onogen? Remember,
What? Okay.
yeah, they set him aside for untowards behavior.
What kind of behavior is it equivalent to this? Is it
Well,
close
yeah,
to just making a
they said he was running a foreign account, which he did
Okay,
not
you
declare.
see,
Yeah.
that's tangible. That's the point I was making, something tangible. But this is just a statement, a partisan statement. He can't remove somebody for that. You know, I'm just saying, judging by the unruly behavior of Nigerian judges, and they can't rescue himself if Atiku did appeal, you know, in case he lose the election. So that's why I'm looking at it from Nigerian,
Should we even be hearing from the Chief Justice of the country at all, outside of matters of law? Should we not? The only thing we want to, if it's not matters of law, then it should just stay out of the public space.
Right. We shouldn't, But in like I said, in America, that do happen. They fraternize with different parties, but nothing you can do. The only thing you can do for them to, rescue themselves from, presiding over this case, if it's the Chief Justice that has to preside over a certain case, that's the only thing they do here in America. But they can't remove him or impeach him because it's not something tangible like the previous, judge did. So for you to remove him. So that's the way I'm looking at it. But can I go to Tinubu space?
Yeah, go on.
Okay. I'm going to come with two angles on this. The reason why Tinubu doesn't want to debate. There's first angle. I don't know. That's just a school of thought. I've had it from this different space. I don't know how reality or if there's any fact based on this. Of course, everything is speculation. They say the first one why he doesn't care to debate because he knows that he already won the election, at least about 80%. The reason why, not just because of vote buying or whatever. According to the speculation going on there, they said, because they see when they talk about this cyber, and remember one of the APC members, the kind of statement that he made the other day, blaming INS that cyber going to attack and all that kind of stuff. So they're thinking that they have already went to the people that constructed this Beaver electronic something right now and bribed them already. So they probably change the Beaver machine and everything to favor the ruling party. They say that's one school of thought. That's why they are very, very confident that the election is already won. So that may be one of the reasons why giving him all this competition. Why do I have to go there and waste my time and debate and make some gaffe or whatever? So the second school of thought may be, even as it's no matter of making a gaffe, because if you go there, I mean, Tinubu is a smart guy. But can he be able to articulate even something that was his manifesto? He knows what he's going to articulate, but the way it's going to come out, he's not going to be able to articulate it well. So why bringing him out for him to make all those mistakes or whatever? Not just a gaffe, because he can make a gaffe. After all, Biden do make a gaffe here, but he was able to recover quickly, and be able to make the correct statement what he want to say. It's not about gaffe, but Tinubu case may be because he's not going to be able to articulate it or remember what he's going to say there. So he's not going to say it right. He might say something different. And by that time, why do you want to take that kind of chances and mess up, and mess things up? So that's probably the reason why he doesn't want to debate. I mean, whatever you think, like everybody was saying here, people that's going to vote for him, they're going to vote for him. It doesn't matter. It's only we elite here. And most of us doesn't even have a vote. And how many of the elite, educated elite in Nigeria, that's going to vote to sway the vote? It's more traditional people. They don't care, They already all they know is the APC, FP. They want to vote whatever they believe. They're going to vote for them. So why taking that chances? Is that what I want? No, I want you to be open, and be able to debate. We want to hear from you. I want a president people can be able to listen to people and people come and talk to you. So everything they're doing is kind of arrogant, If you can't talk to your people, this is they're giving us a prelude of what Buhari has been. So that's why I'm saying it. He doesn't want to take that chances because he feel like I'm not going to lose any vote. But even after I'm going to lose, it's very tangible. Why coming here to mess myself up? The consequences might be more.
Do you think the issue is that Tinubu thinks in Yoruba but then tries to express himself in English? Do you think that might well be why he makes all those gaffes?
Well, I mean,
do you think he thinks in Yoruba and then speaks in English?
Okay, like recently I've gone back and watched some Tinubu speech when he was governor of Rebellion. The man was very articulate. I'm thinking he is very forgetful. Maybe some health something going on. It may not be something very detrimental. It may be something in the brain that is not clinking right. It has something not to do with brain. It's not that he's not going to be able to govern, but articulating, making his point across.
Somebody that his brain is not clicking right. You don't want him as a president, or I don't think so.
Well, when I mean brain is not clicking right, I mean be able to articulate. How many times the president speak? He has people that speak for him. The presidency speak for him. They hardly come out and speak. So if Tinubu going to do a good job, it's going to be people, that surround him that's going to do the good job. Of course, he has antecedent of picking right, good people, good governance and everything. So he has that antecedent. So they don't want to take
Prestige,
the
what's the fatal gaffe he has made so far? Because the gaffes is made. Like he correct, like that PDAPC, he corrected himself. Even young Dino went in the crowd and said vote APC. Voila said vote APC.
I may be joking. I don't think the gaffe is an issue because I'm in America. My president
and the Bulaba was the Ula Balu. I mean, and of course the Yoruba guy. How can you pronounce Ula Balu?
That's just a joke, They make it, I mean, I don't put too much stock into that, but I may come on here and say that he did it and everything.
Because I've been thinking like it looks like we're over exaggerating the gaffes. Like they're not fatal gaffes. Like governor, he said someone is going to be governor of Niger Delta, and he now corrected himself, say Delta State. Say Niger Delta State.
Do you think it's all about gaff? That's why they don't want to bring him out. I'm thinking because he's not going to be able to articulate what he wants to say because he might be able not remembering them and say something different. It's not about the gaff.
Probably. Huh? He may not know all the content of his manifesto. For
exactly, that's what I'm saying. Well, he may know it, but when he get on that stage, depend on his mentor at that particular time, he may not, not be able to articulate them and say something different.
For someone that travels and does meetings all the time, I don't even know the time they're using to prepare for all these interviews.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking in that area, not because of the gaff. What is gaff? I mean, Biden make gaff all the time. They know him from making gaff. I mean, 10 years ago, even when he was before he even become vice president to Obama. I mean, he's known for that. So that's not the issue. I mean, you can correct that. Everybody knows that he's synonymous with gaff. So I don't think that's his problem. It's a matter of being able to articulate what the manifesto, what he's going to do or something like that. He might narrate to a different area. Why take the chances? Am I in support of that? No, but that's in Nigerian space. But one man asked me, why do I think, he doesn't want to do that? That's my only reason. Of course, I gave you the first school of thought. I mean, that may be far-fetched. I don't know how true is that. They already know they're going to win the election because they're going to manipulate the beef or whatever. It's not even buying vote. So that's the way I look at it, one man. So.
All right. Thank you, Man of Prestige. So thank you, Man of Prestige. So, Man of Prestige, I want to expand on that Ariwola space more. And I'm especially keen on Ajande Koko's thoughts on that space. Ajande Koko, the Chief Justice of the country, fraternizing with Yemsin Wike's group. I feel this is sufficient enough reasons for him to be stepped down, Ajande Koko.
Look, it's not fraternizing with Wike's group. Politicians like to blow things out of proportion. When this man visited River State, he visited River State to participate in some kind of judiciary something, maybe judiciary day in River State or something like that. And that was why he was hosted in such a very big occasion like that in River State. I'm not aware of that of your state. So, but politicians being what they are, because people on the other side who are not happy with Wike, they are trying to use that now to rope this man up and try to mess him up for what he doesn't know about. The dirty politics they're playing among each other. So it's not fraternizing with them. He just went for, I think it was an important guest at Judiciary something. I can't remember, maybe Judiciary Day or something like that in Rivers State. So what has he done wrong? This is the dirty way politicians play their dirty politics. Why do they want to hold that man or try to destroy his name now when he was just trying to be part of a judiciary ceremony in Rivers State? What is it? And even if for him to go there, I don't see what this man has done wrong. He has not done anything wrong. But politicians, being what they are, they just trying to blow things out of proportion. That is the way I see it. I mean, Wike is among all the governors in Nigeria. What Wike has done for the judiciary upliftment in Nigeria, no other governor can match it. Wike just built law school. Law school is not for the state, it's for the federal government. He just built fantastic law school. The structure and the facility and everything he put in there is the best in Nigeria, if not the best in the whole of Africa. So why would the judiciary, the Chief Justice, not be happy about that kind of with that kind of governor when he is invited for a judiciary ceremony in that state? So so we just hear these people trying to run a blame or just accuse somebody for what he didn't do. So this is the game that they are playing. So he hasn't done anything wrong as far as I'm concerned. He has not done anything wrong. He's a Nigerian. He holds a very high level position in our judiciary, and he was invited to a judicial an occasion that has to do with judiciary people in judiciary. He attended it, and so what's the big deal? What has he done wrong? So I don't see anything he has done wrong, woman.
Oh, all right, thank you. So thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko, and thank you, gentlemen. I want to seek to start to round off here, but before I round off, Ajale Koko, still muted. Before I start to round off, Ajale Koko, are you still there, Ajale Koko?
I'm here.
Oh, all right. Before I start to round off, the buy the coffee thing that we have been doing, Ajale Koko.
Yes.
All right. So in instances we try to, as when somebody gives birth, etc., when we remember, we say, okay, we have to acknowledge that a new member. So as part of the social responsibility of the platform, I was discussing this with Alexander Akache earlier. We decided that maybe we should try and sponsor Christmas for maybe a family or two, So we agreed to that, and then we thought maybe like a widow or a single mother sort of a person. But then obviously none of us are in Nigeria. But then when Foley came on, he agreed that he will help us identify who the recipients should be. So just to tidy up the space, we agreed that a budget of like 150,000 naira to do that. So I've sent him that now. So I think we've completed that process. So what do you make of that?
Oh, that's a good move. I think I support it.
Yes.
I mean, we have a lot of people in Nigeria that will really appreciate that. If like you said, maybe 2 person that maybe single mother, or yeah, that is a very good idea.
Yes. So hopefully, Folly will be feeding back to us in the course of. But I'm keen that he just narrows it to just not too many people, so that they can have a really good time, because it's not just for food, but to enjoy Christmas. So that's what the platform has done. So it's thank you to the platform, really. But we seek to start to round up, and then of course to come back and land on Ajale Koko. We kick the rounding off with the progressives. So the progressives, are you there? No, Akim has left us. So thank you, Akim. Let's go on then to Ola from the progressives. So Ola, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you everyone for your audience. We really appreciate what we shared today. We've learned a new thing, where we argue things out, we try to learn. We try to confirm what we thought we learned before. So that's the type of situation we find ourselves again today. I won't forget to mention my normal preaching that, see, as more as we learn from this community, let us give back. So this one is just like, for example, when you have your Wikipedia of this world, or you have some kind of community of developers where that contributes to your development and progress, all you can do is just to find a way to appreciate. You can thumb up, you can super chat, you can buy coffee, just to make sure that you encourage the forum for those people that will come and learn from us too, and those people that come and give us a learning too. So let us keep promoting the forum. As we are progressing to 2023, I think everything will become clearer to us, the way to go, and I believe that by the time we have enough knowledge of what to do, we will be guided appropriately or properly. So thank you everyone, and hope to see you later.
All right, William. Thank you, Ola. Close to 150 people at some point concurrently, and less than 50 thumbs up. It's just grim to look at sometimes. But we continue to wind down, and we take it then in the direction of war peace. War peace to you. War peace. Kanwetiwa. All right. Thank you, War Peace. It's probably there, just attending to.
I'm here.
Oh yes. Oh, there you are. Yeah, War Peace. Closing
remark. Okay, my country people, I greet you now. We don't reach final hour. Make una click like, share, and turn up.
Now, Kamechua, now you they understand now. When they say War Peace, when they say Kamechua, you don't jump, come. Japanese, Nigeria.
Yes, I agree too. So, Mona click like, shares, and thumbs up. Mona buy una coffee. Like I said, do what I say, not what I do. They are buy my own buyaka.
Buyaka, yes, na buyaka. All right. Thank you, War Peace.
So,
what time is
everybody?
What time is it where you are?
12 after 12, almost 12:25.
Which day?
Saturday.
Is that PM? 12 something PM?
Yeah, 12 p.m. 12 p.m.
It's 3 a.m. where I am. 3 a.m.
I know.
So it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable, really. But we are talking just you are in your living room, I'm in mine. But it's actually unbelievable. This wasn't even possible. What? 10, 15 years ago, this was impossible.
Yeah, true.
It's unbelievable.
Everybody just connect at the same time. People, you're in Australia, you are in America, you are in Europe, in Africa. Everybody connect at the same time, and we will start ourselves at the same. Amazing technology has taken us.
Do you know when I was younger, if you wanted to send something to the UK, you go to the post office.
Yes, true.
But now you
buy stamp. You buy
stamp.
And all that.
But now you just put an attachment on an email, and then it will take you about 4 or 5 days for the poster. But now,
now,
4 or 5 seconds.
WhatsApp people make it faster now these days. You just call you. People see you now, call you, and talk to you. You know, those days we used to watch science fiction. Those in the 80s, all those that Star Trek.
Yes, beam me up, Scotty. We thought it was a joke. Oh.
No, we are seeing it now. No, kids that born now who know what we were seeing then. When we were watching Star Trek.
No. It's almost unbelievable. All within the space of what, 30, 40 years.
You just we are seeing it live now. We are seeing it live, it's happening live in our eyes right now. We never believe it was going to happen. You know, we are talking cars. Now we are talking to our cars now.
You know, it's. I wouldn't be surprised that within the next 10 years the cars are driverless. You wouldn't need to be behind the wheels anymore.
Yeah, you just drive yourself. So many things we were saying then that we thought it's just not going to happen in our lifetime. And it's happening right now.
We are in Japan and we're talking in real time and we're not even. But there it is. Thank you, War Peace.
All right.
Enjoy the rest of your day. So thank you, War Peace. So from War Peace, the man with the data, he's not at all impressed with all this technology. He knew it was coming because he has a super brain. Cool.
Omo Baba Lagbado.
Look at that. Look at that. Mocking Tinubu. Look at this guy.
Leave our Agbado. Tinubu and his Agbado. Anyway, nice session once again. It's been good. I think many people are giving Tinubu a tough time. I don't know. I'm able to translate what Tinubu says effectively. So I don't think the gap is too much, but we shall watch it. I know he's trying to avoid additional exposure, but let's see how this goes. So Ajale Koko, you think we won't have election next year? Could possible now?
That's my own because it seems to me that what we had in 1993 might happen again.
But 93 was only because it was under a military government.
Well, you still have the military cabal running that country behind the scene. So
they're almost dead. They don't almost die. Finish.
But they are still the brain box of this democracy that we are running. You just see us civilians everywhere running, but they are the brain behind everything. They are the power behind it. And they can still perform their magic. So we will just be shocked the way it will happen because it looked like, the power tussle between the South and the North and Emilokon, it's our turn, Igbo, our Nodigba. It's not, this is the way it was back then. And the same thing is playing out. So it might end up the same way. So that's the way I'm looking at it. It's not good at all when you see country people struggling for power from all angles. It doesn't end up well at all. So, but I might be wrong. But I'm just looking at the situation in the past, compare it to what is playing out now, and history has a way of repeating itself. So, and Yoruba Kanuri combination, and I don't know. Maybe some people might not just be happy with the outcome or the direction that the result of the election, the direction of the result of the election. Some power that be might not just want it and just say no. We have to stop this. Everybody will just cry and they will just say they will just come out with another RNG government and everybody they just come out, fella does sing say army arrangement. They just come out with another.
How does that song go again? How does that song go again?
Whether you like or like.
Look at that.
You put money together. Army arrangement. Mathematician put that together. Army arrangement. One answer you go get. So they will just put up an
Koko, remember when you regaled us with Obi Magic? People are asking when it's going to be released on Spotify or wherever they release music to these days. Okay.
So I don't know. I don't know. Tinubu and his Kanuri. Tinubu, I mean Abiola and Kanuri.
People are starting
And the
to write.
Kanuri.
Everybody is now starting to write on Twitter that they are afraid of Shetima. That his face is too stern. He has a stern look all the time.
So and too much power at play here. Atiku with his Fulani gangster, there's too much power, facing at each other and ready to fight it to the end. And,
I wonder if Shetima is actually my favorite Nigerian politician. In this cycle, I just delight in the guy. He's so elegant in the way he presents.
Well, he looks someone that he looks brutal. He has this
like
calculating.
I don't know
He has
why I just don't
cold,
like
calculating eyes all the time. He's there. When he smiles, the smile looks disingenuous. It doesn't look like he means it.
No, I just don't. I don't like it with his rhetoric. I don't like it. It's not civil.
Is it that Bekunle Amosun audio? Is that what downs him?
Maybe that is what make me not to have see anything good in him. Maybe that, because he talks so bad about Igbo people. I don't like people like that.
I think a lot of people form their opinion on him based on that audio.
Oh yes, I like everything. I hate everything he said about Igbo people in that audio. Very, very bad. It just shows a complete hate, deep hate from his heart against.
I won't blame anybody from the Southeast that doesn't want to vote for that ticket based on that audio recording.
Yes, that was too bad. And then look at the way during the contest before the primary. Look at the way you describe Oshibaju.
Ice cream man.
that
one is banter now. That one is banter now.
I mean, why can't you just have respect for the authority of his? It just showed that. I mean, that was too bad. That's another.
But he called Senate President tomato seller.
You see why I like him? He's just so witty, He just a
he doesn't think before he talk. What is against you? He can say anything against you. He doesn't think at all.
Oh wow.
So, but let's wait and see. Let's wait and see what is going to happen.
I think Tinubu has the best running mate of the three.
No, I think Okowa is the best one as far as I'm concerned.
But when Okowa is best, I mean, I think because we just discovered he has some rhetorical prowess. But when you think about his governance, Delta State is a mess now. With all the money they're getting, there's nothing developed in Delta State. Worry is nothing. Even what's it called? The Delta Asaba. There's nothing in Delta with all the money they have. Nothing.
You see them struggling after Wike exposed them that
look at what Wike, look at all the projects Wike is building, and Delta State is receiving more money than River State.
They've been struggling, to defend themselves. We have not collected so much from the federal government. The federal government has paid us less. This and that, but we can have exposed them and say, look, all this money, all these projects that have commissioned, awarded the contract within a year and is completed, is from all the money came from the derivation that the federal government gave me. Say, go and ask all your governors in all producing states, what have they done with their money? So since then, they've been trying to defend themselves and they don't even know what to say. So It's a, but he is a very sharp and smart guy too. And but we just have to wait and see. But I don't see. I don't. It's. Mm-mm.
Now what?
All right.
Okay.
Too many forces fighting against each other in that
Will
country.
you be glad when this election is over? I will be glad when it's over, so we can start talking about maybe more like everyday life sort of stuff, you know. Although we'll still be attacking them, I suspect.
I'll be glad when it's over. And
Yeah.
if someone like Tinubu wins, people will start abusing you.
Yeah, no, I'll have to go and get a facelift. I will have to go and get a facelift.
And me, I have a way out. I'm gonna be obedient like 1 or 2 weeks.
Oh my master Okolu, Kulata ati
Mama do obedient like a week or two before
And
the
it's
next
only
time.
really reading the political landscape that tells you Tinubu will
Hey,
win.
but
It's not,
anybody to fẹ́ gbọ́ nǹkan tó ń sọ now. As long as you are not praising
why will
Obi.
anybody else say my win apart from Tinubu? There's no other. What part? Everything tells us Tinubu will win. Everything tells us that.
Look,
so why will we pretend like you know?
One man, other than everything tells us, look, they are the party to beat.
They're in government.
Exactly.
That
They're
is
the incumbent party.
Is trying the hardest. You know, I mean,
they are the number one. They are the party to beat.
And he's also working hard.
Yes, and it's also, and they are controlling majority of the majority in that country. The governors, they are controlling the majority. The Senate, they are controlling absolute majority. The rep, they are controlling absolute majority.
And it's actually quite popular too. Tinubu is popular, whether you know, they said it's the most known politician, maybe not the most popular, marginally more than Atiku. Do you remember when we did that Ajane Koko?
Yes.
Yes, it's the most known. He has the most name. Everything tells us he's going to win. So why should we pretend that he's not going to when we know that he's most likely to? I mean, you know, it's not a matter of supporting him. Now it's the facts now.
People don't want to hear the facts now. Like they just want you to say something that sounds good.
Party to beat. That is what put them in the lead already. I mean, they are the one to beat. You know that. You know, it's just, but
there it is.
Mr. Des doesn't want to hear that. If you tell Des that,
no, it will say, "Oh, are you telling me?" I'm not telling you. Now it's the facts. It's the political landscape is telling you. I mean, look at that. But they say, "Oh, Apa Adebanjo erased erased Obis, and does that not mean the Yoruba so they involve?" You know, I've actually heard once, and it's your friend Rudolph. Is it? Yeah, it's Rudolph, isn't he? I've heard him say once that Obi will win by 50% of the votes.
Rudolph?
Are you serious?
Yes. Oh, no, for bear now. I heard him. I wish I could have jumped onto that platform. I don't know, man. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable, you know. But there it is. It's just daydream believers. Kulata.
Man, we'll see. Everybody will get to the realization. Like, I mean, the only way this man can lose is if he physically falls down. There's too many things going on for him. Whether he planned it or whether it's just God's telling him that this is your turn, indeed. But when you look at incumbency, G5, Obi coming out of PDP, so many things. I mean, there's so many things. Just how those things just fall in place just like that for a party that's been a total disaster. As in, anyway, we'll see. So let me leave you guys. Tomorrow is another day.
All right, Kulata. Enjoy the rest of your day. So that was Kulata, the man with the data. So Kulata, the man with the data, but the father of the bride, the sharpshooter from Texas, Ajan Lekoko, the final word.
Thank you, one man. Thank you, Kulata. Thank you, everybody that came on the platform. You have done well today. Meaningful discussion here. Meaningful debate.
purposeful presentation by everybody. Please come back tomorrow and let us do another round with one man, just as usual. And to our listeners around the world, if you haven't clicked on the like button, click on the like button to help the YouTube algorithm of this platform. We want these messages coming out from this platform to go to every nook and cranny of the world. We want everybody, every Nigerians to hear, the best of the best political analysis. So, give us your strong backing by clicking on the like button. So, and to our people on the comment section, the strength of the platform, keep on doing what you know to do best, and come back tomorrow to have another round with one man and with us as well. So one man, 5 hour, 49 minutes. Thank you for bringing us together. And tomorrow, bring us whatever you have for us. And I guarantee you, on behalf of others, we shall join you and we continue the struggle from there. Thank you, one man. Good morning to you over there in UK, and have happy weekend. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajahn Koko. So that's Ajahn Koko. So after Ajahn Koko speaks, the curtain falls. So after Ajahn Koko speaks, with the curtain falls. So what you're looking at on your screen, that avatar. That is something called Crocs by McGill. Crocs by McGill. So that's a non-fungible token belonging to your very good friend One Man Went to Mo. So that's Crocs by McGill. Crocs by McGill. So there it is, and here I am, and there you are. So to the happy clap to the super chatters, so I can still say that, because we did have some super chats, although it seems to have petered somewhat. We used to have quite a steady stream of super chat. Oh, I wanted to attack Man of Prestige, but he left. But this is what's it called? Enigmatic, who got irritated by Man of Prestige's commentary earlier on, and he was saying, one man, please tell, and is now latched on to what's it called? DOGC's term. So it says, please, it says, one man, please tell any Obingo that is sure of what they just said, they should fall in. $10,000 Peter Obi will lose the presidential elections. 10K. So there it is right there. And I am not one to quibble words with Enigmatic, because it can just slap you with it can raise it to $1 million if you're not careful. So there it is. There is the offer right there. If anybody wants to part with money and park their money into Enigmatic's account, then it's telling you that the doors to his account is open, but it's entry only, no exit. So $10,000 to you out there. But only to people we know, though, because this is not an opportunity for some wayward person to see. Everybody goes through a screening process. But $10,000 to the platform, Peter Obi is absolutely not going to win the election. It's not me saying it, it's Enigmatic Hondi. So Enigmatic, now our William Hill betting shop sort of thing. So there it is, and there it is. So to the super chatters, the coffee buyers, the happy clappers, and the in-betweeners, to you all, we reconvene again. So it's not goodbye, it's au revoir, and peace.